down to this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss, time's right. And I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align on stage to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. For Brawl Stars, we are, of course, in the EU and MENA regions. I am Mark. My throat may be dying just a little bit, but fortunately for me, I've got some of the best carries in the caster scene. Welcome, of course, to Teddy and Reddy. Teddy, let's start with you. Great to have you back, man. First and foremost, are you excited for today?
Man, I had a terrific time for the Split 2 finals just a couple days ago. Excited to be back and now for the challenge season.
Heck yeah, Reddy, your debut here today. We're so privileged to have you here. And, you know, what did you make of the splits leading up to today?
I mean, it was super exciting to be there as a spectator, and I can say with a lot of confidence that it's not going to be slowing down even a little bit, and it has got me absolutely electric today.
Well, we've got some absolutely banger matches lined up, and it's going to be really exciting actually to see a lot of the teams that we've never seen actually clashing for the first time today, as we bring in both Split 1 and Split 2 teams that have qualified into one big mashup. Of course, the Snapdragon Pro Series extends beyond a multitude of regions, as well as a bunch of titles as well, not just Brawl Stars, Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, Asphalt. You know, we've got it all, honestly. But let's talk through the format just a little bit to remind anyone who may be new to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We had a stage leading up to this period of time. We had Split 1 and Split 2. During that process, we then were able to establish 4 teams from Split 1 and 4 teams from Split 2 to make it to where we are today, the challenge season, where we have the 8 teams going in a round robin format to then get to the challenge finals, where we then really whittle it down to our winner. We then do the whole process all over again, and by the end of it, the top 2 scoring teams will make it through to the Masters LAN, where we're going to be placing 2 teams from every region into that event. And I don't even know much about it myself, but what I do know is that those behind the scenes told me that it is going to blow our minds, and that's a fact. So really looking forward to seeing who is going to be the top performers, not just in the EU and MENA regions, around the world, to see how that one goes. It's going to be incredibly exciting. As well, we're gonna have to go talk about the prize pool as well soon, and what the teams are going to be fighting it out for. Teddy, why don't you take this one?
All right, prize pool is going to be a minimum of $1,500 for 8th place, but obviously looking at the top, that is what the teams are going to be aiming for. $18,000. That is a big prize for first place. Second place, $9,000. Third, $6,000. Fourth, $4,000, and so on. Quite a big prize pool all around here for this Europe plus MENA region.
Yeah, it's not just about the prizes, it's all about the points as well. It's a combination of the two. Ultimately, you know, you can be first actually in this challenge season and gain that top prize pool, but it's the points that matter to get to the Master LAN. So getting a nice healthy balance, definitely going to be something for teams and players to be considering, but there's no doubt about it. That is a lot of money. If you just get in that top 3, yeah, you're looking in a very good place for sure. But of course, you know, again, players and teams have got to bring their A game. We've got a lot more weeks to come and many more teams to have to face off against to make it into that open final stage. So yeah, we will have to see. But let's have a little bit of a refresh, actually. Maybe Reddy, you want to talk through this bracket? This is, of course, dating back to the Split 1 and the 4 teams that were able to qualify through that stage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, direct your attention over to the right side and check out some of the teams that qualified. In fact, all 4 of them: SK Gaming, FA Baguette, Tribe Gaming EU, and FA Siege, all qualifying from that first open finals bracket. Some having significantly easier journeys than others, especially FA Baguette having to face off versus Craze Clan in their first match with a close 3-2 win. Obviously picking up some steam later on, knocking Tribe Gaming EU down to the lower bracket, but that's the beauty of it, right? You get to go down to the lower bracket and you can still qualify. There's a little bit of grace, and that's because we don't want to say goodbye to our best teams in the region early if they are dealt a bad hand. So it's great to see all 4 of these teams qualifying from Open Finals 1 that we get to meet today.
Yeah, some friendly faces there for sure, and it wasn't all doom and gloom for those that didn't quite qualify in that stage, because we did see, of course, Team Kesso and Craze Clan come back to DreamHack, where we had the LAN for the Open Season 2, so there was that to look forward to, I guess, if you were one of those teams that didn't qualify in Split 1. But it was a very grueling process, as we expected to see, and some big teams going down to that lower bracket as well, like, you know, Tribe Gaming and STMN EU, so they really had to battle it out to make themselves able to get to a qualifying position. You know, was there any particular matches there that really stood out for you as well, Teddy, in Split 1?
I mean, I think that Reddy had it on point with the Baguette run in that bracket was just so impressive, you know, a team that had their fair shares of struggles this year, being able to just, you know, make it through the entire upper bracket to qualify and beating top teams like Tribe and Craze. That is very impressive, and I'm so curious to see what their form is going to be like for the challenge season.
Yeah, I'm personally really looking forward to seeing FA Siege as well. I mean, when they were able to knock Team Casso out of that qualifying position in Split 1, that for me was like a moment of like, okay, this is really going to blow the competition wide open. So it's going to be keen to see, you know, whether teams that were able to qualify through that process can be as consistent going through into the challenge days to come. And ultimately, you know, there's some big competition, right, Reddy? I mean, like, you know, this is like the best teams in the EU and MENA region.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, after such a process, these teams have absolutely been put to so many tests and so many tribulations as well. Even if you drop a single match, it's okay. You get to go through the lower bracket and still have your chance. And also, kind of the beauty of this series is that we get to see practically every team play versus each other. So, I don't know. If you're into fantasy Brawl Stars, then definitely get your brackets ready, because there's a whole lot of gameplay to go by as well.
Well, let's take a look then at Split 2, and again, this was just a few days ago, about a week, in fact, in DreamHack. So we had a very eventful time there, and I know Teddy and yourself will have fond memories of it. Reply Totem, who were fantastic during the cup stages of Split 2. No surprises there, although a very close match between themselves and Bax did, and were the first to qualify themselves. Craze Clan again looked on top form, but that matchup to qualify was another 3-2. There were so many close games, in fact, except for just the very early 3-0s that we saw. Team Kesso had to go through the lower bracket and did so spectacularly well with a big 3-0 against FAB2T. But that matchup, Teddy, which I know will be in your mind, between Bax and Dog Stolovs, that ended in such spectacular fashion. Yeah, just talk us through that moment and what was going through your mind when you saw it, because it was probably one of the most clutch endings that I think we've seen in Brawl for a while, right?
Definitely. So, you know, as unbiased as I try to claim to be, I can't hide that, you know, there was quite a bit of happiness seeing success from the Dogster Lobsters. They've had a crazy journey in competitive. I've rarely seen teams, you know, be kind of hard stuck in Tier 2 competitive for this long, and seeing them, you know, show such phenomenal performance across the board, taking down teams like Bax, as you just mentioned, and I mean maybe a weakened STMN EU roster as well, was still just bringing so much happiness to my face, because that's what esports is all about, right? Having those underdog stories, and Dogster Lobster definitely delivered on that note in the Split 2 finals.
Yeah, I for one believe in Dogster Lobster supremacy. Absolutely. You know, it was fantastic to see them qualify and to watch their journey, to watch their evolution. Of course, these are the teams we'll be seeing over the course of the next few weeks. Reply Totem, Team Kesso, Tribe Gaming EU, Dogster Lobster, SK Gaming, FA Baguette, Craze Clan, and FA Siege. And as they correlate those points along the match days, we'll see who starts to extend their lead and who will eventually make it into the playoff stages. But of course, it is very, very fierce competition. Every team is going to have to give it their all. But again, there's some big names that didn't make it. Humble, STMN EU, Bax Esports, who performing phenomenally well for me, of course, will have to come back in the next season. We will not be seeing them for the next few weeks. This will be the round robin stage between the 8 teams that you see on your screen. So definitely going to be some grudge matches there for sure. Some big battles that we don't tend to often get the opportunity to see. So I know that I, for one, am incredibly excited to see a couple of them today. Actually, doing my research, saw a couple of matches that we've never actually witnessed so far in the competition. So what about yourselves? Reddy, is there sort of anyone that stands out to you already that looks like they could do really, really well in this competition?
I mean, right off the bat, we have to acknowledge SK Gaming, seeing how they were actually able to get more close to their former form in some competitions, especially MSI as well, really showing us that, they still got that medal that they always had. They just kind of fell into a rough patch. We'll see if they're able to keep that trajectory as well, but that's the team that I'm most curious to follow along this series.
It definitely was a very strong performance at the MSI, so definitely expecting good things from them for sure. Teddy, maybe talk us through today's schedule and any matches that really stand out for you.
Well, we got a bit of a banger of an opening match already. Team Queso versus FA Baguette, joined right after by Dogster Lobster versus Tribe Gaming EU. A bit more of a British match. Not completely, but a lot of British players on both rosters, so you love to see it. SK Gaming versus Totem for our third match of the evening. And then last but not least, Craze Clan versus FA Siege. I have to tell you, Ark, that third match is looking incredible to me. SK and Totem, two of the arguably best teams in the EMEA region, facing each other off on day one. That is going to be spicing things up.
Yeah, especially when we look back into the Split 2 Cup stages and how well Reply Totem were performing throughout then. They really have just been upping a gear recently with the introduction of iDoc Joker into the team. Everything seems to be slotting more into place there, and they had I think it was almost 4 grand final wins. It was 4 grand final wins in that Split 2 stage. So I'm also really looking forward to seeing Dogster Lobster actually taking on Tribe Gaming, because historically they've always been very close matches. Actually, those two teams tend to have a really, really close game, and seeing Dogster Lobster fresh off the back of Split 2 and how they performed there, I've got to feel like they're riding that high right now, and I want to see whether they have a really flying start to the competition. And in regards to predictions, it's going to be a really tough one to call, in my opinion. But yeah, those are the matches that kind of stand out to me. Was there anything there, Reddy, that stood out to you?
I'm going to side with you here. Dogster Lobster versus Tribe Gaming EU. I think it's going to be a really important match to keep our attention on. First of all, Dogster Lobster making their heroic journey, I would say, through that last bracket in order to make it here was just phenomenal. And we're going to see if they actually have what it takes in order to stand up versus kind of a renewed, maybe refreshed, empowered Tribe EU, as they are playing with a new player today. As this news just broke, I think a couple of hours ago, they have now added Lena to their roster, and they, I think, will be able to play with him as well. So we'll see. Did they really need a fourth? Questionable, but I'm always excited to see perhaps some trick shots if they even dare.
This is the thing, isn't it? You know, because Tribe Gaming were looking so good as a 3-man roster anyway. You know, is that going to help or hinder? For sure, Lanam brings a lot more aggression to the table, I think. You know, Yoshi does bring a lot of that himself anyway, but I don't think there's a bad thing in bringing another player in that brings a ton of brawlers to their tables, you know. So but you know, hey, let us know at home, you know, what do you guys think? Is Lanam going to bring something more to the Tribe Gaming EU table? Let us know, but make sure you hashtag it with Snapdragon Pro Series as well. If you know, stand out, maybe we'll even throw it up on the stream for you. Teddy, what about you though? What are your thoughts on there's a huge roster change for Tribe Gaming?
Oh, definitely. So it's just so interesting to see how that roster has evolved over time, right? Going from a lot of anchor sort of players, you know, that are all about consistency to those wild mechanical young players in Yoshi and Drage and Lena. Now they have the opportunity to cycle between them as well, depending on maps and modes and preferences, which I think might just, you know, widen their brawler pool furthermore and give them more opportunities to get some really cool drafts going against their opponents.
Well, it's going to be very enjoyable to see if we do manage to get to see Lenan play today. I'm expecting him to be, you know, not holding back. But of course, we've got to give a huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for putting on this entire event. Again, you know, to be able to bring organizations to this kind of magnitude and scale into what is such a competitive environment, and not just even for Brawl, but for all the titles that we're covering this year. Yeah, it wouldn't be possible without them, would it, Teddy?
No, absolutely not. You know, opportunities like this are so valuable for mobile esports, and we could not be more grateful to have a wonderful sponsor like that.
Well, teams will be getting themselves raring to go in just a moment. We're going to be checking in with them very shortly before we go into that draft process. But yeah, I mean, ready. In regards to the rosters, maybe you can talk us through the first one.
Yeah, up first we got Team Queso, none other than Rafa, Blacksea, Ala SSJ, and Javi as well are going to be flying across your screen and probably pulling off some sick moves in the first matchup of the day. If I had to point at any particular player that I'm looking at, I really love watching Javi play. I love watching him play beat. We'll see if that brawler is even open to him to begin with, but man, he always steals the spotlight when he's on the screen, at least for me.
Javi in particular, and just the way that Team Queso draft and like to play certain brawlers that we don't often tend to see, but are now actually, as teams grow more aware of Team Queso's playstyle, being banned out in that draft process and thinking things through just a little bit more. But yeah, the way that they adapt themselves to brawlers like Amber on Double Swoosh and going in with those final picks on Rafa's side of things, going with like a very aggressive Mortis or something which is going to cause a big problem. Yeah, Team Queso really are looking very, very good for me at the moment. And again, you know, going through the Open Finals too, they were just looking fantastic on stage as well. Of course, got some fierce opposition though up against Equark, Darkroom, and OP. So again, you know, do not underestimate this team. I've got to be honest. You know, FA Baguette did get that 3-0 win against Tribe Gaming EU in the Open Finals 1, and I think that many of us watching didn't necessarily expect that to be the case, considering how well Tribe Gaming EU were performing in the BSC at that time. So again, you know, FA Baguette, you know, I think actually stand a pretty decent chance here, Teddy.
Oh, absolutely. So I think that, you know, they have a pretty complete and versatile roster. They have a lot of experience at the highest level with players like Darkroom and Equark. Darkroom going to the World Finals last year under the colors of Bunker. But overall, Ope also showing some just exceptional mechanical skill lately, which has impressed, you know, even the best of the best pros.
Well, ready? I'm going to ask, you know, where is your head at for this one in terms of predictions? Which way do you think it's going to swing?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. I've seen more consistency from Team Queso. I feel like they're a safer bet if I were putting my money where my mouth is. I'm going to go with Team Queso because we have seen significant roster changes from Baguette recently, so I'm not exactly sure, right, what that is going to look like in our upcoming match.
What about you, Teddy? I mean, you know, it's a tough one. It's a tough one, but do you have a team that kind of sways you just a little bit more?
Here's the thing as well, right? Baguette, I mean, you know, the good thing about qualifying in Split 1 is that you don't have to go through Split 2, but the less good thing is that I haven't had the chance to watch them in nearly as long, and Team Queso, they've been playing impressively well. Maybe didn't have the performance they hoped to get through the 3-day MSI, but they are here now, and I feel like they're hungry for some W's, so I'm have to side with Team Queso as well.
I think that's fair. Ultimately, you know, we've seen them on stage, you know, just a few weeks ago, and they looked ever more comfortable actually in that setting. And like I said, you know, FA Baguette, you know, in the BSC as well, have had their struggles and not, you know, without a lot of roster changes along the way as well. So I think Team Queso have kind of really affirmed themselves recently as a very, very strong unit, and I think also very sure of themselves along the way too. So I think that's where my head is at as well. I think that Team Queso probably stand a slightly better chance, but it is still that first day, that first week. So it remains to be seen. But what we do know for certain is that Team Queso are looking very, very dangerous, and that FA Baguette can't underestimate that. At the same time, they are able and capable of great things as well. So we shall see. Well, this is actually going to be the one that I'm going to be sitting out on. So I'm going to leave you guys to it, and we'll shortly be getting into those picks and bans.
All right. Well, we should be getting our draft in any second now. In the meantime, or I think we are already. No, not quite. I thought we might jump in already. But anyways, yeah, I think, you know, that even though Team Queso is going to be in most books the favorite for this matchup, I think FA Baguette do bring enough interesting things to the table to be a very big threat anyways, because they have very unorthodox drafts. They are not scared of taking risks and bringing in brawlers that you wouldn't necessarily expect to see on some maps. And at the same time, as I said earlier, they do have some really good mechanical skill on their side as well that can turn things around. If you had to give, like, you know, odds to this match, Ready, I know you're more of an NA expert in general, but you've had your chance to familiarize yourself a lot more with EU in the last couple of weeks. What would your odds be for this matchup?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I would probably say 65-35 a victory for Queso. And that's just because, once more, I mean, I totally agree with you. I think that Baguette has the mechanical skill to make that happen. If I were to name one thing that makes them stand out from the crowd, I would say that they have very concentrated talent, very concentrated mechanical skill in these three players that they have currently on their roster. But when it comes to Team Queso, I think consistency is absolutely key. And when we talk odds here, I mean, 65% is a whole lot more consistent than 35. But who knows? We'll see, actually, if Baguette can make that 35%, at least in my mind, a W for them.
Yeah, I think they have what it takes. I think that's not even, like, you know, a part of the question, really. But they have to, you know, they have to show up today. And it's going to be challenging because they've had a challenging year filled with roster changes. And, you know, it's hard to build up consistency when, you know, your roster isn't consistent itself. So they have a chance now, you know, with this team to build things up from there, and we'll see how well things go. But yeah, I think they're gonna have to bring their A game, because Team Queso, they've had, you know, MSI, Chaos Cup, and obviously, you know, Split 2 very recently to iron out some of the problems and mistakes they had on their side of things. And I think that's a very big positive, and that was my entire point from earlier, right? Saying, you know, Baguette, they qualified in Split 1, which is very impressive, and it can save you tons of headaches having to go through Split 2 being your final chance to qualify for the challenge season. But at the same time, you know, now there might be a little bit less time to have corrected some of those problems, because there wasn't those, you know, important matches that Team Queso had just in the last couple of weeks.
And I think it's a point worth revisiting too, as well, is that Baguette qualified really early on, and to reiterate, that's extremely impressive and is a fantastic test of what they are capable of and the skill that they just innately possess. But it has been a while. and we haven't seen a whole lot of them. So that is one factor to consider. The other thing is that playing these matches in the second qualifying split kind of acts like a series of really high quality scrims where you can anticipate that your enemy is absolutely going to be playing their hearts out, and from all of it, you collect some seriously good footage for your coach to go over with you, and run some scrims beyond that. So from that perspective, from that line of thinking, once more, we got to say, I think Team Queso has the advantage here in terms of having that footage to roll back. But once more, we got to fall back to sort of this line of thinking where FA Baguette, they have the mechanical skill and they can pop off if necessary. So if they're in the right mindset, I think that they can absolutely take this one home, but it's not going to be a decisive win by either party in my mind.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it can very much be a decisive win, but I think it would be more likely to be on the side of Team Queso. For me, Baguette, they need to approach this from the get-go with, some risk aversion, being willing to bring in some riskier, more unorthodox comps from the get-go, getting into set one already. I'm kind of hoping to see some spice in the draft, because that's something they've consistently been able to bring out so far this year, and their drafts have been a big reason for their success. So I'm hoping to see that, because I think it will raise their chances quite drastically, as I believe we start things off with Split. Off the bat, I was actually watching some Zeta Division 0 scrims earlier on Tensai stream on this map. I was seeing some crazy things, Colette being brought back in the mix, and I'm hoping that maybe some of that could be an inspiration for Baguette to try to find any sort of natural advantage, because when you are in an underdog situation, which to me, 65-35, those are odds I agree with. That is an underdog situation. You need to take some risks in the draft, because the only natural advantage you can build up over your opponents is going to be that draft, and you got to nail it from the get-go.
Yeah, and I don't even think that's going to be an uncomfortable perspective there for FA Baguette. I think that they do really thrive in these situations where they get an edge in the draft by picking something that's pretty unexpected by the enemy. And what better place to see that kick off than Split, one of kind of the wackiest maps out there in terms of drafts. I would say even crazier than Triple Dribble, even if it is kind of, comparing Brawl Ball to Hot Zone, apples to oranges in a way. But I love to see tanks here, and you bringing up that we saw Zeta, or rather you saw Zeta run Colette, makes a whole lot of sense. There's so many different ways to play this map, and a lot of ways that can work as well. Heck, a year ago, we saw people running pretty much just B and Colt on this map to break open all the walls and also get some long-range control. Yeah, it seems a little silly, right? Get rid of the main thing that makes Split, that giant obstacle that splits the map in half. But if it gets you a win, it gets you a win. Another thing that I want to point out about FA Baguette, actually, is that, once more, they can stand to benefit a lot from playing in their comfort zone, which is going for these kind of cracked out drafts as well. Because if they let on that they're a little timid here, maybe they ban just Bonnie, Eve, Janet, that is gonna allow Queso to run pretty much whatever they want, not ban out some of the most powerful brawlers in the game, and opens a lot of doors for them as well.
No, that's a good point. Obviously, bans are a very important point, right? You want to make sure that you disable your biggest weaknesses, remove some of those brawlers that are big threats to the comps that you have been scrimming with, the brawlers that you have as comfort and safety net sort of brawlers that you want to bring out when you're nervous or you're not sure what to run, or you want to make sure you get that out, but you also want to make sure your bans are going to be harming your opponent's comps, that it targets directly some of their favorite brawlers that will ruin the synergy of some of their comps, where it's not just that brawler that's banned out, it's some brawlers that go along with it. Something like on Split, I'm trying to come up with a proper example for this, but just banning a Rico or Ruffs is gonna go a long way, because brawlers that are gonna be able to solo hold a lane and be super strong in that defensive side. So, you know, having that out of the picture might mean that you need more resources in defense, because some of those comps that rely on having only one player defend your zone, they're just not going to be, you know, an option anymore. So there are a lot of mechanics like that that are definitely going to be coming in play, and it's going to be up to the best team to take it home. As I said, off the bat, I think momentum is going to be important for this one. And Baguette, if they want to have the most chances at making this match work, they need to strike hard from the get-go, and that means getting the upper hand in the draft.
Yeah, and if we were going to talk about momentum as well, I would say that momentum has pretty much the strongest effect when your opponent doesn't really know why they're losing. So if you can go for some confusing strategy, if you're able to lock your enemy into, say, not having any wall break on this map, and you have tanks at your disposal, they're going to have a really, really hard time winning any kind of lane matchup, and it might feel a little bit helpless. And that kind of mentality, from the gameplay, the objective facts of the gameplay is that I can't walk on the point because there's a Frank there and I'm a Sprout, and there's not really a better matchup for me on this entire map. Hypothetically, of course. And that sort of helplessness, if you allow it to get to you, can carry on into those following sets. Anyway, we'll be getting into the first draft. We hear the banned brawlers as well, and speak of the devil, and he shall be banned, I guess. Teddy, we do see the dog ban on both sides.
Yeah, double Ruffs ban, double Gale ban, and then it's gonna be the Sprout on the side of TQ, Baguette removing this too. First pick, Janet from Team Keizo, joined quickly by second and third pick of Eve and Surge. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing a lot. I believe that Barney is playable as well. I would say that this is not a map where I expect to see it all that much. But it's worth mentioning, as there are definitely maps in those series where it's much more applicable.
Barley is a brawler that I love to see as a last pick, especially because that's pretty much the only place where he's viable, actually. And it could be in the cards, actually, for FA Baguette. Here come the next couple of picks from Team Queso, a Bonnie and a Rico. And like you mentioned earlier, Teddy, Rico's going to be great for holding down a lane practically by himself. So we'll see, actually, if Baguette goes for something to play versus the Rico on that lane. And once more, I think that Barley could definitely be suited for the job. The thing is that, well, they got to consider they're facing versus a Bonnie here. As long as they don't give her super, if they're careful about that, then they don't have to worry too much about what this last brawler is. And there it is, the tank coming into play here from FA Baguette. Expect nothing less, and this is actually very, very bold of them to pick into Rico, a hard tank counter. So we'll see how they execute it on Split.
Yeah, I'm very curious about how this is going to work out, because when I said earlier that this might not be the map where, you know, you'd expect to see too many Bonnies, I mean it because Bunny is going to be somewhat underwhelming in that, you know, regular cannon stage, whereas the jump is going to be super great once you get it, but you need quite a couple of hits before you unlock it. Sure, when you get it, it's going to be a free zone because you can just, you know, jump into either zone pretty much and dish out a ton of damage up close, clean it up quite easily. We'll have to see how this all works out, as the early aggression from the Prime on the right-hand side is going to be cleared up by Team Queso. They'll be able to have control of both hot zones for the Equak is trying to aggress the right side once again, but getting melted down before he can get too much done over there.
Yeah, you gotta give some kudos as well to LASSJ on the right side. He's making sure that he doesn't get close to those obstacles that he really needs. We see Equak actually running the Asteroid Belt gadget, which we'd like to use to break open some of these walls, but it's not going to pay off. On the right side, though, LSSJ is going to try and take down Darkoom. There's the kill, and he once more has possession of this right lane. And it's up to Team Queso to keep on walking over this left side. We'll see another super in a row, actually, from Equak as he starts to capture this. LSSJ, if he's able to get some significant damage on Darkoom and hold down this right side, then this one is going to be in the bag for Team Queso. It's up to Javi, actually, to jump in now and get that last bit capture.
Yeah, the jump in from Javi. Equak gets cleared up, and that is very much going to be a first game for Team Queso. A solid one as well as so far. I do think their comp does look superior. I like the idea of the Primo, but I think running it into the Rico is just too much of a risk. Like, you need the enemy Rico to be doing a lot of mistakes and missing a lot of shots to really, not take enough damage to be taken out this easily. And so far, I don't feel like we saw that. Ekwak was getting melted down consistently on the right-hand side. And sure, he was getting a couple of percentages because he has the tankiness to, walk through some of those shots. But it doesn't really last for long. And it seems like the next game is well under its way. And so far, LASSJ doing a really good job at keeping Ekwak and bay once again on the right-hand side.
Yeah, expect nothing less of a Rico versus a tank, especially on the right side of this map. He's pretty much just made for this. We will actually see Team Queso losing some ground, and Baguette get to walk over this area. Darkhoom on this lane especially is going to be a serious threat because Happy has a lot of health to work with, and if he keeps on using that health, he's going to continue feeding a super to this Eve, but she just doesn't have the damage output to fight this all by herself. And you got to see Orca do some significant damage. Perhaps a little bit of help from Ekwak could do the trick too, or perhaps not. Team Queso just need to sit here, chill out, and claim their first set victory.
All right, this is looking excellent for the Spaniards as they take a clean first set. A very good performance overall from TQ in this opening set, looking much better than what Baguette brought in. I mean, I feel like the Prima was kind of letting them down just as a pick, not saying it was played wrong. I just feel like as a pick, it wasn't really finding the most value, was feeding a lot of supers and getting melted down before it could really get too many percentages. I like it more when it's combined with something like a Gale, where you have the jump pad to jump into the zone. That kind of cuts the gap and makes your movement a little bit less predictable, a little bit less of a corridor where the Rico can just melt you down, get you so low HP before you're even inside of the zone.
Yeah, and I think also the stats sort of reflect what you're saying with a Primo gameplay, right? Feeding a bunch of supers there, we can see a whole lot of healthy healed here by FA Baguette, especially because, well, they have this Primo that's walking in all the time and trying his best to stay alive, healing up some health, walking back in once more. I think if anything, we saw FA Baguette do what they were pretty comfortable doing in the draft phase, picking something creative, picking something very bold, but it didn't seem to phase Team Queso, and it didn't look to me like FA Baguette really tried much different in game number 2 as opposed to game number 1. I expected, if anything, maybe Ekwak would try playing on the left lane instead, but he tried to make it happen versus a Rico once more, and Team Queso, they just fired back with even more vitriol.
We need a strong answer from Baguette. One of the things I want to point out as well after this opening set is that the roster is looking a little bit different than what we have on the screen. I was a bit surprised to see OP on the roster earlier because he left the team a couple weeks ago, I believe, if my memory serves me well. And Orca joined them all the way from Asia to be playing under the Baguette colors. And he was in game right there. He was the Surge, if I remember well. And one of the nice things with him as well is that he's been helping out a lot of different teams, and I'm talking top teams in both Europe and NA, get some really creative comps. And he is going to be now, exclusively be putting in that work for Baguette. It didn't work this time around. I liked some of the ideas of it. I mean, Eve is always, a very threatening brawler that can do a lot. Same with Surge. Primo for me was maybe taking things a little bit too far and trying too much to think out of the box, because it just wasn't the best final pick to my eyes on display.
Yeah, in practice, it didn't work amazingly, but on paper, I could definitely see it having some success. It just seems that the counterplay was played very, very well. Not only was Rico placed firmly on that lane for the entire game, but Rico was positioned where he was not going to allow Asteroid Belt to break open any of those crucial walls. allowing him to stand on that point for the entire game. So it just looks to me like the Primo pick, it got countered, and the Primo gameplay got countered as well. Once more, I kind of want to revisit like what would have happened if we saw Primo on the left lane. Would we have seen something different, right? I feel like that's kind of the reason that Draft lets us play more than one game, is so that we can take the same thing and mix it up a little bit and apply it on the battlefield a little bit differently. And I don't think that Baguette is going to make that mistake twice. I think come set number 2, set number 3, we're going to see a little bit more creativity in how they apply the comp following a loss or even a victory as well.
Yeah, I like the idea of using those meteors to break open the walls and kind of nerf the Rico to a certain extent, because he doesn't get that super smooth bounce that he usually does. But the thing is, Ale had just wonderful positioning through in and throughout, sitting more on the right side rather than close to those walls, so those meteors wouldn't even destroy most of those walls whatsoever. And then suddenly, I mean, that's a useless Primo gadget, and that value is something that I think they were missing out on. I mean, it was fairly close in the end, but it still felt like a pretty dominant way to start things off in favor of Team Queso, obviously.
Yeah, and you also have to give credit, right, to Team Queso for being pretty intelligent in the draft, because I don't think the Primo came out of absolute nowhere. I think it also came out of sort of the the crucible of restriction, not really having a whole lot of solid choices that could be chosen, and you're pretty much at a crossroads, or probably a single road. Do I pick kind of an all right brawler, or maybe the crossroads involves picking kind of this zany pick that can work really, really well, or can be completely shut down by the killer play from Ale SSJ on the right side. That said, though, I don't think that this is going to happen again. I think that that FA Baguette will be sticking with their current, I guess, guiding principles of going for something a little bit outside of the box, but this time being even more creative with how they apply it on the battlefield. Here come our bans, and our first pick as well, a Squeak first pick following an Ash, Byron, Max, and Bonnie, Janet, and Eve bans. And oh no, Teddy, I think I talked about this one earlier. I said, if Baguette ban Eve, Bonnie, Janet, that is not a good sign.
Yeah, it's definitely not the biggest sign of confidence, right? It shows that right now it's a default ban, right? It's not map specific, it's not team specific, it's a default ban, and that's definitely a sign of weakness. I do like the Tick and the Jean, both brawlers, and not necessarily brawlers you see too much in combination, because their regular attacks are going to have that similar like kite mechanic, where you're just trying to get a little bit of damage on your opponents, but not quite enough to finish them off most of the time. So it's an interesting pairing to open things up on Layer Cake, as the gene pools will help turn around situations and get big kills. Tick can definitely help, when you need to push into your opponent's base, because they have the lead and they're set up a bit of a stronghold that you can't get past. But so far, I'm liking a lot what I'm seeing from Team Queso. The Squeak is still a very dominant brawler overall, especially on maps with bushes, which Layer Cake has a fair abundance of. And the Leon also able to get some really great invis, go for some flanks. That is going to be a challenge for the Tick to keep at bay. Lola is going to be the final pick from Team Queso, which I'm not as confident with. I do like that the Ego can tank for some gene pools and stuff like that. But it's from Baguette, and if they can punish this roster, this comp, rather, from Team Queso.
Oh, and here's the Sprout double throwers. I suppose never doubt, actually, FA Baguette, because they will be bringing something a little bit nutty to the table, and I think Tick and Sprout definitely fits that. Here's the problem, is that I don't think Jean really combines with either of these brawlers, and earlier you said the same thing, and I thought to myself, but they're not meant to work together, right? Third pick surely is going to be something that works with Jean, but it looks like Jean is going to be on a solo mission for the majority of this matchup. Another thing to consider is that Jean kind of gets countered out by the Leon. Since Leon can throw down a lollipop drop, he can also get some good invisibility. Other thing is that Lola, she has an ego. you can pull the ego, but it's not really going to get you any value, unfortunately. So I'm curious to see how FA Baguette is going to put this to work, but Team Queso's comp, once more, it seems a little bit more consistent, even though I'm not necessarily a fan of the shorter range pick of Lola over perhaps something else.
All right, well, so far, Blue Star is picked up by TQ. Let's see how Baguette work around that. And I do think that it's a little bit scary, you know, to be facing a Leon with 2 throwers, because if he gets up close to either one of the throwers, that is, in most cases, going to result in a free kill. They will have an easy job, at least, at dealing with those lollipop drops, as, you know, throwers have a fair bit of reach. The overgrowth from the sprouts to reach through the wall and take down that second lollipop drop. The third one, actually.
Oh, third lollipop drop already. And I think we saw some assistance as well from Ekwek on the right side to handily take those down, which is going to mean that Black Sea is pretty much out of moves here unless he's able to get crazy dodges, which I can say with relative confidence is not going to be happening versus FA Baguette, especially with the pull available. Ooh, and a missed pull. Unfortunate. That is not a pull you should be missing, but the pressure is definitely on, and the saving grace is going to be Orca's hedge, which will permit Darkum actually to pick up that kill. So it's not all lost, and FA Baguette just have to maintain their current position for 15 more seconds to get their first game victory of this matchup.
Yeah, this is a good situation for Baguette. The pull onto Black Sea connects. That's going to be a free elimination. Ekwok finds Ali SSG on the right-hand side. Javi is there with a trade at last and the first kill of this game for Team Queso, but that's way too late as they still have that 5 stars lead to claim the victory here in game number 1. Better here from Baguette, and double thrower is something you only really ever see as a last pick option because it's way too counterable until then. And I feel like the fact that they had that opening and that they went for it is a great sign of life on their end. Black Sea taking a lot of early damage. I think he was very underwhelming in that previous game. I don't remember seeing him use any supers, and that needs to change if they want to turn things around here in game 2.
Yeah, he's going to be a lot more sparing, I believe, with those gadgets this time because they were taken out so quickly. He was trying to use them as an accessory, actually, to Javi on the right side, I believe. Ooh, and Javi is going to get bounced out. No, he's not going to be taken down by the Tick Super, though. Darkum also holding on to his super. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to access Black Sea, though. In fact, Team Queso continued to apply the pressure. 9 stars to 5, now turning to 13, 15, and they look for their escape route. Looks like Black Sea is going to be able to get out of here without taking too much damage, but Team Queso can't retire their position. They can't back up. Otherwise, they are going to have a very bad time versus the double thrower comp, so we can anticipate they will try and stick it mid for the next 50 seconds, lest FA Baguette have a killer push and are able to reclaim some of those stars.
Yeah, Black Sea is pushing forwards. His low HP does get traded out, but it's still 12 stars, very much in the favor of Team Queso. A nice turnaround after that previous game that FA Baguette were able to take home. Let's see if Team Queso can even things out. Ooh. Oh, Black Sea gets pulled, taken out, still 10 stars though.
I think we just saw a really unfortunate start there for Darkum. We saw him end off the last game with a whole lot of stars and hits a max range pull just now. You know what they say? You miss 100% of the pulls you don't take. And Darkum is showing us exactly that. Unfortunately, he won't be enough by himself. This one-man army can't make this game fall in their favor. And Team Queso will be picking up a game on their side now. And now it's all tied up 1-1 in set number 2.
I think I kind of just, you know, hit the nail on the head when I was talking about the Leon earlier. You know, lacking impact in that first game, because in this second, just so much more impact on his hand. He was able to chain supers, which I said earlier, I don't remember him even having a single super in game 1. A very drastic difference and improvement for Team Queso. Let's see if they can keep it up, as this time around they'll get the blue star once again, and we saw how that ended last time.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, once you have that blue star, you are able to command the pace of the match. But the thing is that, once more, this is not all over yet for Team K, so they have to maintain this position and leverage a few more stars from here. Great hedge, actually, from Orca, completely saving his life and that of Ekwak as well. AlSSJ will get pulled, and Darku can't finish it off by himself. That's very unfortunate. And down goes Ekwak as well. That's just kind of the situation. I mean, when you go for a Gene and you don't really have anything to combo with, Gene is pretty likely to die once he pulls his target, and that's exactly what we've witnessed before our eyes. Hopefully Darkum doesn't let that happen again, otherwise they will be heading to a set number 3 with 2 sets already on the enemy side. 50 seconds for them to bring this back, and Blacksea still has some gadgets to work with, but he is going to lose this lane to Orca.
Yeah, it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, there is no destruction as well on the side of Team Queso, so those walls are going to be very, very strong for that double thrower come from FA Baguette, but they have very little actual, you know, damage output. They can get some consistent kiting across the board, but no big burst of damage, and it's made it hard to secure those eliminations. They are leading right now by that blue star. Javi gets shut down right after he uses an ego as well, but they're all trapped in that area. That is going to be the 1 kill, but still 1 star difference. The super, it takes them all down. Ridiculous super from Ale, and he survives as well. Wow. Team Kenzo, they'll make it a set.
Okay, I personally, if I were Ale right there, I would not have walked towards the enemy. That could have been a 13-13 and a blue star for the enemy side, but I mean, a kind of an unnecessary risk, but definitely a statement as well, as Team Queso was able to close that one out with a W. And by the stat comparison, it looked actually pretty successful for FA Baguette, a whole lot of damage, but this is the reality of playing something more control-based versus what Team Queso was going for, which was more on concentrated aggression and picking up kills and getting right out of there. So FA Baguette was able to pump out some serious damage, but wasn't able to finish off those kills, and I think that's just a result of the brawlers that they played, and it was a risk that they were willing to take.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we saw some more of that FA Baguette potential in that comp, and I liked some of the ideas. I think it does come down to that burst damage, though, that they just somewhat lack, and I know the gene pools are supposed to be mitigating that, because, you know, if you pull someone, you'll be able to get those full, like, around 1500 damage gene shots that will secure those kills, but they were not able to do so often enough, and the amount of times I saw people survive was 200, 300 HP on the side of Team Queso and falling back. Those are stars that Baguette could definitely have used on their own side, and they did not, because they didn't really have that burst to close out those eliminations. So maybe something to reconsider there for that comp. I like some of the ideas of it. I just feel like it's really hard to pull off, and this time around they were not able to pull it off.
To their credit, though, they came a whole lot closer, right? They were able to get a win in here, and both of the games, they did have some pretty good moments. Just when they did actually allow the lead to go over to the enemy side, it just started to snowball from there, and that's also sort of how Bounty goes. We'll see if it goes any differently, though. On Safe Zone, bans are going to be coming out, and it looks like they're getting a little bit more creative with their bans this time. Now banning out Bonnie, Daryl, and Colette for themselves. On the side of Team Queso, the Eve, Bonnie, and Lola bans. And a Janet to start things off, I find, is quite interesting, considering that I don't think that's one of what most people would say is a go-to brawler, or one of those go-to brawlers for Safe Zone. I would say that Piper more fits that description. Colt, also strong brawler here so far. Pretty solid stuff, pretty consistent stuff from Team Queso, but it's over to Baguette to come up with something creative that can get them this win.
Yeah, I think a nice thing about Janet on this map is you can have that Nani TP sort of effect with your super, where you can get behind enemy lines, sit in that little corner of walls, and just lock down that position. And when you do, if your opponents don't have the comp to break it open, you're going to be out of the picture, which is partly why we're seeing a Piper and a Colt, because they have destruction, they have a way of removing those walls and just, you know, dealing with that threat either preventively, or once he gets in that position, Rico is another alternative to do so, as he can bounce around the edges of that. Very annoying to deal with corners. So I like what I'm seeing here on both sides, and I like that FA Baguette are doubling down on that by bringing in the Nani as well.
I was thinking that myself. I was like, man, they are going to be really irritating to deal with if they're able to get in those back couple of corners versus Team Queso. But then at the same time, I feel like that can very quickly devolve into a base race if both of those brawlers are in those back corner positions at the same time. And in a base race, I'm actually leaning more towards Team Queso in terms of capability of getting the most damage per second on the safe. And at the end of the day, I think it mostly comes down to the cult play from Blacksea. A good kill so far, a response as well from Ala SSJ onto Ekwak, and another kill as well. This guy takes no prisoners. Note to self, never let Ala SSJ get a Rico pick.
Yeah, Darkum able to jump over the water, realizing the second gadget, rather, of Janet. Orca trying to take down Javi. He's going to open up the wall with his super, which I think was on purpose. I'm assuming it was. And so far, it is a big lead. At last, it seems like Baguette are finding a little bit more positioning, but they have to be careful because Javi, man, he's tapping on that Piper, and he is going to find Orca as well.
Yeah, I don't think really this mid lends itself well to the advantage that Nani usually boasts over Piper. She has longer range, but she needs a little bit of space for those shots to spread out. We'll see Blacksea actually take down Darkum and hang out at this lane a little bit longer. Also good taking care of Javi earlier. He is going to be stepping back up to the battlefield, and here comes a super from Darkum. We'll see if he does what you're thinking, Teddy, going towards the back lines. He's going to try and take down Blacksea first, and he will be able to step up to that task, and now he gets to rain down some damage on the safe, but they have a large margin to close here, as Team Queso has already done a ton of damage to that get safe.
Yeah, it's actually rather close now, and the thing is, I think initially the plan of the Janet is to get in that back line, right? But when you're facing something like a Colt on your lane, it's not worth it, because the Colt is going to deal infinitely more damage on safe than the Janet, so they've had to adjust their plans, and this is just not something that is going to be viable on that lane. Same goes against the Rico, because they have so much damage if they can get some full clips onto the safe. So far though, Team Queso was a big lead. This is looking dangerously close to a match point in favor of TQ, as FA Baguette are not going to be able to get that final bit of damage. They're getting close actually, but it's going to be 6% in favor of Team Queso to make the difference and secure them their first match point.
That last second tank from the entire roster, actually, of TQ was totally paramount. I believe it was a 6% differential that separated them from a tie and 7% from an actual victory there. But it goes to show that every single micro play does count, and that team coordination is absolutely vital when it comes down to the last few seconds of the game. A good kill from Javi on the left side, and an excellent pinch, actually, between all three members of the TQ roster. And Ekwak is going to be the last man standing on the right side, but he's severely outranged and outgunned as well. Fought a 1v2, and unfortunately had to go back to the respawn as well. Team Queso continues pressing forward, and I think we're beginning to see FA Baguette unravel, as this is a stark difference from what we've been seeing them bring to the table over the last several games and several sets.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. I think they may have overlooked the Javi Piper, because he is one of the most ridiculous Pipers I've ever faced. I had to face that guy not too long ago when he was playing Piper. I have never been getting killed this much without even seeing him. Like, he's ridiculous on the Piper, and he has barely been missing any shots so far. I'm saying it now, so he's probably, I'm probably jinxing it, but he's going for damage on safe, and his droops are on point, his shots are just connecting non-stop, and that's such a massive amount of damage to deal with so far. They haven't been able to make that work whatsoever on the side of Baguette. Ale cleans up the right-hand side, and even though Baguette won both the mid and the left lane, they can't really make a real push out of that, because they still need to secure those eliminations onto the players, and right now that's only 27% left on that red safe.
It's not the end of the game yet, though. FA Baguette still can get this, but it is going to be remarkably difficult. And everyone from Team Queso is in practically their strongest position, especially with Javi once more stepping back up to mid. He's been having crazy dodges this entire game. Orca can't really seem to hit him. And it looks like Darkum is a little cross-eyed here as he can't decide whether he wants to go for Black Sea or for Javi, and he won't get either, actually. Team Queso is playing remarkably right now. There's only 20 seconds left for FA Baguette to do anything to stop it.
Yeah, Black Sea gets a nice super off. Sorry, Darkum gets a nice super off onto Black Sea and Javi. That is going to be the elimination, not even. But damage-wise, there's just way too much catching up to do, and FA Baguette are not going to be up to the task. Team Queso to secure the match was swift 3-0 against FA Baguette. Some good attempts overall from FA Baguette, but Team Queso just looked like the clear winner out of this one.
No doubt. And look, you know what? Thanks, Team Queso, for making me eat my words, because I thought this was going to be a little bit closer, but in the end, FA Baguette was only able to get one game victory in this entire matchup. But that's not to say that they weren't creative. They didn't not show us what they were capable of in terms of the drafts. To execute on it, unfortunately. And I think also that's just a bit of warming up after not having played versus these kind of teams in Snapdragon for a hot minute. Once more, stats pretty much tell the entire story. Decisive victory for Team Queso, and I think we can anticipate a lot from them in the coming days as well.
Yeah, definitely. So they've been looking, very much on the rise, and that's a lot to say about a team that is as consistent and strong as them. So I'm glad to see that so far it does look like they've been able to iron out some of the problems they've been facing in their last couple tournament matches, and they're looking good right now, man. They're looking very, very good. And FA Baguette, they have some work to do before they come back for day 2.
Yeah, well, we're going to see what they're able to bring. I mean, I certainly had high hopes for FA Baguette. The creativity was there, but the delivery, unfortunately, was not. And if we had to point out one thing in particular that I think that Team Queso did pretty well was they were flexible with what kind of range they were able to operate at. Every single one of those brawlers they chose could operate at long range, and I think from the side of FA Baguette, they chose brawlers that weren't able to compete at that range, which is especially important when it comes to safe zone, where it's basically bounty with a safe. Once more, I think that these are just kind of growing pains, and this is a learning experience for them to help prepare them for the later match days.
Yeah, I think, we saw some really interesting comps being brought in by the drafts of FA Baguette, and some of the ideas I like, some of the ideas I didn't like as much. Seems like overall, there might be some work on the execution that is required as well to actually, make a success out of those comps, because a comp on paper is as good as the player can play it, right? And right here, I just felt like it was a bit underwhelming on the side of the execution of FA Baguette, and that is probably one of the aspects they need to work on before we get into further tournament days.
Yeah, I think at a lot of points, there were opportunities for them to go for solo missions, like with a teleport or with a super in from Janet to create a nuisance on the backline, but their enemies were in such good positions that a base race absolutely would have favored Team Queso, so they couldn't end up taking that risk. And even on their solo missions, they got owned in like a 1v2 or a 1v3, which I think is about what you'd expect as well. So I don't think that they were really underwhelming too much, but I do think they got certainly outplayed by a world's class team.
Yeah, definitely. So they didn't look bad. I'm definitely not saying they did. I think that in Bounty is where they had the most opportunities to make some things work, and I think that double thrower, due to the last pick, gave them a lot of good opportunities to get takedowns, and I mean, it's the only set in which they won a game, to be honest, and that final one was like 800 HP on the Gene from separating them from a win. So it was close, definitely was. But in the other two sets, They were 2-0s, and here if we look at highs, the scoreline damage wise, the first game 6%, second game was already night and day, a very big difference, and just not really able to make the adjustments to turn those into victories is what led to their demise here in day one. They still have 6 days of matches to go through, so there's all the room of for improvement that they can ask for, but they're gonna have to deliver, because I do think it was a slightly underwhelming first show on their side.
Yeah, I mean, once more to reiterate, right, I think that this is pretty much a warm-up for Baguette, and we're seeing a Team Queso in their usual form, or who knows, maybe they're warming up, and this was a remarkable performance from them as well, considering that potential fact as well. But it has left me excited for our upcoming matches as well. Super exciting stuff, and what a way to start things off here in SPS.
All right, well guys, that's one match behind us. We'll have 3 more to go today. We'll get right back to it after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, my name is Rama. I am playing for Clan, and I am the captain of this team. Real. Yeah. Yes, real. Real. Yes, real. Yes. Oui. Real. Yes. Really? But it is cactus. True. Real. Yeah. Okay, name? I don't know the names. I never watched how it's named.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars again. We are in the EU and MENA regions, and we just had a banger matchup between FA Baguette and Team Kesso. I was watching from the sidelines, but yeah, that was pretty convincing, Teddy, from my perspective.
Yeah, that was a very strong performance that Team Kesso were able to bring in, and that's how you want to start a season, right? Start things off with a bang, and I feel like they definitely did so. A bit underwhelming on the side of FA Baguette, but you know, newer roster as well with Orca joining their ranks. That is definitely, you know, gonna switch things up quite a bit.
Yeah, he's a great player, no doubt about it at all. But yeah, at the beginning, there are those kind of teething moments and just kind of, yeah, learning each other's kind of like play styles and kind of where you fit in. So not the best of starts for FA Baguette, but no doubt they'll start to kind of pick their pace up as the competition continues, as we will continue today with our next matchup, which will be Dogster Lobster versus Tribe Gaming. Ready, set, what are your thoughts? This is one that we said at the beginning was one that we were both looking forward to, right?
This one has got me so excited because we're looking at a renewed Tribe Gaming. They have a new player, Lena, and also, I mean, Dogster Lobster, right? What's not to love about Dogster Lobster? The logo, the name, the players as well, and the story that they've had building up as they progress their way to this challenge season.
It's funny, you know, every show I've been to, like, someone from production will come up to me and say, what's that team with dog something? That name sticks, and I think it's fantastic branding. I think that in an era that we're currently in, where so many teams have got FA in their name, and I'm sure it frustrates Teddy as much as it frustrates me. I think they've smashed it, and just to watch them grow as players as well, and you know, be able to stand on that stage at DreamHack and you know, and not buckle under the pressure. I think that says a lot about this team, and really excited for their debut. Teddy, you know, what are you thinking in terms of like how they're going to stand up to the heat of Tribe, especially now that they've got Lenan added to the roster today?
I think it's going to be a particularly challenging opening match for Dogster Lobsters because even though I do agree with you, traditionally they've been able to have fairly close matches between themselves, surprisingly close, considering Tribe was always, you know, a step ahead and above them in the leaderboards. You know, it's different rosters since then as well, and I feel like overall the experience from Tribe and getting a player of the caliber of Lenan to join them now today as well is going to be very, very hard for them to beat. But, you know, that's the thing with Dogster Lobster, right? Against all odds should be their motto, and honestly, it's, you know, how I see it on their side as well, because they've shown us time and time over again that they can do crazy things, and I'm hoping to see those crazy things today.
Yeah, we have seen just that. How to win Kaden and Bid. They are definitely able to cause upsets. But it is the question, like you said, Teddy, that will today be that day, especially under the amount of pressure that Tribe will be inevitably placing upon them. But I do feel that they are able to get a win today. It's going to be definitely an uphill struggle, shall we say. But again, I've got a lot of love for this team, and I do hope that they have a good season regardless. They are starting on a tough one. It's fair to say, ready, set.
Yeah. I think that there's not really going to be an easy footing to get started on, unfortunately, because we have so many phenomenal teams competing here. So Dogster Lobster to get their debut versus Tribe Gaming with Lena. I'm not really sure how to call it. I think if Lena is played today, he's going to have phenomenal mechanical skill, but maybe the synergy with Tribe Gaming won't entirely be there yet, and Dogster Lobster could focus that as a pain point to take advantage of Tribe Gaming EU at the moment. But for now, how to win Kanan Vid, I think that they're going to bring us a pretty good show.
Well, we have a little segment as well for Dogster Lobster. Let's take a little look at that now.
Well, we've been preparing quite thoroughly over the past few weeks, so we're quite confident about going into it, and we look to impress the audience with an upset, hopefully. Tribe, we're going to come up on top of the Brits. We're going to beat you. We're going to take the UK title.
Okay, well, let's take a look then at the Tribe Gaming roster also. Yoshi, Drage, and Tom, and as we know from that news just a few hours ago, Lenan joining that roster also. I think we've heard that he will be playing today, but we're not entirely certain. We'll have to wait and see. I saw him in the Twitch chat earlier today as well, and he was very excited and keen to get himself stuck in on this roster. He did actually try out at the very beginning of the season as well, and I felt like he was a very, very good fit back then. And obviously he chose a different path, but now going full circle into what is the middle of the season for the BSC. And yeah, I think he is going to be a very key unit added to that 3-man roster, and it will give Tribe definitely some more flexibility and maneuverability going into things to come. But this is definitely a strong contender for being able to make the playoff stages. They are the #1 seed in the BSC currently, and although they didn't quite have the MSI that they were hoping for, I still feel like this is a team that you just cannot take your eye off. They are strong and they are dangerous, Reddy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think much is going to change in the coming months. Tribe Gaming EU is going to be a very terrifying roster to face, but who knows, maybe they will develop some kind of synergies with Lena, which will bring something that we have never ever seen before, and I'll end up having to eat my words. Another thing I think that's worth mentioning with adding a 4th player to the roster is, yeah, it gives them a little bit more flexibility and allows them to specialize on certain brawlers and certain strategies as well, where they can rotate in or out some certain players depending on a map, depending on what brawlers are viable there. So I think really this can only mean good things for Tribe EU, and hopefully it's going to be enough to get them back on that trajectory they were at the first half of the competitive year.
Well, I've got to ask the question as well, Teddy, in regards to how both of these two teams like to go about their drafting. I mean, you know, how do you think that's going to go today? Do you think that Dr. Lobster have kind of like been able to prepare as much for this? Because they've had their run-ins with Tribe Gaming in the BSC, but ultimately with Lenan coming into the equation, it's kind of definitely something which they may not have been anticipating. How do you think that's going to go?
Yeah, I think in general, you know, when you look at Dogster's drafts, they are fairly traditional, you know, they're not really gonna come out with anything too crazy, at least typically, you never know, but it's more along the lines of what the meta looks like for those specific maps, and I think their execution is really where they shine, you know, being able to play out those maybe what some of us would call more simple and traditional comps, but they're able to play them out really, really well, and that degree of consistency goes a long way, because we saw earlier from Baguette, you know, trying out some crazy comps and crazy brawlers. I mean, even though it's definitely going to catch your opponents off guard, if you're not able to actually play it out right and utilize those picks to their fullest extent, it's only really worth so much.
Yeah, preparation really is everything, and they're going to have to make sure that they've got that on point today. It's going to be a tough game for Dogster Lobster. I think we're going to be shortly heading into the picks and bans, Teddy, so we're going to come back around to you later on today for the matches to come. Me and Reddy going to take this one. But yeah, thanks for doing the last matchup. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Reddy Sit, I'm going to ask you as well, like, you know, we kind of already expressed our thoughts as well. You know, how do you kind of see this one going though? I mean, you know, I think it's fair to say Tribe are the favourite here, but you know, can Dogster Lobster do this? I think is my question to you.
I think they can. I think they got at least a single set in them. They are facing a pretty formidable foe in the form of Tribe Gaming, but if Tribe decides to be a little creative, right, a little bit adventurous, playing Lena today, then Dogster Lobster can start to focus down on that pain point of perhaps the synergies not being what they would usually be between the Tribe Gaming players. I would say especially Tom and Drage, having played together for a very long time, have that down. Yoshi, a more recent addition to the roster, has had some time for that to grow as well, but I can't say that for Lena. I think this is going to be a pretty important storyline throughout this entire match, but the other thing is that hinges on him getting to play to begin with. So I don't really think that he's going to be benched for this entire match. I think if Tribe gets comfortable, they pick up a set, they have some good momentum, they will be willing to play him, especially when it comes to sneaky fields. Lena's specialty, his mechanical ability on an aggressive role, is going to be pretty instrumental in getting a win here. Talking a little bit more about Dogster Lobster though, I don't think they're really going to be too intimidated. I think they'll be able to keep their cool throughout this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's a really big advantage actually when you're like the underdog, no pun intended, with this one, is the fact that, you have less to prove. I mean, there's actually sometimes more pressure when it comes to big organizations that have really established themselves into the Brawl esports scene, and definitely with larger organizations, it does become more additional pressure on top of that to perform. So Dr. Lobster have a bit of an advantage in that respect, and I think that could be well why we saw them just doing so well this year, because not did we all just love the name and love the players, but we also loved seeing their spirit and the way that they would just keep fighting on, and they've developed themselves quite the following, quite the amount of support along the way as well, and I think that's absolutely so. They've deserved everything that they've received. So but this draft, again, super important. Shooting Star has changed a great deal as well since draft has come into the equation. It's no longer that same kind of stale idea that we saw time and time again last year of the Piper, the Brock, and the Tick going all over the place with the Nanny as well thrown in. I think that now it's definitely become much more interesting with brawlers like even Max getting banned out just to kind of eradicate those big speedy pushes going to the spawn side. I think as well it wouldn't be a bad shout to ban out the Mortis here simply because if Lanun is playing, then it could be one of those brawlers which can herd effectively really nicely into those back spawn areas. But Sneaky Fields, again, yeah, that's a tough map to have, especially if you're currently behind in that second set. Going further behind is quite easily done actually on that particular map, and Ring of Fire as well. Used to be a map that Tribe struggled greatly with actually last year, but they've really now sort of got their teeth dug firmly into, and Knockout as well. Double Swoosh, if we get that far, I would love to see it, but it's definitely going to be a tough one for Dogster to go through here, as again, Tribal, the #1 seed in this region.
Without a doubt. And let's also talk about set number 3, Ring of Fire, kind of waiting for us in set number 3. And here's the deal. I feel like if you win set number 1 and you win set number 2, Ring of Fire is just going to be a momentum fest. It's what we've seen in the past. This map can go either way, can depend on the draft quite a bit as well, but once your enemy has a whole lot of momentum on their time, this map feels kind of defeating, even if you are narrowly in the lead, because it can turn around so quickly. And the draft, once more, like, don't even get me started. It is so crazy on that map. Some brawlers that would not emerge anywhere else can make their debut on Ring of Fire. But we'll see who is making an entrance here on Shooting Star, as we do have the bans finally rolling through. The Fang, the Bonnie, and the Janet banned out by Dogster, and the Nanny, the Tick, and the Piper banned out by Tribe. These are pretty essential brawlers, actually, that Tribe has banned out. In fact, if this were me, if I could pick a blind comp, I would probably pick exactly the brawlers that Tribe has just banned.
Yeah, I agree with everything I'm saying so far, for sure. I think that Dr. Lobster goes with some good bans as well, with the Janet, the Bonnie, and the Fang as well. All really big threats here, but it's going to leave up some options. The Bellum Eve is a strong idea from Tribe. Dogster could maybe come to that with bringing in maybe Brock, or kind of actually maybe having something tanky with a Max or something to try to assert some aggression into that back spawn area. But I do prefer what Tribe are going with. Keeping the range is always a safer bet, and if they do go with something of a tankier, crazier idea, that bell mark as well is something to consider along the way too. And Eve now just is so fierce in these positions. I think Dr. Lobster are going to be very cautious around what they choose next. For me, Tribe are already onto a winning draft. They're going to go with the Gene. It's not bad. It's not bad. They've already got the healing coming from the Byron, though. The Magic Puffs will still serve the purpose, but definitely it's going to be one of those chip damage brawlers aimed just to kind of keep everything back and try to get the magic hand. Once you have that, then maybe just try to be more of a threat. But yeah, I'm personally preferring the way that the Tribe comp is setting up to be.
And so far, I'm not seeing any free wall breaks, so the Gene actually might be pretty useful in getting that super and sitting at mid. Okay, yeah, there's a free wall break. I guess break open the enemy side so they don't have anything to hide behind. Don't need to worry about any bushes that could be concealing the target that you're trying to pull. I do find Brock to be a little bit more difficult to play, though. At least from a professional player's perspective, a little bit more difficult to play when it comes to pressuring in on offense. And there's the Max that I really thought that Dogster Lobster would pick up for themselves in conjunction with the Gene, because the speed plus a Gene pull is pretty much an unbeatable combo. But I also don't really see where Max slots in too much with what Tribe is running. But I have a whole lot of confidence that they will be able to rock it.
I fully agree. I was kind of surprised that they didn't pick the Max earlier and went with the Brock. And it's such a versatile brawler here. In fact, it's often banned out in most of the other regions in Shooting Star for the fact that it's just really tough to deal with. I mean, the Nanny is banned here, but it can tank a lot of those peep heads as well, should they be a factor. But let's see. I personally prefer what Tribe are going with here, and Lenan is going to be playing on that Max, so his debut here today in Tribe Gaming. We're making history today, ready.
Already, yes, the first documented sighting of Lena on the Tribe roster on one of his signature brawlers as well. And I think it is, in a little bit of a reflection, important that Max was picked last so that she couldn't get countered out by, say, a Crow or anything. That said, there are a whole lot of long-range brawlers on this map that could deal with a Crow likewise, but it just goes to show how deep the draft goes and how, I mean, everything is counterable if you're playing your cards correctly. Nonetheless, Tribe Gaming already picking up that blue star, getting an early kill, and amassing 3 stars so far. Dogster Lobsters, they won't get to leverage this Gene Super to much success so far. A little bit of damage with the Vengeful Spirits so far, actually, from Tom, but still not a whole where they want to be.
One thing I'll say is, as I was going back through the cups, these two teams have never actually faced off against each other, like, at all, in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, only really able to go and buy what we've seen between these two teams in the past in the BSC. And Dogster Lobster have had almost some huge upsets and almost knocked Tribe Gaming out of a qualifying position in one of the monthly finals, actually. So they have had their fair share of battles along the way. Drake very low here. Forced back as Tom connects nicely to the Nuns. He's going to have to force out the face shifter and almost was able to stay alive there as the Byron Hill's coming in thick and fast from Kanon to Tom. I do like the way that Dogster Lobster are approaching this one, but they're going to have to really buckle down and get these kills landed. That is not going to be the case. Tribe are able to hang on, and so spectacularly well considering they were just right in that spawn trap.
In total key positioning there from Lena at the end, keeping everyone back, knowing that if he goes down, it's cool, because Tribe Gaming will still be up by 1 star, and that's all you need in order to win a game of Bounty. Great team communications, I think, were pretty evident there, as well as Tribe just seemed to move as this one, like, uniform organism, sort of bending to any kind of pressure, flexing around, ordering a single player to go and take some of the heat to protect the rest, all in perfect accordance with what Dogster was firing off. Yet again, Tribe Gaming start this one off with a blue star pickup, which is going to mean that they have the pleasure of defending in the early game, but they will still go for speed and try and further this lead so that they can have a more comfortable rest of the game with 1:20 on the clock.
The egg goes out from Drage in a nice position for it, and the hatchlings soon to spawn in. Dogstar are quick to the draw for it, but Drage does find a pickup onto Tom, and that is going to mean 3 stars and the blue star again. Similar story to what we saw in the first game of Shooting Star, Drage being the one holding that blue star as well. Dogstar on the back ropes just a little bit. Tom has got the magic hand, though, on the side of Dogster Lobster, so that'll be something of a consideration. The Tribe with the hatchlings coming in as well are going to cause a big problem and could potentially even be pulled if Tom's not too cautious.
Yeah, this is true. Tom versus Tom on the right side is looking a little bit scary, especially if Bell gets within his range. But there's the first nest egg popped, but it's only going to serve to slow down Gene. Another one does await him in his path, and there it is. But it still doesn't really look like a kill opportunity for Tribe Gaming. We'll see Gene hang out in this corner of blocks on the right side, taking a little bit of damage. He doesn't really need to pop his head too much. If anything, he needs to stay in that position in order to, no way, max range pull, but Drage jumps away. Not that it would have changed the pace of the game too much, especially with only 10 seconds left for Dogster Lobsters to claim their first kill, or first game here. Even more dominant game here by Tribe Gaming in the second game, but I think that max range pull from Dogster Lobsters serves as enough proof to say that they're not out of it yet, even though the momentum, it seemed to sort of get to them. Their mechanics are still on point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenging thing because ultimately when you look across the board at Tribe, pretty much everyone had gadgets to hand. There wasn't really much that they hadn't still reserved, really, to be honest. Like, they were able to get out of a lot of those positions. So it was a tough position for Dogster Lobster. They needed to be a bit more aggressive for me, a bit earlier on as well, but not overly so. Damage definitely far more weighted onto Tribe's side. Again, look at the star diff as well. It's quite strong there. And I think with a team like Tribe, the only way that you're really going to start to break them down is by really being aggressive, but also being cautiously aggressive at the same time. They know so well how to go on that defense, and that's kind of what we saw there. Those gene pools didn't really kind of serve to much avail if they weren't placed onto the right brawler, but sometimes Tribe are more than aware of that, and they'll try to then reposition themselves to give themselves that advantage the whole time. But yeah, tough stuff for Dogster Lobster. Can they bring this back? I believe so, but they have to change a few of their little team mechanics along the way.
Yeah, I like how you bring up being kind of cautiously aggressive, because I think that's going to be pretty much their ticket to taking down Tribe here. If I were to note one thing that the Tribe roster as a whole does best, I would say it's playing control. And typically these control-based approaches are pretty good at flexing and adapting in response to some kind of aggression. So as long as Dogster Lobster is able to go for little bursts of aggression and push Tribe into a position where they are not comfortable, I think that that's a strategy that could work pretty well for them. Of course, it's a lot easier said than done. It's a coordinated effort, and that is the true challenge. Sneaky fields where aggression is going to be everything, and this is a department where I think the acquisition of MENA is going to be totally crucial to Tribe Gaming's success. Already an Ash fan, love a little bit of NA representation here, besides myself. Also the Crow first pick in order to stymie any possibility of a max pick from Tribe.
Yeah, I think you raise a great point. For me, Dogster Lobster at the moment just kind of seem to be playing Tribe's game instead of kind of playing their own game and forcing Tribe to play along with them. At the moment, the drafts as well seem to be a little bit better on the side of Tribe. I do like this Lola pick here. Very, very great map for it. You can just use the Ego to go and scout and give yourself some information from the bush. The Ruffs, though, is a good pairing. It is quite a tough comp to make work with. Sandy here, very, very good. We've actually seen Dogster Lobster playing Sandy to much spectacular fashion, actually. They even played it, I think, in the actual time when they qualified for the challenge stages of the Snapdragon Pro Series, which was on Canal Grande. And I've never seen Sandy being played so well there. So this is a brawler which, despite, maybe sometimes having slipped out of the Sneaky Fields meta just a little bit recently, this is one that Dogster Lobster play exceedingly well. Adding to that then, the Leon with a spike as well, Tribe Gaming's side. I think actually the draft is quite even. The only thing I'd say is that with the Lola Ego, with the gadget involved with that, it can be a very, very tanky thing to have. And the Dogster Lobster comp hasn't got as much of a packing of a punch as we have on the side of Tribe Gaming.
And I'm looking to the Sandy to deal with that primarily. He doesn't have the greatest reload speed, but he can sure unload a whole lot of damage, and it'll go right through Lola's Ego, so he'll be able to do a significant amount of damage to her. And I feel like Dogster Lobster also noted the perfect time to play a Sandy, because Ems is out of the question, and she tends to give him a lot of problems since she fulfills pretty much the same purpose of Sandy, which is having a good amount of area control. I think that the Sandstorm is not going to be super important on Sneaky Fields as long as these bushes are broken down, especially if Colonel Ruffs is up to the task. That said, though, so far, great gameplay from Dogster Lobsters, as they do have control of mid. Great pinch as well, as Colonel Ruffs takes down Drage. And with the correct positioning of the ball, especially where it is right now, as long as it doesn't go in the corner, Dogster Lobsters can turn this into a pretty good goal-scoring opportunity.
Yeah, this is looking much better, but Tribe will pocket that ball, and all good stun there from Tom, and the support was there from Ken to get the takedown. Sandstorm goes out as well, and that is something that's going to trickle down over time. Drage is forced though to stay within it and does get a little cheeky bit of life plant along the way, but picked up now. This is looking much better. Great break in the right hand side from the Ruffs as well. If they get the ball through here, which they do, that's a goal. Dogs to Lobster playing so much night and day difference to what we saw in Bounty. So much more aggressive this time round.
Totally agree here, and what a way to break down that right wall, saying, well, what wall? It's one of the most frustrating things about this map is that you can play such hard defense around these corners, and the acquisition of Colonel Ruffs in the draft is going to be such an amazing resource for Dr. Lobsters throughout this set. Already a great defense. There's the Sandstorm forward as well, and Rude Sands to reveal anyone who might be hiding inside. Drage is going to feel the pain at the hands of Tom, and Kanan with a good dodge of the curveball will get to advance a little bit more forward while staying at a pretty healthy amount of HP. On the right side though, Tom is being kind of a nuisance hanging around this one barrel, and it doesn't seem like Ruffs is able to get rid of him just yet. A pinch would do the trick. There it is, actually. And this is something I think we've seen Dogs for Lobsters do a lot better in this set so far, is getting those pinches that Tribe Gaming was doing beautifully before. And there's a nastiest combo available in Brawl Ball to end things off for Dogs for Lobsters.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. Tom on that Sandy pick. Tom from Dogs to Lobster. It's two of them now, we've got to remember that. Just giving them such a problem to deal with. I mean, this Sandy pick is one that Dogs to Lobster really do like to bring out of the woodwork a lot, more so than any other team, really. And they just make it work so well. I think it's one of those brawlers that I think a lot of teams have got to remind themselves is still so viable to use. And yeah, it just felt like Tribe starting to struggle for the first time so far.
This I totally agree with as well, but they have been able to fire back so far. A pass over to Tom, nope, not going to be going in, especially when Tom is here. So, okay, yeah, it is a little bit confusing seeing a couple of Toms on the field, but one of them is playing Spike and the other is playing Sandy, but they're both doing pretty well, I gotta say. Tom is holding a lot of pressure on this left side, especially playing around the Colonel Ruffs supply drop, or a treat, if you will, on the left side. He's not going to allow anyone to access it unless we see Tom pick it up. No, it doesn't look like it. Not really a possibility for him right now. Dogs or Lobsters don't seem too intent on picking it up either. They got an entire game to play, and a 33% buff isn't worth it, sacrificing any bit of positioning or the possibility of getting this ball closer to the goal.
Yeah, it's a great spot there for Tribe to be able to try to capitalize and double down on, but couldn't just quite get the team chemistry there in a position to get a goal. Now Dogs to Lobster just cautiously bringing it back a little bit, and I don't mind that at all. Sandbags down as well, provide a little bit of a cushioning, but we do see a bit more from this Leon pick from Leon. He has got super now. I'd see a bit more of an assassination attempt on someone, and probably this is the tough thing actually with regards to this Leon pick, is because so much counters it. The Crow can jump away, the Sandy can stun it out, Ruffs can place down the sandbags. It's kind of actually a very smart draft when you look at it on paper by Dogs to Lobster here, and they're making it work quite now. The ball now pocketed as well, jumped in, it's Kanan, oh my word, and they get out of that. Beautiful start from Dogs to Lobster. With 30 seconds remaining, Tribe are in a world of hurt.
The supply drop has provided so much value to Dogs to Lobsters, even more than I had anticipated in the previous game after seeing it break open the wall just once. And it doesn't seem to be slowing down, but we will see a key kill on the right lane. Tom does go down as a 3v2 for a short period. Key detail, though, is that Tribe Gaming doesn't have a wall break, but they do have a Lola with a whole lot of health. Tom might be able to pass this over a walk through Ziaku, and that is going to be the first goal of the game for Tribe Gaming with just a few seconds left on the clock. A tie on the score count. We'll see a minute of overtime. All the walls broken down, but Dogs to Lobsters start off strong with the Sandstorm already.
I think the Sandstorm was too premature. I would like to have seen that being held a bit, because now this is where Tribe can realistically turn some screws. I think that's actually one of the most dangerous things to have in overtime, and they've already used it once, so they have to cycle it back either way. Lenon now has super as well, not probably able to get much out of it. Yeah, Invisible pops, he has to kind of come back and wait for his team really, but supply drop comes in, goes into the hands of Kanan, and a bit of a chance to reset for Dogs to Lobster. They are able to hang on just a little bit longer here, but Tribe are still continuously scrutinizing the situation.
Gosh, the range advantage from Tribe is really showing right now, whether it's just little bits of damage to tickle the enemy, or serious damage at long range. Doesn't even matter, as Dogster Lobsters were not able to heal for what seemed the entirety of overtime, unless they, well, got sent back to the respawn, and then they get to heal up all of their health. Good stuff, actually, from Tribe. We finally got to see what Dogster Lobsters were able to bring to the table, and Tribe quickly put that to rest in a single game.
Yeah, but it's great to see more resolve from them. We didn't kind of see any of that really in Bounty. So they're starting to gain some confidence, realize that they are capable and able of drafting winning comps and making winning plays. Let's see now as the ball pushed through, as the Sweet Dream stun from Tom is there. Drake low HP, but goes continuously on the aggressive, and why not? Because now the Nine is able to come back in as well, and Tom there for support. Ball was pocketed safely for now, but yeah, this is a comp that, again, Dogster Lobster with that Crow Pick can quite successfully get the ball out of those pockets. So Tribe going to have to be very, very cautious now if they don't want to concede early on.
Okay, big push in from Dogster Lobsters. They lose one man, and now it's a 2v2. And with the ego and the freeze frame, Tribe Gaming is able to stop things on the right side. Xiaku also didn't have a super at his disposal, so he wasn't able to make that ball accessible to any of his teammates. But whether it would have made it into the goal, yeah, that's a big hypothetical right there. Good kill as well on the left side by Tom, as he looks to work the same exact angle he worked the entire last game and did a great job of it. I think previously we saw Tom on the right side doing a great job, but he seems to be providing even more value on the left side, and I think that can be attributed in a large way to which brawlers are going on which lanes from Dogster Lobsters. If we see an adjustment in the brawler matchups from Dogster Lobsters, perhaps we could see some different results. I think one of the most important matchups that Dogster Lobsters need here is Tom, actually, on the Lola. I think that's the only brawler that can realistically counter out Lola, and seeing how much value she's provided to Tribe Gaming so far, especially with the use of freeze frame, it is going to be a seriously important matchup.
Nice take down the left-hand side as all. The supply drop coming in on the right is going to put Tom into an awkward position. He had a great stronghold there for a minute, but that's now all changed around as the map gets shaped by Dogster Lobster. Rage going aggressive into the mid, but can't quite connect into Kanan. Starting Toxin popped by Kanan. Rage is very susceptible to being taken down here. Lenan comes in for the support. The ball, though, still safe and sound with Tribe, but now Drake thinking about pushing it down to the bottom right here. The sandstorm from Tom there, yeah, forces that one idea back, but the wall's about to go down. Ooh. And actually Dogster Lobster here could capitalize on the situation. Kanan can jump this, he will.
Oh my goodness, that was the most beautiful Sandy team kill I've seen in my entire life, and that's saying a lot. I've seen a lot of Sandy, and I love seeing me some good Sandy highlights too. Crazy stuff there at the end for Dogster Lobsters, and the stats I think also do a good job of reflecting just how close of a game this was at points.
Yeah, I think that for me, Dogster Lobster just played it so much better at the drafting stage. Like I was saying at the beginning, they were just allowing Tribe to play the game that they want to play in Bounty. Well, they took back that control in Brawl Ball, and that's going to be a huge boost for them, especially going up against a team like Tribe to start off their challenge season in day one. This is much, much better for them. The question is now is, can they take that same idea forwards into the next game modes and, yeah, continue to remind themselves that they got to this stage of the competition for a reason. They are capable of taking down giants, and it's just simply a question of getting that draft right, and when they have the brawlers that they're, happy to play in the right environment, making them count, making those moments be the ones that are able to take the game, and hopefully it's set.
Yeah, you say they're here for a reason. I was about to pick your brain for a moment, but I think it's also plain to see, and you explained it beautifully, right? They were able to get their best brawlers in the draft, and they were able to execute on it as well. And I think, for the remainder of this match, I don't think Tribe Gaming are going to allow Sandy to be a possibility after how much of a nuisance it was to deal with. But beyond just annoying, it was also incredibly successful and very difficult to deal with for them. So I think also it does a good job of accentuating one of the strengths of Dogster Lobster, which is their ability to play very aggressively. And this was the adaptation over the last set that we needed to see from them. They were able to play their aggressive game without being thwarted by the control that Tribe typically boasts.
Yeah, I actually preferred the Tribe draft at the beginning. I'm very much on the side of Lola being almost like a first pick brawler there for me. But the bans coming in for Ring of Fire already happening. Bonnie, Ruffs, and Janet by Dr. Lobster. They definitely like the Bonnie and Janet idea. Actually, Tribe this time going to be banning the Crow. I think that was wise, banning the Ruffs as well, and the Eve, which they were playing themselves earlier today in Shooting Star. Picking the Leon first, which I imagine will be probably Lennon again. Squeak being drafted on the side of Dr. Lobster. Two good, very early picks here for me, but definitely would prefer to have some middle ideas coming to play now. So yeah, the Baron coming in for Tribe. It wouldn't be at all surprised to see something like Lola mid, or maybe a Bell or a Pam mid coming in for Dr. Lobster next.
Yeah, I would agree with both of those picks. I'm not really sure which one I would even lean more towards, because I feel like in terms of their main attack, they do fulfill similar roles, but in terms of their supers, it's going to be vastly different. One offers a lot more permanence on the point. The other can be a lot more irritating when it comes to trapping your enemy in their own spawn. You also got to consider, how much do I really want to feed enemy supers? And from the side of Tribe, the only crucial super I can spot so far is going to be Byron, since he's able to get a significant amount of damage. From the side of Dogster Lobster, though, these supers look a lot more impactful. The Squeak super is great at clearing out a large area. Bow super is, I mean, look, I don't think that needs any sort of clarification. We'll see what they pick to actually finish this one off. Usually on Ring of Fire, you'll see like a Bell or a Lou somehow creeping their way in there, at least as a North American guy. I see that quite often. There's the Lou. That's what we wanted to see, or at least by we, I mean I. We'll see how Tribe responds with their final pick.
Yeah, I've seen this before, and it is very, very good at slowdown. Bringing in that Bow and the Lou pick, it's kind of more of like an idea from North America and LatAm North, I guess. The Lou kind of never really stuck in, even since that most recent buff to him. It didn't really kind of settle back into the meta, whereas I still think it's quite a viable one. The question is, will that range be a factor? The Sprout coming in as well, to me, would smell maybe Yoshi being subbed in, potentially, I'm not too sure. Either way, a fantastic brawler to have, could lock down the left-hand side lane so well. And yeah, I do like this pick. I think the Leon here, especially now, is one that Tribe are going to be able to utilize far better than they could previously in Sneaky Fields, just based upon what is across the field from them.
I think one of the main things that Dogs or Lobsters are going to run into this game is difficulty in getting the consistent Lou supers, because that's really the only thing that makes Lou viable here even. And then once he's viable, then we can start talking about whether he's going to be successful at all. Though I do find it interesting that we do see Drage actually up mid rather than Tom, but it makes total sense why a mid brawler would be playing mid. Though the thing is that Tom is going to be occupying mid. The Lou gameplay is going to be important. Tom on the left side will be trying to deal some damage versus him. I think the most consistent Lou shutdown will be coming from Sprout, but it doesn't seem to be too much of an issue for Tribe Gaming thus far, though they will be tied up on the percentage here pretty soon.
Yeah, Tribe needs to be so aggressive with this comp early on, because ultimately, the more these bow mines start to cycle and the Lou supers start to lay down on the middle, that can just really start to slow the pace of what Tribe are able to do now. So getting this early lead so important. Nice splash from Drage, keeping himself in the mix on the right as well. Lenan just hanging on for dear life here as the shots coming in from Ziaku just still leave him lingering. But now the mines start to come down. One Lou super there to hand from Tom again. It's going to keep Tribe off the zone. So the thing for me that Dogs and Lobsters don't need to do is they need to start doing exactly that, getting themselves on the zone during those supers and starting to actually bring back some of the scoreline.
I think another serious pain for them is going to be dealing with Lena on the Leon. He seems to be shifting wherever on the map he can get the best success, whether it's the right lane, whether it's the left. He is getting some good damage at long range, cycling in a super, and then operating very well in close range as well. We'll see him take down Bo actually, and he will get taken down, or at least get close to being taken down by Lou. There's the takedown, but it took a whole lot of effort from the entirety of the Dogster Lobster roster. And that's one brawler that you got to deal with, and he's continuously cycling out and getting up in your face, getting a whole lot of damage, and a super that heals him, which gives him only that much more permanence and influence at mid. That said though, Dogs or Lobsters are almost tied up with Tribe Gaming in terms of percentage. This is going to be a photo finish for sure.
Leon goes in big. He gets the takedown on Tom as well. Tom there as well on the side of Tribe gets to take down Xiaku and just leaves Kanan as the last man standing and bringing back some valuable times. It was a very, very close game until that moment in time. It's not over yet. 25 seconds remain. It can be done if Dr. Lobsters can start to get some all-important takedowns. Place the super down a bit too shallow for me there. I'd like to see it a bit more aggressively placed on the side of Tribe, but they are starting to bring back the scoreline. Lennon has got to come in here and clean up some scraps.
Oh man, it is getting really, really close. Tom survives just a little bit longer. There's the hedge. Kanan needs to stay on this point for that last bit of capture. And Dogster Lobsters will be finishing this game 100-96. A seriously, seriously close game there. And it was so consistently close for the entirety of that game. I think we saw a couple of clashing ideologies here as well. From the side of Dogster Lobster, every single pick was focused around control, area control. It's Squeak, it's Lou with his super, it's Bo with his mines. And I think the primary thing disrupting them was on their back lines. It was Lena who was able to pump out tons of damage, and I think he's going to be the X factor that enables Tribe Gaming to get a win here and not go to a set number 4 empty-handed.
I would like to have seen more from Tribe towards the end because normally in those positions they come across quite well actually, and they're able to really knuckle down for those final clutch moments, but just seem to struggle a bit as Dr. Lobster getting some valuable momentum. Let's see now how they fare. It's much a similar story, but Tom now for Tribe in a much more aggressive position. The ice block as well on Tom on the side of Dogster Lobster is going to be taken into consideration as well from Lenon, because ultimately that's a great thing to have as a gadget when you've got a Leon trying to assassinate you, but it is actually the other way around. Lenon gets a great takedown and leaving Xiaku just on that right hand side alone. It's a much, much better start from Tribe, who sort of maybe starting to realize that they dropped the ball a bit in that last game.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out is Lena he's playing well, but he's not popping off like he was last time, and yet Tribe Gaming is still doing very, very well. And I think a lot of the slack has been picked up by Tom on the left side. He seems to be hitting just about every single shot, and the zoning from this guy has been remarkable so far. There's a hedge also to kind of block off the left side, concentrate everyone into mid and onto the right, which is going to be a nice asset for Drage as he wants to get some good value off of that super. Also, recycling of the hedge on the left side from Tom. Doesn't seem like Kanan is going to be able to do much. On the right side, Lena takes advantage of everyone being close together and also being in the bushes where visibility is very limited. And there's also another attack dodged out by Lena. He's trying to hold on to this position, and the healing from Drage is extremely important as well.
Yeah, this is a position that I've wanted to see Leon in more. Just like you want to be able to dig that Leon into those back corners and just really stop and prevent the push out of the spawn area. And he hasn't really been there much at all in the last game now, just getting a little bit of a glimmer, but already back into the mid, where Drake has to kind of focus his attention onto the healing coming into support. But now it's looking better. The aggressiveness is being rewarded, and Tom as well from Dogster Lobster not even actually able to move. Question mark there, maybe some connection issues as well on the side of Dogster Lobster, but either way, Tribe going to take the game.
Perhaps they just knew that this game was over and they needed to go back to the drawing board a little bit early. I mean, every second it counts when you're dedicating your brain power to planning for the next set right before you even get into it at all. So hopefully they have some kind of way that they're going to be dealing with Tom on the left side, because he was such a pervasive force on the left side, consistently locking it down Dogster Lobster's side to effectively 2 lanes, because left side was a no-go. There's no way you're getting even close to Tom, and there's no way you're migrating from mid over to the left lane as long as he has that hedge up. We gotta see Lou get some good dodges. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Here's the hedge once again, breaking open the bushes and also pretty much locking down this left side. Xiaku does have other plans, but Tom has a plan B as well. And Dogster Lobsters, despite getting a lot of good captures so far, do seem to be losing control on this left side, but they do get a crucial kill on the right side onto Lena, and things are starting to seriously turn up for them.
Yeah, different pace for Dogster Lobster this time round, who actually starting the ball rolling, whereas it was Tribe in the past 2 games. Going much more on the aggressive bats, getting a bit overzealous there, as now Tribe starts to gain back the control. Nice wall there from Tom, forcing Ken into that mid and allowing his team to focus on the attention there, and so Lenon pops the Invisible Heal as well, and he's still in that zone in the middle. Tom pops the Ice Block as well, and that's why it's a dangerous thing to have when you got a Lee on the other side. You can just survive those situations really nicely, so good play from Tom. But now the scoreline very much evened out as Dogster Lobster start to creep a little bit further forwards, but not by much.
I'm paying mostly attention to Xiaku this round, actually, on the bow gameplay, because he seems to sort of cycle between mid and the lane according to where the, I guess, where the most important brawlers are playing so that he can take them down. He's doing a great job, especially with Kanan coming in to help from the left side, getting some crazy zoning and forcing Byron back. I think, most of all, that Dogster Lobsters correctly identified that pretty much their main enemy was actually Drage, since he was enabling Lina on the right side, and Sprout was more of a control brawler than a real threat that was enabling kills on the map. And you can see, actually, Tribe Gaming did a great job of getting tons of damage, pretty reliable healing as well, lots of deaths or rather kills as well, but it doesn't really even matter. Dogster Lobsters, they got on the point when they needed to, and they had the health and they had the control to do so.
Yeah, ultimately there you got to play the objective, and that's what Dogster Lobster did. They just really focused their time on that zone, and their draft reflected much of the same story. You know, just going with the brawlers like, you know, of the bow, like the Lu. It's again something which is very difficult to take the zone when you've got all this utility going on around it. And I think for me as well, they clearly are not deterred by this Leon pick. Tribe keep bringing it out of the draft. They saw it in Sneaky Fields. We saw it again there in Ring of Fire. It doesn't seem to do much for them. It feels like a brawler which perhaps Dogster Lobster have had a lot of time drafting and just kind of don't really need to necessarily worry themselves about too much. They seem to have a good answer for it more often than not. I would like to kind of see that particular idea kind of maybe disappear from the side of Tribe as they start to experiment a bit more afield. But again, this is why you just can never rule out this team. I love watching them. I love also just like the discussions that we have before we see them play, because ultimately I feel like we also still have not quite grown accustomed to the fact that Dogster Lobster can do some really, really great things in the competition. Let's see the draft coming in, Bonnie coming in, Janet as well, and the Nanny being banned out from Dogster Lobster. Tribe going to ban out the Piper, the Sprout, and the Tick here on Flaring Phoenix for knockout.
Well, that leaves one very important brawler left up to choice. Whoever wants to pick it, Grom, I guess. Thing is that these walls are actually pretty easy to break open. There are only 2 of them as well. So if you pick Brock, you can kiss goodbye to those walls, and so can your enemy. Here comes the Jean first pick, which I totally agree with. If anything, it could lock down the possibility of getting Grom later, since it would get countered pretty hard by the possibility of a Jean pull. Another thing to consider is, who knows, maybe the Jean is a pick to lock down Grom for themselves. Another brawler that hasn't appeared here yet, but could work, I think, fairly well with Jean, just is lacking in range, is Max. But now that Tribe has picked 2 fairly long-range brawlers, that might be a bygone consideration.
I do love your enthusiasm for Grom, I've got to say, but I don't know for this region. I don't know. I mean, we saw it a great deal, though, it's got to be said, in East Asia. They really value it here. So if anyone's been taking notes from the MSI, then East Asia were a team that were playing it. Zeta were playing it over and over and over here. But I do prefer the PAM idea here. It's a great thing to have for late game. Amber, interesting for me. Not the actually no. I think actually this is actually a very, very good idea from Dogster Lobster. Once you have the Amber start to really burn down some of the bush, it can cause a great deal of problems, but mainly for brawlers like Piper. So it will be able to be something which will obviously keep the PAM on the side of the Tribe visible at all times. Gale coming in as well, which is not a bad thing to have, especially to be able to have that knock back into the late game. For me, Tribe here, I mean, they've got already some decent ideas. Wouldn't be a bad thing to add a Byron onto the mix and just double down on the healing side. Let's see what this third and final thing, or another throw could be a decent idea, but with the ones that are already banned out, not really what they're going for, I would assume. Let's see, could be Eve actually. The Eve still, or Bell, yeah, range, either way is always a good thing with their comp, and yeah, I do like the ideas that Tribe are putting together here.
So do I. I mean, Tribe is absolutely planning for the long game, and that's, I think, mostly clarified by the choice of Pam here. Since she can get that healing turret up, and she has just, a whole lot of health. She's good in close range situations as well, where the poison might close you in thanks to Scrap Sucker. And I think Bo is going to be a good accent to that as well, since he can get some mines up in mid to stun anyone who, I guess, decides not to trip them earlier on. Doesn't want to advance up into mid a little earlier in the game. That said, though, Dogster Lobsters, I think, are pretty well equipped when it comes to overtime. They don't really really have to take care of the Pam so much as blow her away. Kanan isn't able to farm up that super just yet, though. We see an early takedown onto Amber, actually, so we won't get to see much of that bush burning action, unfortunately.
Yeah, great start from Tribe. Very aggressive, and now it's just 3 versus 1, and more of a question of who wants to be able to earn their super next. Ideally, Tom would be a great person to have it, or Lenan here, but nowhere that Kanan can go. I mean, obviously, we've seen time and time again where players will go and suicide off into the gas to be able to prevent feeding your opposition super. Nowhere to go in that instance, so it's just literally free value for Tribe, and now Lenan has his mark as well, so that's only going to be something of a consideration for Dr. Lobs now going to this next round.
In a way, I almost feel like I'm not watching Tribe right now, or at least that's what I would have said if this weren't how they were playing in the second round. In round number 1, it was explosive. We saw Lynette actually lead the charge and get that first kill, which snowballed into a round victory for Tribe. This time, they are sitting back a little bit more, but they do have some key assets that Dogster Lobsters don't have, which is 2 supers on their side. Lynette has a little bit more range with this attack, and he's going to be able to take down pretty much any target in OT, and also Tom does have his super ready to go. And I think we can safely assume that that's Mama Squeeze, so it's going to be dealing a whole lot of damage as well. Really, both teams waiting for the poison to close in to make any big decisions here, though I'm not really sure what Dogster Lobsters are waiting for. Maybe this is it, a big stun, but it's not going to be enough to take down Tom, not just yet. Vengeful Spirits from Tom is going to be enough to claim the first kill, and things are looking pretty good for Dogster Lobsters. Ooh, it got so close as well. 276 health, but still a round victory for Dogster.
That play from Tom. That play from Tom. I mean, the speed in which he earned that super that he was obviously well aware was only 1 shot away and just instantly went for the pull. Tribe didn't see it coming at all, and then obviously the Gale combo behind that, and it just, that was bish bash bosh end of that one. Dogster Lobster again looking so dangerous sometimes and just so easily to be underestimated given the fact that they are just such a newer team to the scene of Brawl esports to many this year. Just last year, I've always been aware of them, but to like the more mainstream audience, definitely a newer kind of team and certainly team name. But you've got to be so careful. They just do these little things here and there, which just show why they're so great. And Tribe are going to be able to really start to gain more control over the situation, as they're looking like they could be, I mean, 1 round away from a match point against them, and that would be disastrous for them.
Without a doubt, but I'm excited to see how Dogster Lobsters approach this one. Here come the mine explosions. That might be the end of Kanan. That last arrow from Drage is going to be the final nail in the coffin, and there's just not enough firepower from Dogster Lobsters in order to make this happen. Tribe Gaming will be taking this game.
Close stuff, very close stuff, but that was exactly what Tribe needed to do. Looking a little bit on the edge there, as yeah, some mistakes of definitely choosing, proving rather, to be a bit costly there. But I think that both teams have got decent drafts for this map. I think that both teams can definitely make their mark on this game. So far, it's been incredibly close though, and it's on a bit of a teeter at the minute. Tribe could definitely take this set, but at the same time, if Dogster Lobster to start to make those pop-up plays like we saw in the last round, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they get to match point as well. So look at Tom's positioning here as he comes around trying to get this flank on here, and Dogster Lobster are all very low here. Tom could get the pickup, but they can't get the angle there. Kanan survives on, and actually, oh my goodness me, how did Dogster Lobster hang on there, and not only just hang on, but get the round? That's ridiculous.
I couldn't really tell you. If I could, maybe I'd get hired as a manager or a coach for one of these pro rosters. That's just the Dogster Lobster magic they're working right here. They're not ready to say goodbye to the prospect of ending it off in set 4 just yet. Here comes some good baits of mines as well from Kanan. Gonna go for the last one, perhaps, or maybe bait some attacks out of Drage so that he can actually go for it. Also, Nest Egg dropped on the left side. Isn't gonna be looking amazing for Ziaku, but still, that's not really where the objective is. The objective is more located in 3 separate spots on the enemy team. And pretty soon here, they're gonna be moving to mid as the poison inches them closer and closer.
Okay, bone mines down from the mid then from Drage, and there is a mark to hand for Lenan. He needs to hit it. I did notice a couple of miss marks earlier. Tom, no turret. Drage again, like those mines have gone down and we'll need to recycle. The gas now coming in as well. It's going to bring things ever more into Tom's favour on the side of Dogster Lobster. He has got the magic hand to to hand. But the ammo goes down there. That would be a great thing to have to burn the bush. And now that's going to be disastrous as now that, yeah, all the cards come tumbling down and Tribe Gaming make that ending look much more comfortable for them.
All right. Let's see if they got what it takes to weather through a little bit of boredom here for a little bit, especially considering that that poison is not going to be closing in for a hot minute. Dogster Lobsters just got to hang on to these crucial supers here, especially Tom and Kanan, as once that poison closes in, a stun for Kanan is going to mean a whole lot, and a pull from Gene can be a total game changer.
Okay, well, Tom was thinking about it, or maybe just reminding Tribe that he has it, but ultimately here, they can just buy their time. They've got the supers to hand, but at the same time, so does Tribe. Let's see here, Drake with big taps there into the middle. Yeah, Zeka goes down, no doubt about it. Tom needs to get a pull here and a takedown, although this is going to be going to the next set for sure. Let's see here, Tom is now marked up as well, and that's really bad here for Dogster Lobster. Forced into this corner, the gas now coming in. Everything looks to be going into Tribe's favor.
Ooh. Oh, unbelievable there for Tribe, especially as they're able to close this out and push us to a set number 5. Unfortunate, the Dogster Lobster's dream. I mean, you know, I was a believer in Dogster Lobster supremacy, and maybe I still am, just not this supreme, where they're able to end things off in set number 4. So that comparison right here, I think, tells most of the story as well. It got pushed pretty close here by Dogster Lobsters at certain points, but in the end, Tribe Gaming did reign with an iron fist when it came to Flaring Phoenix.
Yeah, it was definitely some experience there showing for me. Just a little bit more synergy, a little bit more of a passive approach being played from both sides, I would say, for the most part. But Tribe were able to get that balance of having a good passive, like, middle to early game, and then having that aggressive stance that you need to have towards the end. And ultimately, you know, just getting that first takedown is very much the most important factor here. Making that 2 versus 3 happen as early as possible. Tribe just seemed to be more valuing those engagements in that respect, and Dogster Lobster just always felt like they were just struggling a little bit to do the same.
Yeah, I think it was pretty evident as well. It seems that mostly it was because they had to wait for those defensive opportunities to get any kind of kills. Until then, they were just lacking in range, and they were lacking in the movement capabilities as well to close the gap and pick up some kills, whereas Tribe was able to get some early kills, especially as we saw in the first round of the first game, where Lina was just a man possessed, claimed an early kill, and led to a kind of snowball effect as well that through that entire round, and perhaps that entire game in the favor, that momentum in the favor of Tribe. I think that this is going to be something that's carefully considered, especially as we head into set number 5 by Dogster Lobster, so they don't over specialize themselves versus a team that specializes in these comps that can be applied to a whole variety of purposes.
Well, another pick and ban coming in thick and fast, and this is going to be a very important one for both sides. Dogster Lobster very much came close to a match point there, but not quite. And Tribe know it. This is one that could easily do the same in double swoosh and getting this draft right. Very, very important here. Personally, I do love the Amber pick. We see it a lot with Team Kesso and Javi being the one that tends to play it, but it's banned out from Tribe. I think it's a wise move straight away, is one that's is a bit more of an obscure pick that is very strong here. We could see then potentially Eve being valued quite high, but Tribe going with the bow, pretty bow mid, I imagine, possibly. But there's definitely some ideas here that I think stick out a lot. Eve and also Ems here could work quite well for me. In terms of the mid here as well, I think there's going to have to be a heavy consideration on Dogster Lobster to how they want to play that. They might choose the Gene. It's a bit old school for me now on double switch myself, but they were feeling quite at home with it, it seemed, in Flaring Phoenix, despite the loss in the last round. Ultimately as well, Max can work out very, very well here as well. Spike's always a safe pair of hands. It is going to be the Max coming through from Dogster Lobster. I do like that idea. And the Gene as well. I love this. They're going to make it work, though. They're going to make it work, but this is a nice pairing as well. Those two brawlers work very, very well together.
Oh goodness, imagine if they go for the Gene Max Sandy. I think that would be the Dogster
Yeah.
Lobster Special Deluxe, right? With supersize it as well too, because I mean I think that this one running out the gates would be able to I think trouble Tribe just enough, surprise them as well, because I don't think really anyone ever came up with an actual counter to Gene Max Sandy. So it just kind of fell off a little bit because some of the individual brawlers did get their own respective nerfs. That said, though, it wouldn't have the range to put up with what Tribe has to offer. Now, Tribe can break open some walls as well with Bow, and I don't doubt that they will be going for that. So Dr. Lobster now needs to consider some longer range options, but also something that can offer some nice damage output at close range so that they can actually capitalize on those gene pulls.
Yeah, I do like as well the Pam lane here from Tribe. I think that's a very good idea. Colette is not what I expected here at all, actually. But again, I didn't expect Dr. Lobster to play Sandy in Canal Grande the other day, and they absolutely smashed it out of the park. So I do like these new ideas. I'm learning a lot from this team and watching how they bring in these ideas, which we just don't tend to often see. I think I have seen Colette here once, maybe watching North America and LATAM North potentially. So I don't think it's the first time I've seen it, but let's see how it works out. I think that Tribe got the safer of the two comps. I think that Dr. Lobster have got the more daring of the two comps.
Yeah, I can say that with absolute confidence, and I actually think that the Colette will work pretty well here, but it's going to come down to some very specific matchups, most notably versus Pam, and Kanan already seems to be kind of migrating over to the right side to deal with the Pam, especially with the Gotcha Gadget. He'll be able to heal up a lot versus Pam in close range, and I think one of the most frustrating things about Double Swoosh is this right lane, because for a lot of the game, you're actually just shooting into nothingness. You have no idea where your enemy is. And Kanan, I think, will be able to get away with some close range interactions here. Wow. There's the super as well, and he has a Gotcha Gadget to spare. Didn't really get any value off of it at all. But, hey, that's proof of concept right there. You're able to get the kill with the super alone. And on the return, Kanan doesn't stay alive, but a whole lot of positioning has been maintained by Dr. Lobsters this entire time. And all in all, 7 gems. Yeah, blind pull right there. As I say, you miss 100% of the pulls you don't take, but still, that is one pull less that Dr. Lobsters have now, as they have kind of surrendered control to Tribe Gaming so far.
Yeah, Tom getting a little bit trigger happy for my liking, but I did like the idea of being the hero. Just didn't quite work out when don't connect it, but either way. Gems are split though on the side of Dr. Lobster, we can't forget, and that could be a problem here, as the speed does allow Tom to actually push straight in. Look at the amount of pressure they were able to place down onto Drage, almost taking him out there. And he is the gem carrier for Tribe right now. You can't really tell because it's 9-4 gems here as Kenny goes on the right hand side and very, very aggressive. 1 gem needed, but there is a takedown. It could work out well actually here for Tom to be able to pick up all the gems and juking nicely as well, forcing out the super totem there. Not too sure of the pause necessary, but nonetheless, Dr. Lobster looking fantastic for me right now.
I agree entirely. They just have to keep up this push on the left side, or at least the retreat on the left side. Ziaku is going to fire off a little bit more damage, though, because he knows that those 5 gems he's carrying aren't really game changers. Drage is trying anything possible to get forward, but he is going to fall victim to Max by the looks of things on the right side. Oh, okay. I guess the dancing was a little bit intense there, and Ziaku wasn't able to finish things off, but a win is a win, and a match point is a match point, and this time it's going to belong to Dr. Lobster.
Who would have thought, you know, this would have been such a close matchup for the first time that these two teams have faced in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, you know, I still, like, I feel like I've always got my heart for Dr. Lobster, and it's very hard to kind of, like, you know, place them ahead of teams like Tribe Gaming or SK Gaming or Reply Totem, whoever. But I think we are now at that place where we can and should actually more so. Let's see, though. They've got to tie this one up still, and Tribe have got all the time. Well, I say all the time in the world. They don't. They have the next game to be able to turn this one around, but they can do. They are, you know, the more experienced team, there's no doubt about it, but they have taken a beating so far against this underdog story, so they've got to really start to turn this one around very quickly and learn from their mistakes, because yeah, this could be over very quickly.
Oh, yeah, we need to see Tribe Gaming learn from some of their mistakes, too, because the same thing as last game is happening already. Dr. Lobsters have gotten all the way on the back end of Tribe Gaming. They will actually slow things down just a little bit. Kanan needs to dispose of some mines, disarm them so that they're not going to be a problem later. Big pull there by Tom as well. 9, 10 gems for Dogster Lobsters. And it could end here, actually. There's the disposal of the turret as well by Kanan. Tom needs a little bit more damage. Nope, Kanan, he's popping off, and he's showing no signs of stopping. Just 10 seconds left for Tribe Gaming to interrupt by a kill on Tom.
Wow, I don't see Tribe stopping this at all now. There's just no way. I think with the amount of time that's left, I think unless these shots are bang on and yeah, no one can touch Tom, that is it. Dogster Lobster, take it. On day one against Tribe Gaming, the giants of this region, and Dogster Lobster have got to be over the moon with that result. My word, have they done well today.
If I were a team with a mascot that is half a dog and half a lobster, I too would be over the moon right now, especially if I took a game over Tribe Gaming. See, I'm an empath. I know how they're feeling. But still, congratulations to Dogster Lobsters on this huge win over a phenomenal team. But it's clear also that Tribe Gaming was bringing a whole lot of fire to this fight, even with their latest addition. I think with that, we can expect a lot to come from both these teams, but the most unexpected thing from Dogster Lobsters is just how well they are doing, and they are commanding a whole lot of respect in this position right now.
Yeah, I think that the other teams watching need to definitely tread carefully when it comes to Dogster Lobster. They're not like an underdog team anymore in that respect. They're just gaining so much experience along the way. Their drafting is on point. And I think that more teams need to consider the fact that they could actually probably learn a thing or two from watching how they draft. They're clearly doing a lot of their homework and looking afield as to how they want to go about things. And, you know, it's great. Like I say, to bring this kind of caliber of teams and players together in a competition like this, you got to give a huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for that, because you know, it's not something that you get to see every day, and you know, for the amount of support that they've been able to do, not just financially, but just to have such a great production behind everything, it goes such a long way. I can't wait to see where teams like Dogster Lobster end up when we get towards the later stages of the challenge season, but you can't deny it's the perfect start for them today.
And the most beautiful thing is that we get to see Dogster Lobster play every single day. I mean, that's just the beauty of Snapdragon, is that it goes on for 7 days, and it's a round-robin style. So we're going to get to see a whole lot more of Dogster Lobsters, and we'll get to see a whole lot more of Tribe Gaming as well, because, well, we got a lot of Tribe fans out there. And I mean, I would want to see Tribe Gaming go down in their one and only match. So it's not over yet, and maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to bring back some kind of redemption arc, and we'll see them pop off with Lina.
Yeah, a bit of a rough day. We didn't really talk much about that towards the end as well, yeah, because ultimately we expected to see a lot more from him, to be completely honest. And, you know, it's a bold thing to not bench Yoshi. I don't think that Tribe necessarily worked that way, but, you know, Yoshi's a fantastic player for the team. And obviously when you make a new signing, you want to put them into the spotlight early on, but it definitely wasn't the debut that we were expecting to see from a player like Lanan, who's got so much experience and that kind of thing behind him. Definitely a rough start for Tribe. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board for tomorrow and really think things through. I think their matchup tomorrow is against Craze Clan as well, and that's going to be a real tough one too. Craze Clan are on form, top form right now. This whole bracket of teams is really in a good place, and yeah, like every single challenge day matters.
Yeah, and also, Craze Clan is one of those teams that's kind of known for being crazy drafters. So that's drafting ability, and the reactionary ability is seriously going to be put to the test tomorrow. So I kind of can't wait to see what is going to unfold tomorrow. But that's only our second match of the day, Arc. We got more coming.
Yeah, more coming up thick and fast. Up next, we have SK Gaming and Reply Totem. After that, Craze Clan and FA Siege. So stay tuned. SK Gaming and Reply Totem coming up very, very shortly, right after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hi guys, my name is Sinks. I'm the manager of Dogster Lobster. I'd say that's real. I don't know the descriptions too well. that's definitely real. I think that's definitely real. Let's do it. It's real. Okay. I think that's fake. The grey supported there. Okay, let's go. Like a smaller, weaker one, I feel like it's a weaker porter. I think that's fake. The health part, I think it's slightly more health. I'm not sure, it might have changed. I'm not too sure. I feel like it's right though. No, if the numbers are right, I feel like it's right. I'm gonna say it is true. Oh. Well, there you go. I should have known that. I should have been listening to Ark's casting. I don't know if the name's real, but I'm guessing it's true. I think it's true, yeah. Oh, okay.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series of Brawl Stars. We're in day one of our challenge season for the EU and MENA region. I, of course, am Ark, joined by Ready, Sets, and Teddy today. My backpack carries as I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today. But Teddy, you were watching from the sidelines on that last matchup. What were your thoughts? Because obviously coming into that game, we all kind of felt like Tribe Gaming were taking it pretty comfortably. And that wasn't the case. It went all the way, but Dogs the Lobster took it.
Yeah, crazy performance on their end, really. I did not expect to go that way, but honestly, they deserve it. They played really well. I think that, you know, the Colette on double swoosh was a very bold brawler to bring in on that map. But it worked out, and it worked out surprisingly well against the Pam and the Eve. So I like what I've been seeing so far from Darkster, and I'm hoping they keep it up like that.
Yeah, me too. I think that it's, again, a team that can still be a little bit unpredictable at times. At the moment, though, coming off the back of their qualification through the Open Finals to where they are today, I think that it's the best start they could hope for anyway. But moving on to our next matchup, Ready, we've got SK Gaming and Reply Totem up next. Now, Reply Totem qualified in Open Finals 2, just again a week ago back in DreamHack. SK Gaming a while further back in the Open Finals 1. But Reply Totem for me, have really started to build their momentum forwards with the introduction of Joker into the roster. They had 4 grand final wins in the cup stages of Split 2. But yeah, speak for the roster, speak for the team. Give us your thoughts on Reply Totem and how they're faring at the moment for you.
Well, I'll start by saying that you stole the words right out of my mouth when you mentioned Joker. Such a mechanically skilled player and such an amazing addition to this roster. And it seemed so natural as well, his introduction to this roster. Of course, at their helm, Inso coaching Mari and Maru, this dynamic duo that has been sticking together for such a long time, all tied together by the mechanical skill of Joker. This is definitely a roster to be feared. Even though they weren't at MSI or the like, I would still be watching out for them a whole lot later in the year, and especially through every single day of this competition.
Yeah, those changes came into effect just a bit too late for getting themselves into a good spot for MSI for sure, but at the moment they are looking so fierce, having some really interesting drafts. They're bringing in like a lot of kind of brawlers that are being slept on by a lot of other teams like Buzz, and very aggressive ideas. Again, Joker being the prime person to really handle a lot of those really aggressive ideas. But yeah, Joker also speaks like 5 languages as well. It's kind of insane that he's this talented and yet so young as a player as well. But definitely what you've got to say for sure is that the team has definitely seemed to have taken on a new lease of life with his introduction. And yeah, when we looked at their performance in the Open Finals 2, it was a very good run for them. It was a straight 3-0 against FAB2T, 3-2 against Bax in a much closer game to decide their qualification position. But nonetheless, this team is looking very good. In the cup stages, they looked phenomenal. So I'm expecting a really good challenge season from them. Teddy, give us your thoughts on their opposition as well. SK Gaming, I mean, they're obviously a team that we all know and love and barely need an introduction, but nonetheless, you go for it.
Yeah, honestly, you're stealing the words straight out of my mouth, Ark. I was about to say the same exact words, really. But yeah, Pedro as their coach, Ikeos, Guille, and Semantic. I mean, what a roster, right? Just insane talent all around. Mechanically, every single one of their players is just absolutely cracked. And, behind that, you have the strategies and drafts that you expect from this team. They're just at such a high level of consistency as well. And it might not be the SK reign of 2021, but honestly, right now, getting that 2nd place in MSI, 1st place in Chaos Cup, they've been looking absolutely phenomenal, and I just can't wait to get to see them in the SPS next. So yeah, a big team with big expectations and potentially the #1 seed in the region at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they had some great results recently, and that's again something that, as we've seen already today with Dogster Lobster, teams ride off the back of that headspace, that positivity and that hype off the back of those things. Again, and going all the way with a team like Zeta Division, the world champs in the BSC, in MSI, like you said, and winning the Chaos Cup. Chaos Cup was still kind of a bit more fun and relaxed, but nonetheless, they took. Other teams did too, so definitely had some very good results after what had been a bit of a struggle actually in the BSC months, where they were like kind of exiting early in those quarterfinal stages. I think it was in April and May, I believe. But nonetheless, we know what they're capable of. SK last year had a phenomenal run against Clash, as we saw time and time again, that El Clasico continuing to show its face. But Reddy, in terms of your predictions here, who do you think is going to take this one? It's a close one. I hate to be on the spot, but I've got to ask the question.
It's really tough, right? Because as Teddy mentioned, both teams have remarkable mechanical skill. And SK, I think a lot of people had their doubts leading up to MSI, and then they did really well versus Tribe NA as well, and showed us seriously that they're not really slacking. They are gunning for that #1 EU spot, whatever it takes, even though that's not exactly the story in terms of points at the moment. On the other hand, you have Totem, which is coming at the scene with this newfound resolve and this brand new synergy. It's like, I think, a 50-50. If I had to pick heads or tails, I'm going to go actually with Totem.
Oh, interesting. And I've got to ask yourself the same question, Teddy. With that in mind, do you think you agree with Ready Set? Do you think it's Reply Totem, or do you think it's going to be SK?
I think it's also very much a 50-50. I kind of want to go with Totem just because I feel like they've been looking incredible, and talking to most teams lately, they've been saying that, you know, Totem is #1 in Europe at the moment. So I'll probably go with Totem as well, but I would absolutely not be surprised if SK take this one, and I'm hoping it goes all the way to a 5th and final set.
I would love to join you guys. I don't know. I think it's going to be very close. Oh, I hope it will be at least. I'm going to have to dip. I'm going to say SK for today. They gave me a jersey last week, so I kind of feel like I'm now indebted to them to be kind of more biased on their side. Well, ready, set. You're going to be stepping aside just for this one. We'll be welcoming you back in shortly. Don't worry. We're not going to go far, I know. Me and Teddy are going to be taking this particular one. But yeah, again, I think it'll be a close affair. I think SK Gaming and Reply Totem are both going to be fantastic teams to rival in this position. But I'm going to go SK. Yeah, sorry to differ, guys.
Yeah, no need to apologize, Ark. No need to apologize. As we said, you know, it's very much a 50-50 in this sort of situation, as both teams have been looking absolutely phenomenal lately. You know, SK obviously, you know, with MSI and Chaos Cup, but Totem in general, you know, in third-party events, specifically here at Snapdragon Pro Series, they've been looking just miles ahead of the competition. And even though Split 2 got a little bit messier, they still came out of the upper bracket. So I think it's a very valid option, Ark. SK is... I think this one is going to be just dependent on whoever plays the best today.
Yeah, I think ultimately it's going to come down to that, you know, whichever team has got the biggest hand on the draft process, which, again, that's where Totem could turn this one around, I feel, a little bit here and there. If SK didn't have someone like Pedro in the behind the scenes, you know, on the coaching and analyst side of things, then maybe they'd be unprepared for the ideas that Totem like to implement. But that's where I feel SK might have a bit more of an advantage here, simply because I don't think to the teams that we tend to see Totem just kind of sweep, they sort of find those picks to be a bit of a shock, whereas SK kind of already know what they're likely to pick anyway and have a bit more of a team plan in play, maybe, perhaps. But we shall see. I mean, in terms of like the drafting ready, you know, what do you kind of expect to see from SK Gaming today with those things in mind?
I expect to see something safe from SK, not a whole lot of exploration until it comes time for the brawler that iChaos is going to be playing in, probably something more mechanically demanding for him, because that's the role that he typically tends to fill, right? That's like his specialty, is the mechanical skill, and the rest pretty much set the scene that iChaos is going to bust a move on as well. From the side of from Totem, I'm not entirely sure, actually. I would almost want to say basically the same thing that SK has to offer now, with the addition of Joker, obviously being picked up for his remarkable mechanical skill. I think we'll see Mari and Maru getting some solid interactions together, and once more setting the stage for Joker. So it'll be, I think, head-to-head pretty much between Joker and iChaos for a lot of the match.
Well, ready, set. Thank you for your time, dude. We're going to catch up with you in just a bit. We're going straight into game. Teddy, take it away.
All right, looking at the draft, we'll have Ems, Amber, and Eve on the side of SK Gaming. For Reply Totem, it's the Janet, the Max, and the Lola. So a lot of spray and pray on both sides, looking at the contrast at a first glance.
Yeah, we have barely seen much of Janet today already, but finally coming out of the woodwork just a little bit. Some big meta brawlers ideas actually on both sides. I like the M's actually from Chaos there on the left-hand side. Didn't quite see it come out of the draft, despite not being banned actually the last time we saw Double Swish just a few moments ago in that last matchup between the Tribe and Dr. Lobster. Already though, great control from SK, good takedowns as well. Gems are dropped and are picked up again by Maru. He being very patient there just to leave the oil slick. He could burn down Maru if he wants to, then to pick up the gems. But he's just kind of leaving it there. Kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, it kind of felt like Mari almost wanted to go down, just teasing in the fire, maybe to drop his gems back to his teammate, as I believe he wasn't the initial gem carrier for the side of Reply Totem. So interesting decisions over there. Seems like SK will not give them that, as he is still up and going now. However, Semantic sitting on 9 gems, that puts SK in a very good position if Semantic can just grab that next gem, but he didn't really reset at any point, just keeps being low HP and going for the fight probably just because of the damage gear and the fact that he can outrange most of the players as the cover to utilize as well. But that means that Reply Totem, because of that, they have the time to catch up now, and they might just secure a countdown of their own.
I love that little bit of wall tech there from Maru. I love that. But yeah, Semantic's been one gem away this whole entire time and been not able to contest the mid. Now it's actually Reply Totem being able to buy that time and have to put themselves into countdown. Semantic picks up now, though, finally, and the support from Gear on the right-hand side is so crucially important. Good take down the left from like Chaos as well. That's going to be the countdown for SK Gaming, but they need to continue to hold this mid.
Yeah, and an amazing timing on those hatchlings to spawn as well, but the gem spawns right in front of Joker, is able to instantly pick it up. Semantic takes a fair bit of damage, needs to be very careful here as Maru does take him down, but the gems are just going to be dropped, meaning that SK, they can afford to go for some risks now, but they need to remember to pick them up in the next 8 seconds, and Semantic is going to be designated to do so. 13 gems actually now for Totem. That means the kill is required on Joker, and they're not gonna get it. So it seems like Totem were able to get exactly what they wanted, create some space in the back line, and they got those 2 gems in a row that made the difference.
I was surprised. I thought SK were able to be able to get the gems from the middle. I thought when they went down, they had 12. I was surprised that they came back and just obviously not able to have kept the control around the middle enough to gain what was needed. Either way, definitely they will learn from that. They'll have to if they want to see this one through. Ultimately, they just had a period of time where Reply Totem was so much more able to just buy their time and just prevent Semantic from getting onto that countdown. Again, with these aggressive ideas, the Max and the Lola. But again, like you said before, I thought it was a very interesting decision where he did not choose to take down Maori there in that last instance. And it did seem like he was in an ideal position to do so. So very, very subtle ideas and decisions being made all the time by both teams.
Yeah, definitely. So far, though, a much better start for Reply Totem as they're leading by 5 gems already. There are a couple dropped down in those bushes. Semantic going to be picking them up now. That's going to close the gap and help keep the game close and tight for the time being. An aggressive gadget placed down by Maru. The elimination onto Guy on the right-hand side. And Maru is low, but Semantic is in an uncomfortable position all the way back in the corner of his spawn with 200 HP. He does survive, but look at the control for Totem now. Double the gem count of SK's.
Yeah, Totem doing so well. Like just going on the aggressive here and just keeping SK in a position of not being able to contest that mid as Maru takes the flight and gets behind this position here. Going to burn down on both sides now. The trade is there. 2 versus 2 now. The ego comes out from Maori. But Chaos can't really contest it on the left-hand side. Just keep the suppressive fire coming in on the side of Reply Totem. Joker picks up 9 gems now. SK have got to push this. Semantic's shooting the ego. Needs to shoot the Lola, really. Gets taken down now in full control. This is where SK can bring this one back and get to countdown.
Yeah, this is exactly the right timing for SK. They tie things up and they have a fair bit of control. He might just burn up those the oil, but actually doesn't find a connection off it. Countdown is initiated by Reply Totem. Spawns. Oh, Joker is so low HP, but he still stands and he's making it out of it alive, as well as Semantic gets taken out by Maori. What a way to take the set here for Reply Totem, as they'll have all 19 gems on their side. That's going to be set number 1 going to the Italians.
It just felt like daylight robbery on both games there for me. Like, it just felt like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know about people watching either, but it just felt like SK for me, like, had it in the bag more often than not. But I don't know whether it was the max speed coming in that just gave the control and the positioning power instantly over to Reply Totem or what. But I mean, the stats do tend to sort of favor them, and obviously, you know, with those gems in the pocket, all 19 at the end, 45 on their side. Explains a lot, but I felt it's a lot closer than that the majority of other times. A lot more drops on the side of SK for sure, but yeah, for me, just I felt like Reply Totem, they kept up, but I just felt like they were able to turn it around in a way that I just wasn't expecting. I think that SK could have definitely at least gained a game in that last set for me.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, it could have been honestly a 2-0 in favor of SK, and the games wouldn't have had to be that different. You know, there wasn't all that much in it, just small details that Totem were able to use against SK. You know, very small timings there at the end, some body blocking as well that just made a difference. You know, kept Joker alive on the max, and then Semantic, he had to overextend, overreach in the enemy lines, and eventually got taken out. Things just went sideways, and there was just really not much in it. It was very, very minor details, but Totem got those details going their way.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, they had great drafting. No surprises to see, you know, Joker have a very aggressive brawler, but the Janet as well. Surprised we didn't see that one banned out, actually. But a new map and mode, Gold on Gulch for Knockout up next then, and yeah, this is a chance to have a bit more of a team talk on the side of SK, just kind of discuss how things went in that last instance, and this is a good mode for them, I feel. Going to be banning out the Ruffs, the Bonnie, and also the Max. The Max there for me is kind of reminiscent of the last map and mode, realistically. Here, Ruffs being banned, Tick and Pam by Reply Totem.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing so far, and I really agree. Not only was Knockout being a good mode for SK, but just a good mode to get that reset, right? It's slow paced, you have time to, you know, kind of set things up and get comfortable, and I think they might just need that, you know, change of pace, slowing things down. We'll see the Janet first pick already on the side of Totem, not looking to slow things down on their side, as they will have the full extent of aggression that brawler offers.
Yeah, I do like it. I think it's definitely very versatile and something to have in the back pocket for both the late and early games. But let's see what the responses from SK here is. They've got quite a lot of choice here for me. I do like a Rico here. I do like a Bell. I like a lot of the, yeah, and there you go. That's got to be Chaos as well. I feel like as well that would have been a worthy ban by Reply Totem, which they just kind of haven't gone for here. Let's see what follows it though. Again, the Ruffs is always a good one, and you can see why it's banned on both sides, really for that same reason. Yeah, okay, Sprout, interesting, going with some control. Already I'm liking how this is going to be shaping up. I feel like there's got to be a need for healing on the side of Reply Totem. Ham being banned as well might come back to bite them in that respect.
Yeah, definitely so. Maybe a Byron can be a good alternative. Right now, I do want to say that, you know, something like a Fang or a Mortis could still be a bit of a threat, especially targeting that Sprout. But even the Rico, you know, if you get a stun on it with a Fang, it's not going to do anything. So, yeah, a bit of potential there maybe to make a play on the side of Totem. They'll go for a Brock for now, trying to remove the walls, as there's no other thrower opportunity to be brought in on their in their comp, because they banned the tick. And so far, I have to say, Arg, I feel like some of those bans of Totem, I feel like SK are using them against them.
Could even be Buzz here, to be honest, from Reply Totem. I mean, it just keeps some walls up, but it could be Gene. Interesting. They needed some healing. I kind of also felt the Byron was going to be where they would go, similar to yourself. But yeah, Gene can work here well. But I also felt as well they could have also had, like you said, a Fang. They got some very susceptible ideas on the side of SK. I guess the one thing that they had still in their favour was the fact they had the final pick, so they could go for something to counter it hard. Piper coming in as well then for SK. Great brawler to have. Ultimately, though, I think that it depends on what Reply Totem want to break with that Brock and what they want to leave open. Going to be an interesting one either way, because a lot of the SK comp likes to have those walls, and yet both of those ideas from the Brock on the side of Reply Totem and the Piper on the side of SK Gaming like to break them. So we shall see.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting situation, especially for the Piper, as you know, she has to try to keep some walls up for the Sprout and the Rico, because without walls, that's going to be a big loss of value. Well, let's find out how it goes, as we already instantly have some of the walls from Totem destroyed. Joker destroying the walls on their own side, which is an interesting way to go. It's just definitely going to be ensuring that, you know, there's a little bit less funneling in those areas where you get your movement to be just a little bit too predictable at times.
I don't like how SK bunched up so together so quickly there, and they're being punished for it. And look at that break as well from Joker. Do they know what they want to have broken up already in terms of the map for the next round? They're just going to get themselves prepared early on for the perfect outcome, or a more favourable one at that. And yeah, SK need to get out of this. I just can't see how this doesn't go Reply Totem's way, to be honest.
Yeah, getting that super early kill onto the Piper is definitely very, very valuable for Reply Totem, and that's gonna be snowballing into a first round going their way. You have 2 supers available for SK, none for Totem, but not quite the best gadget from Joker. Could have probably have removed more wolves than that. That we'll have to do. Super from Ikeos does find some connections, but no kills.
It's a rarity, honestly. Especially that lineup. It was well, everything was on point. I'm surprised. It was like almost like the HP just didn't go down in the way that I was expecting it to, as fast as it should. Let's see now at the moment. Live Totem are playing this very slow and cautious. It's now a much more advantageous spot for SK than before, having now more of a landscape style back and forth here. Let's see, there's a super on the side of Joker as well as on Maori. It's only Maori that doesn't have his, but none on the side of SK here. Homing Recipe does connect there from Semantic onto Joker, and some good taps from Chaos through the mid.
He is low HP. We'll have to be careful. Gene Pool will be an instant kill. Maru goes down. Vengeful Spirits from Maori. He's trying to dodge, gets the 1 kill. It's only Ikeos left alive. The pool goes through, but not before Ikeos gets the kill, and that is going to be run for SK, but that was a close one.
Very close, yeah. I did kind of wonder whether, if he'd been able to connect the Magic Hand just a bit sooner, whether he may have been able to come out with something of an advantage in that scenario, but wasn't the case to be, and Missy there from Chaos, but the slack being picked up by Semantic there as a good takedown is there. 3 versus 2 now, and a good spot for SK. Didn't quite connect, I don't think, with the gadget again, but I want to see less of this clumping up on SK's side, because again, with brawlers like Brock there, you can get so much value if you just get too close, together.
Yeah, Joker needs to be careful. He could 2-shot him. Nearly. The connection from Semantic as well. It's a 3 versus 2 still, and SK got to keep that man advantage all the way until the end. It's Reply Totem. They need to try to isolate a player, try to get one away from the pack, but it doesn't seem to be going their way as Semantic finds another victim. It's only Joker left alive. He's pushing forward, but he takes a lot of damage. Eventually, Gear clears him up, and this is going to be a game for SK Gaming. It was definitely close and very much in line with what we had in Gem Grab, with some very, very close games and moments, but SK just barely going the distance in that first game. I have to say, Ark, this is so neck to neck, and I feel like, you know, Reply Totem, a couple less mistakes and moments like that, and those games could absolutely be going their way.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Like how when you look at the way things shape up to be, it's like every game has just got so little in it, honestly. But this positioning here again by SK so early on behind the ropes. I mean, it is the splash from Gear. My word, how much value did he get there? Was that like 2 shots that affected all 3 brawlers twice? My goodness me. Well, he's gonna wall for it, and that's a great place for it. Oh my word, that was almost beautiful between Gear and Chaos, but I don't know how the shots didn't connect on the side of the Rico. Oh, that's gotta be a feels bad right there for SK for sure.
Yeah, it felt like SK had the strategy, right? They walled things off, so there was nowhere they could hide, but Ikeos just could not connect that spray, and it's a bit of a rarity because usually he always does, and it is gonna be annoying for SK to deal with, but they still got at least a round in it here, and they still have the game advantage in this set, so don't need to sweat just yet, but that was an opportunity to turn things around very nicely for them.
Okay, well, Maru's got his super. Gear's got the wall as well. Samantha's got a couple of gadgets left to hand as well, so that could be definitely a time to put on some pressure. SK do need to start to gain some kills here. They don't want to be able to give another round over if they can avoid it. Wall's still there to hand the Gear. Chaos not connecting as much as I'd like to see actually on that Rico pick. He's normally been a bit more consistent with it. Mario takes the air. There's a gadget from Semantic, but it didn't really go anywhere. These gadgets need to be landing a bit better for me.
Yeah, and look at that. What a team wipe from Reply Totem, tying things up in this game. And this is where things get into some more dangerous waters for SK, because you don't want to start your first match of the season being behind by 2 sets. And realistically, if Totem play like that in the next game, we might be looking at a 2-set scoreline in favor of Totem.
I just kind of don't see why SK didn't utilize their gadgets in times when they were much easier to be connected. That was the thing. They kind of reserved them almost too late, and when they tried to connect, it just meant the angles were not quite where they would have been. They could have got some really direct shots on the Piper side of things, the homemade recipe, if they just kind of like just used them a bit early on. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We've seen that from Reply Totem actually as part of their very strategy to kind of use up some of those early on, get some rocket fuel in from the Brock, and just kind of really start to like gain that early advantage, and that's what SK needs to do themselves now.
Yeah, I agree, and some of those Sprout wall opportunities are just gonna be gone, you know, once those walls are out of the picture. And so far, it is about playing that max range, but gas is spawning in, and soon enough on the sides as well. Ikeo's trying to find some bounces. Mari is low HP, still standing for now. Mari aggressive, the 2-for-1 trade. Only Ikeo's left alive, he's going for it, but Joker cleans it up. And Reply Totem, they may get a 3rd round in a row, now a round away from taking the 2nd set.
Yeah, Reply Totem have got somewhere to go. They got some dinner reservations tonight. They need to get this one over as quickly as possible because they are going the right way about it. Semantic forced to chip away there as Maru would have absolutely got that down. Mari, though, creeping with the magic hand, but now spotted, and the response from SK is there. But look at the way that Reply Totem were ready for it. Almost some insane Brock value that they would have gained off the back of that had they not been able to get back quickly enough.
Yeah, I feel like SK are being herd like sheep right now, as Totem has the entire map control and SK just has some very few places they can go to, and most of them are very near to their spawn. Super from Ikeos finds a couple of connections, but no kills just yet, and that is the pickup that they needed as Maru falls on the left-hand side.
Can they pick up the Maori? I don't think they can. He's surviving at 66 HP, but now Chaos will clear up surely, and that's beautifully done by SK as they start to gain something. They've got to get back in this game. They've been all the way up until now very, very close, but there is starting to have more of a divide. A game here would go such a long, long way. A set would do so much for them, but Reply Totem are so close to going 2 sets up, and that's that's something which they're going to have to really try to shut down, because that's some serious momentum.
Positioning wise, I don't really know if with this current wall setup, if the left-hand side is going to be that much better for Reply Totem, as it does enable for some very nice Rico bounces, and the Sprout shots can bounce nicely as well. Gear is low, we'll have to play it a bit more careful. Maru trying to close the gap and get a bit closer, but he gets tagged up a couple times. Ikeos is down to 36 HP to jump in for Maru. Does pay off, it's a 1-for-1 trade, 2-for-1 now, as Reply Totem take back the man advantage. It's only Semantic left standing for SK.
Yeah, I felt like Chaos was out of position, and it just kind of kept going that way, and that is going to be it. Reply Totem will take the 2nd set, and now are well on their way to getting themselves a victory over SK. And I've got to say, the scoreline hasn't reflected necessarily what we've been seeing. It's been very, very close up until now, but maybe just a couple more cracks starting to show on the side of SK. Look at the amount of damage that they had actually over Reply Totem there. So it's clearly more consistent damage, but Reply Totem just valuing their lives that little bit better, allowing more time to heal. As you can see, there's a lot more healing on the side of Reply Totem. 17 supers to 10 of Reply Totem. SK were utilizing more of them, but were they connecting? That's the thing. And ultimately, a lot of the supers on the side of Reply Totem had a bit more effect in terms of damage output as well, so there was that to consider as well. But nonetheless, whatever way you look at it, SK have got to start to turn us around very, very quickly. They are a team that are always strongest when they are behind, but is today that same day? We're going to go straight into the next draft up soon, and we shall see what is on the minds of SK, because they do need to dig deep into their back pockets for something fresh, original, and something that which Reply Totem just don't see coming.
Yeah, Super Beach is going to be up next, but I agree with you, Arg. I feel like they need some changes here in this third set, because this gold set was just Totem dictating the pace and how much control, they would let SK take on the map. And sure, damage-wise, SK had the advantage, but yeah, the magic puffs went a long way, I think, to keep the HP pool afloat and to make sure that Totem kept their players up, and maybe a bit of a conversion problem, not being able to close out those skills. But the comps are going to be starting to reveal themselves soon, as we have our 6 bans here. Crows to Bonnie, as well as Ash, Barley, and Max. And already a first pick, Janet from Totem. Seem to be enjoying their Janet quite a bit so far.
Yeah, it just seems like, for me, SK haven't valued Janet as a ban. I'm sure, I know, they know how strong she is. I think it was one of the first things that they said to me in Portugal. And that was, way back when. But they don't seem to be... They're obviously choosing to try to counter it, to try to deal with it, and that's part of their strategy here, but it hasn't been working. I think they needed to ban it here, really, to be honest, but they're going to be picking the roughs, and that's always a good brawler to have here on Super Beach. To combine with that, it's also surprising that they're banning the Stew. In the fact that Reply Totem had that first coin toss, I know that just seems like a brawler which they would love to have had, and I didn't see necessarily Reply Totem picking it first. But either way, let's just see how the draft kind of plays itself out here. They definitely need to have something more for the mid, as I assume the Rust's going to be taking lane, but yeah, and that is going to be the one that I would have picked here. The B is great for me, one that we don't actually tend to see as much, but I think in the position that they are in terms of this draft, it's a safe brawler to put into that position there. In the eventuality that Reply System were thinking of any tanky ideas, well, they can forget about it.
Yeah, I definitely like that, and no matter how much I love roughs, I do find it a little bit risky to pick it into the Janet that has nice zone damage to take down those sandbags. Maybe their plan is, to just use the other gadget, but still, I don't know. I like what I'm seeing so far in the draft from Totem. I think Byron is just such a great mid option. Sure, will not be as dissuasive towards tanks as a B would, but there's only one pick left on the side of SK, and one tank could be more imaginable no matter what. So yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Reply Totem. I think from the 2 picks we have on each side, they have the upper hand so far in my books.
Well, Spike going to be joining that Byron pick, and definitely quite a kind of safe comp, I would say, on the side of Reply Totem here. Quite a kind of, there's nothing too that kind of stands out about it in terms of any strategy. I would like to have seen, I don't know, something with a bit more speed, but again, the max being banned out is obviously something which they tend to go for themselves, but then banning it out this time round. Now on the side, Sprout, it's a bit risky for me actually, this SK Gaming comp, to be honest. I do like the Sprout, it can work pretty well, but yeah, it can have a bit of an issue with Janet, maybe, against all things, but I don't know, which comp do you prefer, Teddy, out of the 2?
Overall, I prefer Totems. I do like that final Sprout pick, because no destruction whatsoever on the side of Totem, and 3-shot potential on Byron and Spike can lead to a very, very strong Sprout pick. So I like that quite a bit, but I love Byron so much in general, and I feel like it's such a strong brawler to have on almost any comp. Look at that, already some supply drops heading down to try to secure some early eliminations. Will be successful at that as they take down Mari early on, and so far, SK Gaming with all the control in the world. Maru going for the jump in, gets the kill, but gets traded out.
Nice. I mean, that's normally a position where you just tend to see time and time again that Sprout pick just kind of utilizing so much of that controlling ability just to whittle everything down to lead to a goal. But you see how Lighthouse been quite daring on that Janet, and the way that Maru just went in and jumped over everything and just went all out to get just a single takedown. Deflated a lot of that pusher, but SK not done yet.
Yeah, jump in again from Maru, but he's gonna be low HP, got slowed by the B super as well, and man advantage still in favor of SK so far. This set is looking better for them. at least in the early game, as Joker does go for a super now, will get shut down by a Chaos on the right-hand side, and this is an opportunity with a man advantage once more for SK to try to push some more grounds and get a bit more map control. Let's see if they can convert any of this into a goal.
Barry goes in. DA is kind of low here as well as drops the Honey Molasses, and the instant gets taken down by Maru. And again, I feel like SK just been struggling a lot against this Janet pick, and let's take down there from Semantic onto Joker. Might have something for him, but I just kind of worry that I think that actually it would be not a bad place for Reply Token to go to into overtime, to be honest, as it would eradicate a lot of the Sprout's ability to control the situation. They're being very patient. SK do this a lot. In these later stages of Brawl Ball, they just kind of almost like decidedly choose to score the goal at 20 seconds on the clock because they've got no time for a response. But now, a bit more fights coming back here from Reply Totems. They start to go up this left-hand side lane, and Joker will actually go down there, though. That could change things.
Yeah, this is... Oh, is that a goal from Gear? Yup. Big opening there. Nicely spotted as well by Gear VGX. As he
20
will
seconds.
just barely slotted in. Yeah, it was close, but he does get it through, and we have a final push here. Strong one as well. 2v3 now. Does get traded out. Maui trying to get control of the ball. Only 5 seconds left, and Joker is standing in front of it. Can he walk it in?
Oh my gosh.
There's no way.
God. Wow. Wow. There was 20 seconds. 20 seconds to do that, and he got it on what must have been a slither of a second towards the end. My word.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Maru does go for the jump now. That means that there's less people to catch the ball in case of a charge shot with that ball, but no one commits to it just yet. Slow doesn't connect from Gear, but the charge shot does, and that's going to be a very nice kill to try to close out that game. Surely there's scoring here as they have so much more control, but they lost control of the ball and they have no way of just picking it up from here on, and this is looking like potentially a draw or even a final push from Reply Totem. Yeah, they're drawing it out.
I just can't believe how Reply Totem do that. Like, just what we just saw there. Like, well, there's literally nowhere to go when you've got a big amplified shot and they're just juking the shot so well, and somehow they're able just to stay in the mix, and like more teams than not always crumble in those scenarios against teams like SK. They just do. It's what happens. It's where the game goes. But Reply Totem just don't do that. It's like they just have this mentality of just never giving up, and it actually is working. It's kind of crazy to actually watch just how every single thing they do is so calculated. Every tiny detail.
They're scoring this.
Oh yeah, no. I thought the same.
I think they still might.
They probably still can.
Yeah, this should still be a goal. I mean, they're trying to open things up, but now the Sprout is down, so no way to move that wall. 2 players with 1 HP. That is surely going to be a goal, and I mean, what a change of pace here. And Reply Totem, they have to face some unwinnable situations in that previous game that somehow they managed to turn into a draw. This is very impressive Brawl Stars on their end.
Yeah, from what was such a long, drawn-out game to literally that goal there. Very different. Very different styles.
Yeah, definitely so. Joker taking a fair bit of damage. That's a team wipe, actually, and Bull is just laying there, but respawn from Maru is at least gonna slow the pace a little bit. See if they can corner up that ball. Trying to get it away from any position where SK Gaming could easily score following a kill or two, and right now the kill or two has come, team wipe, and that will be the goal from SK, tying things up and staying competitive in this third set, because they have to, as Reply Totem is 2 sets ahead still.
Yeah, they're starting to catch on to Maru's technique of just kind of gadgeting in and going super on the aggressive, as Ye really shut the idea down fast. But there is a possibility here that Reply Totem can start to gain the momentum forwards and start to consider a goal scoring opportunity. Good taps there from the mid onto Chaos. But now, the takedown, Reply Totem will have to be trying to defend this push coming from SK, and so far so good. Chaos pushing up though on the right hand side is a problem that could then divert attention onto the mid, and Totem seem to know it, so that's good for them. But as we approach 20 seconds now, this is going to be make or break from one of these two sides. I think it could be SK that start to push this ball through a bit more seriously this time, and that's another good takedown.
Yeah, very, very nice timing on that one. That's going to give them so much control. With overtime just on the horizon and 2 supers available, that's potentially charged shots with that ball. Super shots, rather, and a sprout wall is going to be placed down on the top right. Let's see how much Ikeos can utilize it, as he has to step away from it. And Reply Totem are, as a matter of fact, the ones pushing now, going for a super with Maru. A nice pickup from Maru onto Semantic. Joker trying to place the ball down the pass, but Giet does read it well. And with the help of AKLs, they're able to catch that ball mid-air. 30 seconds left in this overtime.
Yeah, a bit too adventurous for me. I wasn't too convinced it was actually going to be able to go in with the distance he was away from the goal, but maybe not. Let's see though, as SK starts to recollect now. And Skier's got the amplified shot, disconnected really well onto Maori there. Forced out the splash, but that's a goal straight away, as SK do not hesitate to land those shots now. Starting to build themselves up a little bit more. I mean, that's better. We need to see more like that from SK if we're going to have any kind of hopes on there being any kind of reverse sweep happening here.
I think that SK have the comp. I think SK have the comp in this set, but Reply Totem, man, they're showing us some great stuff, and I love the idea of the pass and Maru landing on the ball and trying to go for a shot. Like, that's original. That's stuff we haven't really seen yet, as the brawler is still very fresh, you know, and we haven't seen the full extent of it just yet. I like a lot what I'm seeing from Totem, despite them, you know, being outcomped and not really able to make the most out of it. I still feel like they're staying very competitive despite the comp being on the side of SK.
Well, Maori has got his work cut out for him. He's been doing so much healing, but it is needed in this scenario here. Joker, though, he's gonna have to wait for that wall to go down as the pass through to Maru is there. Wall goes down, and KS has got a second to hand here, and he can just keep cycling this over and over with the gadget side of things. He goes down, though, and that should be a goal here for Reply to and it will be. There it is. Maru's the one to score it, and 1 minute 25 for SK to score one in return.
Maru off the bat was a super. Trying to do some big damage, gets into a bit of a tricky position to land in, and it's greeted very nicely by a couple shots from Ikeos and Semantic. Not a kill there from Ikeos. Mari goes down and does go back to that 3-shot potential that just makes Spark such a threat against this comp from SK. Wall to keep Maru at bay, and does wonders to keep Ikeos in a safe position. Gets jumped on again, but Maru just can't quite get in the range to be a big threat for Ikeos.
Well, dangerous spot here for Reply Totem if they go down, and Maru does just that. Just Joker left now, the life plant. A bit of a saving grace as another wall from IKS. It just feels to me like Reply Totem are just constantly being shut out by IKS and where he wants to place the wall and dictate the course of the game here. 25 seconds on the clock. It is still Reply Totem in the lead despite the positioning power that SK have behind this. And surely now they're thinking about tying this one up and getting a goal for themselves, but Reply Totem can defend this in just 15 seconds if they hold firm.
Yeah, this is looking very much manageable on their end. Yi is going to go for the ball now, needs to connect those shots, but Joker gets it out of the way. Semantic with a supply drop, the shot, but oh,
wow.
Maru rather just barely catches it on the line. That was a close goal, a good attempt from SK, but that means match point for Reply Totem.
I thought it was in, but as soon as the supply drop just kind of broke the wall, we just saw the Reply Totem player just coming out of the other side. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, I agree with you with what you said before though, Teddy. I do feel like SK Gaming have got the comp. To be honest, they're just making this Sprout pick work so well, and you're absolutely right by pointing out, like, without any wall break, you just are able just to run the roost there as the Sprout, and Reply Totem somehow are just able to continue on regardless. But it is a match point situation that SK have got to turn around.
Yeah, almost a goal opportunity there. The pass to Maru, actually. Oh, he does slot it in. That's unbelievable. Wow,
How?
What a goal. For me, surely that wasn't going in, but I mean, those guys, they know the mechanics and all those small interactions, all the ins and outs. They just know them by heart, and somehow they make some magic happen. some magic in this push from SK as well here. Big chance at making something happen, at punishing Reply Totem and trying to tie things up.
It's just unbelievable, honestly. I mean, this should be a goal here now, but it's the fact it's even this close, to be honest, though, is like, it's quite amazing. And you just kind of see just how much work Reply Totem are putting into making this comp work. And let's see, though, this could be over quickly. If there's a couple of takedowns here, IKS is going to take down there. Gia as well, super low in the mid here. Totem's going to be pushing this ball forwards and starting to just edge nearer, ever closer towards the goal now. One goal, and this is all over.
Yeah, this is a dangerous situation. Akios does have a wall, but we saw every time they try to lock that ball out, it did not pay off in the end. Semantic needs to stay alive, needs to distract and buy time. But Joker is able to get the elimination, wants to go for the charge shot, but he goes down, and this is going to enable SK to get the ball at least a little further away from their own goal. Still more than 30 seconds left on the clock. Splash from Mari connects onto IKEOS, and so far it does seem like SK were able to at least buy some time.
Getting Chaos down really is the key here. You can just see as he gets more towards the mid and the upper half of the map that that's where he wants to be. There's so much walls there that he can still continue to build around, and he's already just gone so far up the map despite the ball being on that bottom left corner. Now, Mario going to go in. I think he's the wise person to go in for this, as the wall's going to surely come down instantly after it. There it is. But nonetheless, just drawing that out, and but he's actually fed it back so quick. SK now going to bring the ball forwards and just try to attempt to push this one through.
Yeah, overtime kicks in. Ball was very far away, deep into their spawn, and that buys the time they need to at least try to slow some things down here. But there is the team wipe, and SK Gaming are not done fighting yet. They'll make it a set, and we are now 2-1, still in favor of Reply Totem, but definitely a good sign from SK here taking the set.
Yeah, the draft was on point, and just things starting to work just that little bit better for SK in Brawl Ball. Tons more damage. I mean, that's yeah, that's pretty dominant, let's be honest. 110,000. I mean, but that's what you get when you got Sprouts and you're able to just continuously just keep that damage rolling in. SK like to play the slow game no matter what, to be honest, in terms of the game modes as well. In Heist as well, very much the same story. They just kind of sit back and let the action just play itself out and just hold themselves firm. Definitely more healing as well on the side of Reply Totem, as you'd expect to see there as well. But the damage as well on Reply Totem's side, kind of interesting to see that, considering. But yeah, I mean, let's see going into the next matchup how this one fares. But again, as I said earlier, SK are a team that when they are behind, they just kind of up that gear. They just, I don't know, they just click into a place in their brain that just goes, we will not take this lying down, and that's what's happening right now. Going into this next set after that victory, such an important victory at that, but like SK could bring this back. This could go all the way to a 5th and final set.
Yeah, I think it might very much be the case, but still, man, I'm still so impressed by the level of gameplay we're seeing from both teams, but particularly Totem, man, because they were outdrafted in my books, and I still feel like they just held up really nicely. Sure, they took twice the amount of damage on their side, but, you know, even though they lost maybe 3 out of 4 interactions, that one interaction was a goal, and it wasn't so consistent on the side of SK. So they'll have to put in some work on that regard. Ring of Fire is going to be next up, though, and this is a fresh start for SK to try to keep up with, you know, what they've been doing now. Still, man, that's a scary Totem team at the moment, and right now, SK Gaming, they need their full focus and attention on shutting down any of their plans, and that starts as early as the draft.
Well, I do love this map, I've got to say. It's definitely a map which caters to very aggressive brawlers, and both of these two teams like to play aggressive brawlers. I think that I would be surprised to see SK actually banning Stu, just because they seem to be doing that, which is kind of a bit weird, not gonna lie, because we know that Semantic loves to play it, and this would be a great place for it as well. And again, they Reply Totem as well. They do like those kind of aggressive ideas. But for me, I think this as well, having a good, solid idea of mid control kind of carries a bit more weight in Ring of Fire. I think banning Squeak here wouldn't be a bad shout. I think banning Rico, especially against SK, would not be a bad shout for Reply Totem. I think Eve as well is a brawler which can actually kind of thrive pretty well here as well. But ultimately, you know, you've got to be so cautious when it comes to those side lanes, and Leon as well, as we've seen already today, can have its moments as well. I think Bo is a big pick that SK like to have as a mid here as well. So considering those things in mind, there's some big standout brawlers for me that have got to be on those bans.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I still think that brawlers like Pam or even Lou can be a very big threat in having that mid control. We saw a Sprout being brought in here earlier as well, not quite with success, if I remember correctly. But still, yeah, some opportunities on both sides to hit hard with those bans. And we'll see the Janet, Bonnie, and Leon bans from SK. Reply Totem removing Bell, Byron, and Ruffs. I mean, nothing too outstanding here. I think Bonnie is a fair show. This is one of the maps where I think it can be a very scary brawler to face. And we'll see the Eve first pick from Totem, and it's a strong one. It's a very strong pick on this map, in my opinion.
Yeah, it feels like Totem just banning out a lot of the mid brawlers, actually, the Bell, the Byron, and they're going with the Eve themselves. I think SK have got to have the Lola mid, really, for me. Ultimately, they got the Bell being banned out by Reply Totem, so that counts as kind of eradicated as well. It kind of helps to the same idea there. And maybe add the Rico as well, because we know what Chaos was like on the side lanes, and the Leon being banned as well means that there's one less aggressor on those side lanes to have to worry about. I think that, the both of the mid, that's going to be what SK are going to go for here. It is one that they make work very, very successfully. But now the lanes are going to have to come into place. Surely it's going to be a Stu, right? It's going to be Bo, Stu, and something else to come as their third and final pick here for SK, because I find it very hard to believe that they don't go Stu here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the most, Stu fan on Ring of Fire. I feel like it is a risky pick, it's very strong from a mechanical standpoint and the aggression you can bring in. But yeah, I like something like a Crow a lot more on my end, just having that, slower approach, slowing things down, and having those control-based brawlers that I think can go a long way, especially on an open map like Ring of Fire.
Well, picks coming in from Reply Totem soon, and I think they've got their mid down, but I think something of a more of an assassin idea would go a long way for them. But I don't know, to be completely honest, Lou can work. I don't know though, to be completely honest, it's still finding itself in terms of the EU meta, but it is seeming to be today one of the things that people are experimenting with more in Ring of Fire. Maybe some ideas from MSI starting to come back through into fruition, but nonetheless, that's going to, I assume, put Eve into a bit more of a kind of lane / kind of mid position. Somewhere around the water, hovering in the middle, I would imagine, is what the idea would be to have there. But I wouldn't even mind a Tara here, to be completely honest. We haven't seen it for a while in Ring of Fire. I'm not really too sure why, because we had a spell where she was just so dominant in holding everything down. But Squeak, fair enough, that wasn't actually banned out. Surprised it wasn't.
Yeah, true. I almost forgot about it at this point, honestly, just because usually we see it picked by now in a draft, or banned out, obviously. But I like what I'm seeing on the side of Totem. I'm much prefer what I see there. Just, having the ability to slow with both the Squeak and somewhat with Lou. If anyone gets frozen or slow, that's going to be free hatchlings for them to spawn, and depending on which star power they use on that Eve. Fang is a very interesting response from SK Gaming, trying to just double down on the aggression and really speed up the pace on this one.
To be honest, though, kind of surprised. No Pam, no Lola either. But SK taking some bold ideas with the Fang. Again, I feel like this would have been less risky actually than the Fang, to be honest. But clearly, they want to maybe go and target the Loon to eradicate that week. But either way, I think it's just another one of these brawlers actually, which kind of was slept on quite heavily towards MSI. But then at MSI, we saw a great deal of Fang being played, and now since then, it's maybe just come back into the meta a bit more than it was prior to that. But let's see. It's an early residue gadget in the mid from Maru, and that's going to enforce both Semantic and Guille to have to tiptoe around it. Shots into the mid though, not quite landing as Reply Totem doing a great job of defending a lot of these shots from Guille.
Yeah, very good early start for Totem, leading by 20%. Akio's gonna step in the zone for the first time here for SK, and as they find a lot of control, Semantic goes for the stun, but actually gets taken out himself. And this means now that Reply Totem have a nice opportunity to retake some of that control. Mari sitting on the edge of the zone, needs to be careful, doesn't want to go down just yet, as so far Totem are building up a nice early lead, but SK are not far behind.
The gadget there from Maru, in a good spot for it. I think there might be those areas to the sides that can still be sat on by SK's. Nice dash in there from Semantic, roundhouse kick on point as well, and forcing out the jump there from Joker. Takes down the egg as well, and double kill from Guille. Beautiful from SK as they start to now bring back this deficit.
Yeah, I think what's really threatening about this come from Totem is gonna be, you know, how they have both the Squeak gadgets and the loose supers to just completely lock down those zones. Even if they don't have control, they can ensure their opponents don't have control either. Yellow HP, Mary does go down, but it's a trade worth taking for Reply Totem as they still have a player in the zone. Trying to extend that lead. Mari gets stunned. Nice super from Semantic, but he does get traded out. SK though are catching up, and they'll be right behind him in no time. Mari does manage to pick up a big elimination, and almost yet another mine to be very annoying for Totem, but a nice jump out from Joker keeps him up and going.
These are big taps here from Reply Totem. Semantic just creeping up on his right-hand side. He's going to look to go in now. It does so and just gets the value that he's been getting all game with it. But it's so back and forth. Now they really need to hold this mid. There cannot be any time for a mistake now from SK. They've just started to bring this back to be now in the lead. And now the lose super comes back in and again forcing them out. And that's where they do not want to be. He's going to risk it. And I think it's kind of the wise decision actually. And he does and is able to stay on his feet there. So nicely done. SK should take this game now, but only just in all honesty.
1%
wow
in it here, and Joker gets the kill, but surely Semantic can just walk into the zone. Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, a close game, all things considered, but SK keeping up the momentum on their side, and I think that goes a long way if they want to see that fifth and final set.
Yeah, just being resourceful and just staying on their feet more and just, you know, being more aggressive and getting rewarded for it. I think the loop pick is actually working out so wondrously well for Reply Totem, and the only way that SK were able to stay in it was by respecting it just long enough before they realized that they just had to just really fully commit to the idea and just be like, you know, do you know what, we can't buy down the clock anymore, we have to just try to end this now. I like the positioning as well that Joker's got here, just trying to work with Maori to get both the mid and the left lane taken care of as well. Let's see though, as this time round, SK very, very quick to the zone, but it's actually more time captured for Reply Totem, 26% already.
Yeah, I think one of the problems Totem faced in the previous game is they ran out of utility a little bit too quickly. Nice super from Semantic here though. But my point is Maru was out of gadgets just very early on into that game, and I think that, you know, having a good pacing on how you use those gadgets, you only have 3. It's going to be very important. This is a bit of a mistake maybe here for Mari as well, as both the gadget and the super plays on at the same time. Well, the gadget is going to be a little bit redundant, and that's a value they very much could have used in the later stages of the previous game.
Semantic is so dangerous on this Fang pick, honestly. I mean, every time he gets super, he just seems to get like an entire team wipe. It's ridiculous. Despite the nerf to Fang, still just looking like one of his brawlers again. Everyone just kind of stopped playing after that nerf, and Semantic showing why it's still very much in a good spot right now. Chaos jumping in, gets a nice slow connection. Mari possibly going to trickle down here, or maybe get overzealous. Well, he knows he's keeping a really nice range there. So actually, Reply Totem doing wondrously in terms of the scoreline now as they approach about 15% to winning this particular game.
Yeah, this is looking excellent for Totem. Super in from Semantic, but he doesn't get the connection on the stun, gets shut down himself, and that's going to be the team wipe that should be getting Reply Totem onto match point 2%, and there you have it, match point for Reply Totem, but SK Gaming just behind with a set point of their own.
I'm sure Semantic's got to be wondering, like, what more do I have to do? Like, I mean, he was just absolutely destroying the field. Everywhere you looked, he was going in and coming out with kills. It just seems to me like just the way that loop pick is working out for Reply Totem, just buying them enough time to spawn back in and keeping SK off the zone. Either way, it is match point for Reply Totem. One more game, and they will be sealing it.
Yeah, I actually really like how Reply Totem are keeping the Eve onto Semantic, because sure, you know, to a certain extent, Eve gets countered by Fang because the hatchlings are going to be feeding into his super, but at the same time, from a purely mechanical standpoint, you know, with Eve, you can jump away from those dashes. He's not going to be jumping away this time around, though, as he gets shut down by Semantic. A nice double on his end. Maru, in a tricky situation, did manage to place down a gadget, but there's still plenty of space for Gia to just walk around in the zone and do some catching up that SK had to do. Now taking over the lead on their side.
It's slow there. Chaos is placing Maru and Maori into a very vulnerable position. Mine's popped really nicely actually there, just tiptoeing around. They know there's one more and they're trying to find it. They do find it now. And again, Samantha coming in, just clearing up the scraps. Chaos jumping in and again taking down that left-hand side. It does seem like this is a much better round for SK, but can Reply Totem start to collect themselves now as they know that they're a bit stuck in the situation. Nice super there from Maori. That could be enough to really deter and slow some of this pacing.
Yeah, and getting that slow there means he can get some free shots, get his next super unlocked. Very aggressive position in this one, knocking Guy away from his teammates. Super from Semantic, though, claims yet another kill. Good value onto Joker as well, and Escape, they're extending their lead furthermore.
Well, Maru had some good area denial there, but he forced out now. That's 80% now by SK to the 50 of Reply Totem. Reply Totem have got to start to secure some of these kills. And the mid, he is low, Semantic's low, this is the time for it. Can they start to bring back some more control? They haven't really touched their feet into the mid yet. Semantic's still there behind them. They didn't take care of him, and he comes back in now. Guess one, couldn't quite get Maori, but this is surely all done.
Yeah, that low super is not gonna do much if no one is there to capitalize off it. And SK Gaming, they are doing the impossible, pushing things to a 5th set here, starting 2 sets behind, but they turn things around very nicely as we will have that 5th set at last. 31 kills to 20 in favor of SK Gaming overall. I mean, all the stats really going their way, as they definitely had a better showing here in the hot zone. And I feel like, you know, comps-wise, it was fairly even, but Semantic was just able to shine so much with that Fang pick, showing just how much value you can get out of a single super. It's very impressive to watch.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, honestly. And you know, as SK just continuously deny Reply Totem with these match points, and the more they do that, the more that it's going to be placing a seed of doubt in the minds of Reply Totem, who need to really like just knuckle down right now and stop this. They need to put the final nail in the coffin, and SK just continuously building confidence along the way is the last thing that they're going to want. And now I feel like going to this 5th and final set, Reply Totem are actually in a worse place now than SK in terms of their mindset, because they've come so close now in Brawl Ball and now in Hot Zone, and they were not able to get it done and move on now. So SK are just now surely riding the high of this and going to be going to this 5th and final set in a great headspace.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, I mean, you know, momentum is a very big deal in Brawl Stars, and being able to, you know, go from 0-2 to 2-2 is gonna mean that you just have tons of games that have been going your way very recently, and keeps that mood uplifted and the energy fresh on their side. And so far, I mean, SK Gaming showing some really, really good signs of life in those 2 previous sets that at this point, they are probably going to be favorites getting into that 5th set.
I feel so. Yeah, I feel so. I mean, Reply Totem had some great moments. I mean, I thought it was kind of done in Brawl Ball, to be honest. Just the way that they were able to make that comp work under so much pressure and still be able to stay on their feet and make moments happen for themselves. I felt like that was just going to go their way then. And the way that SK brought this one back and just drafted so nicely along the way, I think that the only way they lose in this 5th and final set is if Reply Totem just get the draft that works for them. I think that if they can do that, then they can maybe put some of these cobwebs aside and just kind of focus on their skill, the mechanics, because that's where Reply Totem just are so good. If SK get a good draft here, then I feel like this is going to be that reverse sweep that we're seeing happen. They've already come so far. It would make sense for them to just continue in the way that they have been doing so. And yeah, picks and bans coming in thick and fast. Let's check them out.
All right, the bans are going to be Bonnie, Colette, and Eve on the side of SK. For Reply Totem, we'll see, or we'll rather not see, Ruffs, Rico, and Bell. We are moving to safe zone, by the way, guys, as Max is going to be the first pick from Totem. A very interesting first pick, is I don't feel like Max is the most like current meta pick on safe zone. I do feel like some long range brawlers do tend to shine there a little bit more. But I like the possibilities that can combine off that brawler in the further stages of the draft.
It's definitely risky, unless the idea for them is that they're just trying to preempt the nanny and just kind of want to have themselves covered, or combining, I guess, some aggressive ideas. It's definitely a brawler which sits into the playstyle of Reply Totem, but I don't know. It's just definitely going to be lacking in range in a map that's all about that, just range. And I mean, there Janet is a great first pick from SK. Just let's see what they're going to follow up with though with it. I mean, personally, I think maybe the Max's was quite a big deterrent of Piper, which would be quite a high one in terms of the draft rates on this particular map. So I don't know. It's going to be opening up, for more range on the side of SK to counter that Max. What are they going to pair with this? Like, how are they going to go about it, and what brawlers are going to put with it? That's the question. I mean, it's such an unusual pick actually to have first in safe zone.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially, seeing how often they've been first picking the Janet. I feel like either they're already getting outdrafted a little bit, or they have something in mind that we haven't, considered just yet. I would have loved to see, like, a Piper Max in this sort of situation, but facing that Janet, Piper is just going to be irrelevant on this draft, I feel like. And Daryl is an interesting way to go. It can definitely put in some work, but I mean, there's still a final pick from SK to try to hard counter that. Obviously, Colette is not going to be an option to counter the Daryl later on, but there's still ways to work against it. So I'm not entirely sure just yet.
They're not going to pick BB here. I was like, okay, Lola, yeah, they need some range, thank God for that. I mean, SK are a team that know how to handle tanks in Heist, and I mean, they might even just go for a B here, to be honest, next to have some slow to also focus their attention on the Daryl. Not my necessary go-to, but the way that this draft is shaped up to be, it wouldn't be the worst idea to pick B. Let's see though, as and there it is, perfect. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, to have that. It's definitely going to be something which can also help on the amplified shots to take care of the Lola ego when the gadget is popped as well. So I think that SK here, and especially when you look back at their performance recently in high slow, in maps like Safe Zone, in maps like Kaboom Canyon, they just really love this kind of idea of just holding the mid control and just getting a couple of shots, coming back to mid, get that control. This is a comp that can do just that. The problem that they've got is that Reply Totem have got another idea, which is a bit weird, wacky, unpredictable, fast, overwhelming potentially. And how they can handle that is going to be the testament to whether they win this game or not.
All right, well, there's only one way to find out, and that's going to be in-game. So far, Reply Totem with a lot of control. A little bit of early damage as well, a fair bit actually of early damage, but slowly they do get cleared up. The nice aspect of the comp though is that you have easy ways to get back into the mix, whether it's going to be a Daryl roll or Max Super. Both will enable things to just a little bit and get back into the action, try to have as much of the finding away from your safe, because that means you are not going to be taking much damage, and they're able to extend their lead just a little bit. But what a nice defense from SK, as they're really just behind damage-wise. after those early interactions.
Yeah, some really nice damage there from Gear, just focusing so much of that utility, all that stash away from Joker. That's going to leave Gear and Chaos into a really vulnerable position here. He's still alive, but only just, and Chaos Gear going to take to the skies now and try and just finish off things here. Mary just going down to the bottom left, the speed there to his advantage. Gear is so low as well. This is really starting to work out well for Reply Totem now.
Yeah, they have good positioning. Mari does get shut down, and thank God for that, because the ego was there to tank. But fortunately for SK, Brock does manage to have that zone damage. A nice shot from Gia there as well, but look at that push. It's a strong one. Maru takes a while for him to be shut down, and leaves that blue save down to 22%, but SK, they have control.
Amplified shot with Semantic does connect well to Joker, but Maru coming in and then gets taken down quickly as that. Again, Semantic is doing lovely work on this B pick, but goes down himself. There's not much in it, gotta be said. 20% is all that's really going on between these two things as Maru comes in with a nice roll. They just want to get us done now. 8,000 HP left, and this could be over very soon. There it is. Reply Totem moving on to match point, and SK, yeah, unusual to see them struggling in Heist, but against that kind of comp, I can understand why.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not how you play Safe Zone, but Reply Totem, they're always here to bring in interesting ideas, and this one is very interesting for sure. You know, having this level of mobility and aggression on that comp means that, you know, hitting shots for Guy and Semantic, I still think they were hitting a lot of shots, all things considered, but the pace at which Totem are back in the action with those barrel rolls, with those max speeds, is just problematic for them to deal with.
Well, Chaos takes the skies and Ego down as well. On the side of Reply Totem is now, yeah, this is looking gnarly. I just feel like if Eski can't get a takedown here, this could be over very, very quickly. Start to push back now, but my word, you can just see how dangerous this comp can be when they're in that kind of position. My word, SK gonna have to do a lot to bring this one back.
Yeah, I love how they're prioritizing whose shots they're dodging as well, trying to mainly dodge those B shots. And sure, if a Brock hits you, it's a decent bit of damage, but at least there's not a 3 or 4k damage shot coming right after. So far, it is a massive lead for Reply Totem, and they're looking to end things here. Maru has a free path to the safe, and he's gonna do it just here, just now, as Reply Totem will take the 3-2 victory in the end. And what a final draft to do it as well.
I mean, this is what I mean about Reply Totem. Like, the way they just keep shaping the draft and always experimenting with ideas, and just even a team like SK just, you know, are not able to, you know, even once they see that first pick, just be able to go up against it. And it's just, you know, the thing that I've noticed a lot about Reply Totem is that they are very daring in their drafts. Very, very easy to try out ideas and see what works, see what doesn't, but they're always open to new ideas by not being stubborn in terms of the meta. That's what makes them so dangerous.
Yeah, I think their ability to work around the draft, whether they have it on their side or not, is also something that has impressed me out of this matchup. Because, you know, when we go back to Brawl Ball, where the draft seemed to be pretty clearly in favor of SK, they still struggled and barely got that set. But here, you know, Totem had the draft and they just rolled on them.
Honestly, I wasn't sure whether we were going to see maybe SK just try to seal it and secure it, but it wasn't to be. Well, today has been shaping up to be quite the day. Again, got to give a huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming again for putting on everything, the prize pool, the production that we see. Everything would not be possible without them. So got to give, yeah, a huge hand to everything that they do. Because we are still not done yet, Teddy. We've got one more game still to play today, but already it's been, yeah, pretty much the flying start that we hoped it would be for our first day today of the challenge season.
Yeah, absolutely so. You know, we've had some exceptional matches already, going all the way to that 5th set, but we have one more to go. That's going to be Craze Clan versus FA Siege in just a little bit, guys. A short break. Before that, we'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
So, hello everyone, my name is Gugu, and I'm a player from FA Siege. Fake! That's fake? When you said the bullet follows the enemy. Oh, I thought, wait. Am I wait. The real one is when you gadget, it's gonna go straight forward the enemy. I mean, it's gonna follow him, so it's real. Okay. Yeah. Real. That's real though, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, that's real. That's real. Real. Oh, okay, alright. Okay, that's fake. It grows the cactus that we've not 750 HP. It's 100 HP. Oh, okay. Okay. No way. I don't know my game. Real? Oh, the name is fake. I don't know the names of the gadgets.
Welcome back, everyone, to Snapdragon for our very first day and our very last match as well. It's great to see everyone back, especially myself. It was fun lending the mic over to you guys, but it looks like it's more of my time to shine now, and perhaps a time for our last couple of teams to shine as well. It's going to be Craze Clan versus FE Siege for our final match in ARC. This one is seriously going to be cranking up the heat to end things off.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, you know, looking at how Craze Clan have been playing recently, they've just been going from strength to strength. Honestly, they're scary. They are really, really scary. But FA Siege surprised us all in that Open Finals 1. The question is whether that was a one-off or whether they are still able to keep up the pace, because, again, the competition now is more fierce than it is now.
And Teddy, also, how are you feeling about this upcoming matchup? We've seen a lot of great matchups today, but I think that FA Siege, right, kind of, one that surprised us as well in the qualifiers, and Craze Clan, one that we've seen plenty in EU and doesn't leave a whole lot of surprises to be found.
Yeah, I think that Craze Clan don't have anything to prove anymore, but FA Siege, on the other hand, they kind of slipped their way through the bracket of the split one, and I think, probably, I think it's fair if people question their place here, and it's their job to show us why they're here. And it's been a couple, weeks since we've really seen them at it here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So I'm hoping they can, remove any of those doubts and show up with a very strong performance today.
Yeah, and I think you raise a really good point as well. Craze Clan, they've already proven what they're made of, especially improvement over last year, kind of setting themselves apart from everyone else in their ability to draft, especially. I think that we could all kind of come to a consensus that Craze Clan are absolutely phenomenal at drafting. Now, FA Siege, I think, have yet to show us what it is that sets them apart from the rest. Like you said, Teddy, they actually have something to prove here, and what a place to do it then on the big stage here at Snapdragon Pro Series for the last match of our very first day. Of course, we're getting that match warmed up in the back end, but let's see, Ark, actually, could you point out anything in particular about FA Siege that really stands apart to you that might give them an edge in this upcoming game?
I think just the fact that they are just very unpredictable. You just can't underestimate them, honestly. I mean, back in the split one, they just came shy to SK, got pushed down to the lower bracket, but they got that 3-2 against Team Kesso, and that always stuck with me because Team Kesso were the favorites in that situation. Like, everyone expected them to go all the way, and FA Siege were able to put on the brakes to that very idea. And I think that, again, they're just lying in the fact that it's kind of like a newer roster. Like, they kind of had spent less time together playing as a team and as a unit, but ultimately that can also come with its own sense of strength as well, which cannot be overestimated. But Naui, Rama, and Meow for Craze, again, we've seen them many a time, we know and love them. They are at the top of their game right now. For me, again, had a phenomenal Open Finals too. Getting that big win against Team Kesso and also against STMN in that first round of the upper bracket. At the moment, they are the team to beat for me in this region, and I think the FA Siege they got to do a lot ready, to be honest.
Seriously scary stuff in form of their opposition. Craze Clan is a formidable foe, especially this trio, Naui, Rama, and Meow, as you mentioned. These three have it pretty much locked down, and once more, as Teddy said, they don't have much to prove. They're here for one reason and one reason only, and that is to win. Take home the gold, take home all the glory for themselves as well. As far as specialties, though, right, we talked about drafting. Teddy, as far as brawlers that you think that they'll bring out today, any shouts?
I mean, there's a couple mentions, like, the Amber that are very specific to them, but I think in general, it's just so beautiful and classy to watch their drafts. Really, I think they have so much class in their draft because they're not shy of keeping things simple when they have to, and that's something we see them as the team that can outdraft anyone and go absolutely crazy on the drafts. But really, it depends on many different factors, and I mean, I think they're not shy to go crazy and bring in some more unorthodox picks and try to disrupt the meta. But when they want to simplify things, sometimes it's just the better solution, and not overthinking things goes a long way.
All right, well, let's meet their opposition. Of course, FA Siege coming across your screen. It's Perry, Jaime, Gugu, and Kevin that will be playing against our pretty well-known, very well-vetted Craze Clan members. Anything that stands out to you, Ark, apart from these two, because they gotta bring some kind of X factor in order to take down such a decorated roster?
All right, I think we may have lost Ark. So in the meantime, I was just chuckling earlier because of Gugu just looking so much smaller than the rest. But they're a great team. They're players from the European subtop that have not really had their breakthrough yet. It feels like Kevin was Empire would have had it just not that long ago, or Jaime back in the days as well with blows, Gugu on the side of Mood. Like they've had their moments, but they've just haven't really, gone all the way yet. And I feel like this is their chance to do it. They've had the opportunities to have their breakthrough moments, but they haven't been able to just make it happen. And I really hope they do now, because they're great guys that are working super hard to be here, but they have a lot to prove, and they need to prove it now.
And there's only one way to win, right? Which is out on the battlefield and in the draft phase as well. So as long as you're able to, get some good consistent drafts and make sure that your mechanics are absolutely on point, especially also making sure that you're in the correct headspace for this matchup, then things should go pretty swimmingly from here on out. As far as predictions though, Teddy, how are you feeling for these guys? Give me like some odds out of 100 who you think takes this one.
Man, I don't want to be tough, and honestly, I feel like I'm a jinx it, but I would go for an 80-20 for Craze. Like, they're one of the best teams in the EMA at the moment, and FAC just isn't. Like, they've had a miracle run in Split 1, and I respect them a whole lot for that, but, the odds are the odds. 80-20 still gives you 20, and that's more than enough space to make something happen. Just show it to me, please.
Yeah, well, 20 can go a pretty long way. FA Siege already picking up the Colonel Ruffs and the Pam on their side. The Craze Clan will be getting an E for themselves. Keep in mind, we are starting off on Gold Arm Gulch. Here comes a Jean to accent that Eve, and another pick will be coming their way as well. It provides FA Siege the possibility of a counter pick should they choose so. I would say maybe if there's some more squishy brawlers on the side of Craze Clan, a Fang is possible. It's one of those that can always creep up on you when you least expect it, but I also think that FA Siege don't need it so much. They have good survivability once the poison closes in, so anything that's long range that can maybe get an early pick, like a Bell or something, could actually be a good call.
Yeah, Bo is definitely an interesting approach. It is a brawler that, has a lot of damage, a lot of HP, some nice utility, very versatile brawler all around, and in a very, very good place at the moment. And I think they just picked the Bell that you were mentioning as well on the side of FA Siege. So I like that as well. I like what I'm seeing from both comps. They feel fairly even, but I think that, the execution is where they're going to have to make the difference. And I feel like that's where Craze 9 times out of 10 should be having this in the bag. But FA Siege, they've shown us in the past that the odds are just the odds. And in the end, it all comes down to gameplay, and that they can very much be a threat in that aspect. So let's find out as we head towards our 4th and final match of the evening.
Meow already getting things heated on the top left side, taking a whole lot of damage from Bo actually, and will have to back up, but not sacrificing too much. Positioning though will be sacrificed as FA Siege gets to move into mid. Naui though doesn't seem to be two-phased, just looking for some long range chip shots to start charging up that super. He only needs a super by the time that the poison is really closed in, and he only needs 1 super, so he's got plenty of time to spare. But Kevin is going to try and accelerate things. Here comes the jump, a whole lot of hatchlings headed that way, and Bo still threatening that territory on the top as Craze Clan continues to get closed in on the left side.
Yeah, the Eve pick is so good on this map, and just the aggression you can afford to go for, because you can jump back to safety every time you're too close to going down, is absolutely ridiculous. A bit of a wild flank all around. The healing station is placed down, but a little too late as everyone is already dead on the side of Craze, and FA Siege, they'll make it a first round. Round. Sorry, I got confused.
It is always a little bit confusing that the terminology doesn't get any easier once you hop into Knockout, where each individual round matters so much. And it matters so much because you can only have 1 life this entire time, and each life is absolutely precious, but some are a little bit easier to keep than others, especially Naui here, now that he has a whole lot more health and a whole lot more damage from the supply drop actually from Meow. On the right side, though, a decent amount of health pool as well, especially as we see Jean sticking close together with Eve, gonna make good use of those magic puffs to keep her alive and healthy. There's the super going down as well, and some hatchlings headed out. Gonna soak up some damage from Rama, and perhaps get Jean into close enough range to get a pull, or perhaps not. Ooh, big kill there for Naui in combination with Rama, and things are starting to look really good for Craze Clan to tie things up within this game.
Yeah, this surely is going to be a round going their way, as Sorry, the Breza is going to be running into the gas. Didn't see him, I believe, earlier in the roster, but absolutely staple player of the team for sure, as brings out a lot of experience from Totem, since he is the player that got, switched out of the roster to make plays for Joker just a couple weeks back.
Well, we'll have to see if Craze Clan are able to adapt to these changes from FA Siege. On the right side, so far, good stuff. Actually, a big stun there onto Rama, and he falls a little bit early. A 2v3 is not going to be too optimal for Craze Clan. In fact, far from it. Naui, though, doesn't seem to be two-faced. He is all powered up with his supply drop, too. But he's not home safe just yet. He has to earn a lot of room for himself, and he's going to have to work super, super hard for it. In fact, this might be the end for Craze Clan, at least within game number 1. A good game here for FA Siege. GG's to them. A little bit unexpected, but a hard-fought victory nonetheless.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, I think this was a very clean first game from Siege, but to be fair, I feel like Craze were a bit underwhelming. Really, I've missing a lot of shots, and obviously, that mine incident that happened in that final round is just stuff that you need to prevent from happening at this level of play, because your opponents will punish you for it, and they certainly did. And it was just a terrible moment to give a freebie like that to your opponents.
Yeah, and honestly, that's just part of the trouble of playing against Bo, is that a single mistake in the entire game, literally the slightest mistake, will get you stunned, and when you're stunned, it's over, buddy. There's no way of getting out of that stun. It lasts for 2 seconds, and that's plenty of time for a Bo to arrive from, even across the map, it feels like sometimes, to pick up that kill. On the right side, we'll see Kevin actually get reduced from very low health. That means a lot of room for Naui, and he's gonna get pulled all the way across the field, and that is gonna reduce Craze Clan to a 2-man roster for this round. The FA Siege are gonna have a much easier time dealing with it. Meow does seem to be working some pretty good angles here, but it might not be enough in order to deal with this, or perhaps not. Craze Clan is just gonna be reduced down to 1 Colonel Ruffs, and despite FA Siege all being low on health, they were not taken down, and Craze Clan are 1 round away, actually, from handing this set away to FA Siege.
Wow, what a performance from FA Siege so far here in Knockout, showing us exactly how it's done. Sandbanks really cleared up quite easily, and that Eve, man, has been a consistent problem throughout the set for Craze to deal with. Unable to really find any solution to it just yet, as Rama is trying his best to find an opening. Does have a mark, so maybe if he can mark someone up, that could turn things around, but so far things are just lining up so nicely for FA Siege.
We'll see if Kevin's able to work the same angle as last time. Last time he got an early kill onto Rama. Goldkin also has been doing a great job of hitting these pulls. Missed mark there by Rama. It's not the end of the world, though. It's not the most important super in the game. Great, actually, shot there from Rama. A shot to the backside and a reflection onto Gultikin. And FA Siege are all backed up against the poison, backs against the walls. And Crazy Clan gets to farm some supers off of this so they can prepare themselves for the next round. Once more, it's a tied up game. Round number 3 is upon us.
All right, a supply drop already available for Meow. Gonna remove some more walls. We'll see if anyone gets to pick it up just yet. Actually, he's gonna keep it for himself. Ashlings are gonna be dealt with ease, spawning from a little bit far away to really give much of a push in favor of FA Siege. Have a pull on Gugu. We saw earlier how game-changing those can be, especially if you get to connect it. Let's see so far. It's gonna be a slight advantage in control and HP in favor of Craze. Gugu a bit extending there, but he's still alive for now. Gets taken out 2-on-2. Let's see how this one unfolds.
Rama just needs to pick up this kill. He's able to get the reflected shot off of the turret from Eve. Remarkable stuff. Rama isn't able to hit that next shot, though. He's going to have to tank the damage from these hatchlings, but he won't be able to. Unfortunate. The dodges from Bo there were simply remarkable, and that's Prasanna right there, saving pretty much that entire set, at least from going to a game number 3. From the stats, though, it looks like FA Siege, they got like a not too much of an advantage. In fact, not an advantage at all. Actually, by the stats, Craze Clan did much better, but FA Siege, they got the kills, and the kills are the objective in Knockout.
Yeah, definitely interesting all around. Not sure how it got to that, but I mean, I think I'm gonna stand my ground with my initial thoughts after game 1. I feel like FA Siege played clean, but not the kind of clean that I would, usually expect to see beating Craze, as Craze were kind of underwhelming. I don't know if something went wrong in the draft, or if just that they were missing shots, but it just felt a little bit underwhelming on their side, and I'm gonna consider it as an outlier for now. But it's a good sign for FA Siege fans, as so far they're showing off some good level gameplay, and if Craze cannot really join the server in the next set, we might be looking at a dominant statement from FA Siege starting off the challenge season.
Without a doubt. Well, we're going to be moving into the next set as well. It's not going to be sure, and I wonder if maybe Knockout is in part, however large, responsible for why we didn't see Craze Clan get too creative with their draft, because what we saw from Craze looked very, very safe, and it seemed like it was pretty much permitted there from FA Siege. So it leaves me wondering, when is Craze going to get a little bit more creative? This is something that we know them for, is getting these crucial brawlers and also picking things that can seriously turn around the tide of the set at some point in the draft, because they've carved out their sort of position to pick it. I wonder if maybe it's because Knockout hasn't been in the game long enough, so practically everything that you pick on there is creative. But as we move into the next set as well, it's going to be Chill Space. It's a brand new map to the competitive map pool, but it's a same old mode. Gem Grab, it's all about control, and here are the bans to kick us off, Teddy.
All right, Ruffs to Enrico on the side of Craze. The FA Siege will take on Bunny, Barley, and Squeak Barley. Definitely an interesting one worth mentioning here. It is a brawler that we've seen having some playtime on Chill Space. It can be dominant in certain situations, but it's really ever a valid ban in my books if you have nothing planned to deal against it. So maybe an indication that Siege are not looking to bring any sort of destruction or high mobility to try to counter that sort of approach in the first place.
Well, here comes the Janet first pick. That's pretty safe. It's not going to be too difficult to form a comp around her, especially on Chill Space, where she does seem to play particularly well, especially when it comes to getting to the enemy side of the map, picking up some gems, and taking the highway all the way back to your own respawn, except gems safely in hand. Here's the max, though. And I'm already liking this from Craze Clan, actually, because I feel like they're going to be able to use Max as a more powerful centerpiece, a more powerful mid to their comp, or maybe even like a Max on the lane. I think Chill Space is also a strange map in a way, because it's hard to identify what the lanes are, but it's very easy to identify the mid. And Bo's certainly a mid brawler. I am kind of curious to see how Craze is going to play this one.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting things already on Chill Space, similar to Double Swoosh, to the extent that there's just, at times where you're questioning who is actually the mid. But the thing is, that on this map, it's a lot more close to the mid when you're on the lanes, or at least one of the lanes. So having two somewhat mid type brawlers can go a long way, and on the side of FA Siege, just fairly similar in the approach as well as they go for the Eve now. And I mean, we saw what they could do with the Eve in the previous set. If I was Grace Clan, I would at least be a little bit scared now.
Yeah, Eve can be quite irritating, but I gotta say, she's most powerful when those walls are broken down. And I think actually Spike would be able to thrive in that environment. The problem is that FA Siege doesn't get say-so over which walls are broken open. They have absolutely zero wall break, and the only brawler that has wall break so far is going to be Bo. And at that, he's not amazing for breaking open walls. The most you're going to get out of him is, well, he's breaking open your little stronghold on your side of chill space, the ones that are mirrored diagonally. There's a Sprout as well, and that's going to be phenomenal actually for dealing with the Spike, and I think it's going to be pretty good for dealing with the Eve as well. It really comes down to which lane matchup Sprout finds itself on.
Yeah, definitely. So I do like, you know, the 3-shot potential onto the Spike, the zone damage, which can be very nice to deal with some of the hatchlings as well. But, you know, they're gonna have to be careful with that Sprout and where it's positioned, because if it gets jumped on by a Janet or by an Eve, which both very much can do, it's gonna be struggling up at a close range. So I'm not entirely sure if it's the way to go against two brawlers like that.
Well, let's see how it works out. It looks like Sprout is going to be facing versus Janet of all of the possible interactions here. And it already appears that Goldkin and Kevin are struggling versus Rama, especially when you have Naui on the left lane pinching you too. There's a kill from Naui onto Goldkin. And Crazy Clan get to comfortably walk all over mid. And it doesn't appear that FA Siege have managed to muster a bow super just yet. So here comes down the bow totem. Doesn't get to see much light, actually. We'll see if Kevin throws down yet another one, because he needs this super in order to start disrupting the back lines of Crazy Clan, because one of the biggest things working about FA Siege right now is that they can't really see their enemy, and once Crazy Clan returns to this powerful position at mid, they're gonna have to work around a lot of mines in order to resume that position.
Yeah, they'll get the kills though. It's only the Sprout left alive. Now is low HP, does have the cactus to heal him back up and tank a little bit, but Gugu still gets the kill, survives 115 HP, but there's just so many hatchlings following him up, and that bought so much time where he just cannot heal up. Rama still has a gadget, so I feel like he could have gone for that gem, but actually he has 2 gems in the bag that I believe the Gugu brought to their spawn.
Yeah, that was like the Gugu Express on the right side. He kept on keeping up the aggression on the right side. It was not able to retreat back, and honestly, that one you gotta hand to Crazy Clan for making him continuously go on the aggressive, giving him no options for retreat. Good stuff there by Crazy Clan. This is kind of the Crazy Clan that we're more familiar with as well, but I gotta say, it seems like if you have Eve, you win. That's the one trend that I'm noticing so far. And you remarked, like, the insane amount of hatchlings on the field. It was really hurting the max gameplay in particular, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too, you know, and I mean, in competitive Brawl Stars, it's it all comes down to so many minor details, and the fact that Gugu had to just continuously take down those hatchlings instead of healing up meant that, you know, it takes a longer time before he's reset and back to fight again. And, that gives a free mid for Rama to just shine through that area of the map, as no one was really contesting it anymore. So the Gressa is getting harassed by Meow. Meow picks up the elimination. Gets double, but so far the gems are all going to be on Naui for the side of Crazy Clan, which is less than ideal, as, you know, Spike barely has any HP. He goes down now, so the Breza tries his best to save a couple of those gems, and at last it's going to be Rama to take back the gems for Crazy.
Total pandemonium at mid there just a moment ago, and it really came down to Meow to come to the rescue. A nice gadget in to grab a kill. Seriously saved that entire push, actually, or defended the entire push from FA Siege, enabling Rama to pick up those 7 gems he needed so much. But it could soon be equalized, especially if FA Siege are able to maintain their current position. Rama is going to be trying to jump away. Will it be enough, though? He might have overextended. 48 health. And that's going to be enough to keep him alive, that's for sure. and Sprout unfortunately wasn't able to pump out the damage necessary to take him down. Rama already has his sight set on that 9th gem. There's the last jump away as well. So if Kevin gets some good mines here to pressure everyone in, things can get seriously concentrated on the left side, but FA Siege still have to play cautiously.
Yeah, no more gadgets for Rama either to jump out of those tricky situations, but they're all getting cleaned up. It's going to be a team wipe, and Craze Clan take the set home, and I have to say, man, that was much, much better on the side of Craze. More in line with what I would have expected even in the first set.
Totally agree here, and look, let the stats do the talking of kind of the opposite point, actually. More damage dealt by FA Siege, less by Craze Clan. Really only 3,000 here, so it's not too much to speak of, but still, the fact that you're able to take the win so decisively and still get less damage than your enemy, I think says a lot. You're getting a lot more value out of your shots. You're getting a lot more value out of any damage that you concede to the enemy. And hey, when you're worried about feeding supers, especially if if you're FA Siege who's playing Eve, you want to feed as little damage as possible to the enemy. And that was plain to see. That was one of the main concessions that FA Siege made, was they gave Eve a whole lot of supers, and that seriously hurt them. The other thing, though, that I think we can say about FA Siege's comp in the last set was that it seemed to be kind of all over the place. A Max, a Bow, a Sprout. I don't know how I really felt about it. I felt like they started to go in a good direction with every single pick, but then just didn't land on the good note.
Yeah, I feel like they were kind of winning none of their lanes, and the problem with that is then, mid is also going to be very vulnerable, and Gugu more often than not had to go help his teammates on one of the lanes, leaving Rama just free to roam around, pick up gems, and make himself as comfortable as he can in the mid area, because realistically, he was not winning that 1v1 encounter, because whenever Rama got even slightly close to being in danger, he would just jump out. Yeah, how do you deal with that? I feel like they just didn't really have the solution to it, and I think that the Sprout into Janet and Eve is just too risky as well, because you're just very vulnerable to those brawlers up close, and it does well against the Spike, but still, not really something that they managed to make work. So for FA Siege, I think they need to try to get a reset, move on to the next set, try to get a better draft that time.
I think so too. It seems that FA Siege just struggled in their draft, but the thing is, versus Craze Clan, I think a lot of people are going to have a lot of trouble getting the brawlers that they want. Either they've been banned out by Craze, or they've been picked up by Craze. It seems to be the typical situation. And who knows, right? Who knows what would have happened had the draft gone slightly differently. We do have the picks and bans coming out, though, for set number 3. It's Safe Zone, aka Bounty with a Safe. If you want to see Bounty with a star, then, well, you're going to have to wait for set 4, which is guaranteed, by the way, since we have gone 1-1 so far. So, let's just keep that in the back of our heads and focus our attention now on the fact that Craze has gotten the E first pick once more.
All right, well, the bans that lead up to that are going to be a double Piper ban, a double Ruffs ban, the Nani for Craze, Bonnie for FA Siege, and the response to the Eve is going to be a Belle and a Colette. I like Colette a lot. I think the super can be a great way of dealing with, a whole swamp of hatchlings, and get any of the brawlers that are in the way taken out of the picture as well. Plus, the super is such a good way at getting some damage on save, getting some tankiness with that shield as well, and with the Gotcha gadget, that means even more sustainability to stay alive and win those interactions.
And I find this to be an interesting draft from FA Siege so far, because there's not a Byron in sight, even though they could have picked it in conjunction with Colette. And here comes the Byron on the enemy side. Craze Clan will be picking it up. And I was kind of trying to logic this to myself. What is the mentality of not picking up a Byron for themselves? Maybe they don't want it to get countered or something, or perhaps they want to allow Craze to pick up this brawler because they don't think it'll be good with anything that Craze can muster. Thing is that Craze can still play some kind of tank They're just going to be playing it into a Colette, and there's the Daryl. I guess Craze Clan is really not scared of the Colette gameplay here, especially when she doesn't have a Byron on her side. But still, FA Siege have one more brawler that they can pick up here, and there's going to be the Crow. A bit of anti-heal and a lot of slowing onto that Daryl.
Yeah, the comp from Craze is going to be more similar to what we saw earlier from Reply Totem in the previous match, right? Where it's very nervous, all about that aggression with the Daryl. This time, instead of having the max speed, they'll have the Byron heals. But, with the anti-heal, the anti-tanks in Colette and Belle, they got a good shot at shutting down that Daryl. They just need to be careful of Eve that can still sneak through the enemy lines and do a lot of damage.
Well, let's see how they put it to work. Now he is waiting on the right side for Kevin to dare march forward. Kevin will auto-charge his super, so give it a little bit of time. Will be trying to make some moves forward. On the left side, though, Meow is significantly outranged. And at mid, Rama's contending at just about the same range, perhaps even a little bit longer, actually, than Gugu. 1-2 shots, and he will be farming up his super as well to get an even longer range shot, which will probably find its way onto Kevin, in fact. We'll see if Naui is eager to use that first slow, though. There's the roll in. Naui will go down. Rama has to defend this. Two brawlers have to play versus one, and it's going to afford a little bit of room for Gugu, but not a whole lot of damage onto the safe. Not a whole lot of damage onto brawlers either. There's the first super in for Meow, but it doesn't make contact with the safe, unfortunately.
Oh, the guard shot keeps Meow alive at 556 HP, but he's still standing now. He does get that taking quite low HP. The splash from Gugu does not connect, and for the time being, means that Craze are going to be building up a lot of mid control. Let's see if they can keep it up, as Gugu is quite low HP. Poisoned off by Naui as well. Now eventually does fall, and Gugu has a super to get his teammate and himself back to full HP, and look at the damage coming through. Not even all that much, all things considered. Slight 10% lead in favor of FA Siege right now.
We see Meow on the left side. He was really poised to start taking down the turret that was placed by Eve, but wasn't able to access it, not without dying, actually. And Craze Clan is having some serious trouble pushing out here. There's the super, though. Almost tremendous value on that. Luckily for Eve, she jumped away in time. Meow, though, isn't going to sacrifice any positioning here. Now he is also going to pop his final gadget. And here's a roll-in by Kevin. A double kill, too. And here comes a whole lot of damage onto the high safe from FA Siege. And not a whole lot of time either for Craze Clan to fire back. But they can do it. They just need Colette. But she's nowhere to be seen, and she's not in position, and that is going to decide this game. This one's headed over to FA Siege, and I'm a little blown away.
Yeah, so am I, because on paper, this should not have worked. It should really just not have worked, right? You have the Daryl against two anti-tanks. You have the Byron against an anti-healer, and Crow was his anti-heal. This should not have worked, so I don't know if the execution was poor on the side of Craze. Maybe. I mean, there were a fair bit of missed opportunities. I feel like Colette struggled quite a bit, to be honest. A lot of missed supers, and supers that instead would have been better used onto the safe, where sort of Reza could sort of just, freely jump away from them. But it seems like Meow is going to be slaving the lane of the Daryl a bit more this time around, and maybe that is the difference that makes things work for Craze this time around.
Yeah, I do agree with Colette on the right lane. It's going to be a lot better for pinching with Rama. Naui, he is kind of chosen for the anti-heal, but also for that slowing capability, but the slow doesn't do anything to stop Daryl from rolling. He's still going to roll just as far and just as fast, and unfortunately, Meow's not able to connect that super on the safe, ends up going down to the damage over time from Gugu, too. Rama, though, will get to throw down a nest egg and try to work some damage onto Daryl over here. Tons of healing on a Daryl, and we do see Kevin actually switch over to the left lane to take Crow instead of Colette. And this is a wise decision by FA Siege. They know that the Crow is not going to be able to pump out enough damage, is not going to be able to do too much to CC away the Daryl when he's rolling in. It's an educated decision, but on them 6% so far, and Craze Clan are definitely all the wiser as to how to deal with the Daryl now.
Yeah, they almost get him taken out of the picture, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the end, and it's definitely less than ideal for Craze as they can't capitalize off that whatsoever. Rama falls to Gugu, and the slow onto Gugu might make the difference here. The super in front of the Colette is not going to connect. Kevin barely gets any damage off on that save, so the Breza gets cleaned up, and this is finally a chance for Craze to get some damage with only 20 seconds left on the clock.
A whole lot of damage for Craze Clan. Already 20% taken off. We'll see if Gugu's able to power Kevin into the enemy side. There's the gadget from Kevin as well. He just wanted to get himself a little bit more positioning so that he could get onto that safe to deal even more damage. We'll see maybe if Eve is able to pump 10%, it's a 7% differential. But considering that only 20% was dealt by Craze, that's a pretty large margin. This one is looking much more decisively in favor of Craze, but still, it leaves us all tied up 1-1 within the set, 1-1 in the match overall.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go all the way with much more decisively. It was only 7%, and that final shot, that final fight was close. It was definitely close, because if Gugu had a piercing shot, that would have been another shot to connect. So I saw it a bit closer maybe than you did, but Craze did a formidable job in the defense to actually shut that down and not give FA Siege too much of a chance. Now they got to do it again, because they definitely don't want to be one set behind once again.
Well, let's see what they can do to slow down Kevin this time. Doesn't look like anyone's defending that safe, and no one's there. Oh, perhaps now he can do something? There's a super up into the air. Kevin does get taken down, but 19%, a huge chunk, gets taken out of Craze Clan safe along the way. Not to say, actually, that FA Siege hasn't been taking a beating of their own. 16% already taken off of theirs. A good kill on the right lane as well, taking down a Meow. Now it's up to Brisano to get a little bit of damage on the high safe as well. Kevin also getting into the corner in a good position. Meow is going to have to come over to finish the job on the left side. There's also some slowing onto Kevin, which is going to make him a dead man, just waiting to be taken down. On the right side, though, Brisano still in the same position. Gugu might go down pretty quickly. There's the pinch between Naui and Rama. Down goes Rama, too, with the gadget in by Brisano, and the hatchlings will be enough to buy him a little bit of time, or perhaps even Kevin a little bit of time, as he heals up and readies to roll into that save.
Yeah, Kevin was yet another roll, and he gets the kill as well. Should be getting shut down, but this is a big lead in favor of FA Siege, and the moment they need it the most is they're really hoping to get that third set going their way.
Brisano gets to throw down another super in from Naui. No way, he's able to, what? He was able to get the kill. I mean, he was quickly thereafter taken down by Gugu, but that was, it was honestly just kind of funny to watch. And Craze Clan get a good defense, but still only 18% on their safe, and only 15 seconds to turn this one around, so they don't have to take it to a set number 5 to win.
Yeah, it is doable though, so let's see if they can make the push happen, but Meow goes down, and that should pretty much end their chances right here, right now. This is going to be FA Siege to take the set, and so far, I mean, things are going the distance as we are going to see a 2-1 lead in favor of FA Siege, looking better so far than Craze Clan, which is quite an impressive statement for the least.
And take a look at the stat comparison to so much more damage dealt by FA Siege, and a whole lot of damage kind of fed by Craze Clan going the opposite way. So from the stat perspective, I would say it's fairly plain to see, but the kills and deaths are actually quite even across the board. It really came down to what was done in each of those lives in terms of damage on the safe and control up at mid. I want to return actually sort of to the draft of this set to maybe explain what went so right for FA Siege. thing is, I think the Byron worked really well for them, and I think it was very, very bold of Craze Clan to deliberately leave that one open, especially when they needed Byron to make the Colette like actually that viable. We saw that Colette, even into Eve, you know, Colette's supposed to counter spawners, still had trouble because she was outranged. I don't think Craze Clan are going to be this bold headed into the next set.
I think Craze outdrafted themselves a little bit in this set, really, because I get why they didn't go Byron, because they knew that if they were going to commit to a Daryl or tanks on the enemy side, the Byron would not have the damage to take them out, wouldn't have the mark to, you know, to make it a bit easier against those tanks. So I get why they did it, but at the same time, you know, the Byron is just a better option. We'll have to see, though, if the draft is going to be any better here for set number 4, as FA Siege have taken over the lead as we move towards Bounty Layer Cake. Already some bans in line here. Double Bunny ban, as well as the Janet and Tick banned by Craze. FA Siege removing Eve and Sprout.
Yeah, I would be getting pretty tired of Eve if I were them too. She just seems to be showing up a little too much, and I still don't think players are that in tune with how to play against her. So that said, remove that X factor from the game. Let's get something a little bit more consistent. A Piper first pick, actually, I think is definitely pretty bold by FA Siege, especially considering that she can get countered out by some close range brawlers. I would say most notably Mortis, and since Craze has the last pick, if FA Siege don't start thinking of a way to keep them safe from close range brawlers, Craze Clan can totally pick a brawler like that.
Yeah, I think Leon is also something that could be very problematic for Piper to deal with, and less risky to bring in on the side of Craze. They're gonna go for Jean and Squeak so far, which I don't mind. We'll have to see what more options FA Siege are going to be willing to bring in here. But I feel like Leon would have gone a long way in this come from Craze, just to, you know, have that good matchup, plus Leon being not too easy to counter and versatile. I do like Ruffs. I think it works pretty well on this map, and in general is gonna be able to deal with some of the aggression, try to maybe, you know, force out a pull onto a sandbag or something like that. But at the same time, Squeak can quite easily deal with those sandbags, and that is something to take into account as well.
And I think it would be kind of risky for FA Siege to run like a Leon or something too, considering that Squeak, before it was actually good, was sometimes run as a Leon lollipop drop counter. There's the Daryl, interestingly. It did get them pretty far, actually, previously, but still, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Craze Clan can opt to go something that counters out the Piper pretty well, or something that counters out the Daryl pretty well, or maybe even both, though I can't think of a brawler right off the top of my head that is able to accomplish both of those. But it seems that FA Siege are trying to get a little bit of close range protection. There's the Leon, and I think that that's also the ability to pick Leon was kind of a result of picking the Squeak a little earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the come from Craze. Thing is, they're gonna have to shut down the Daryl, and you know, shutting down a Daryl without any proper tank counters is something that very few teams are able to do. I think, you know, it's one of the things that impresses me with teams like SK, for example, that they can shut down a Fang or a Daryl without any counters to it. But you know, we'll have to find out now. They're able to make it work right here, right now, as FA Siege are close to the finish line for this match, and they get a kill off the bat here as they shut down Naui early on. And I think this is part of why I've been so confused this match, but I believe that the drafts has been inversed all along. So just keep that into account, guys. All the drafts that show for Craze are actually FA Sieges and vice versa.
Good stuff. Yeah, I was a little bit confused on that one, but it's good to know. Craze Clan, I'm kind of liking what they're running here. Big pull in, down goes Naui, but Rama is able to take down Gugu in revenge. And look at how much space has been opened up as well. Meow has gotten one super after the other, and as a result, the important obstacles have been broken open, and pretty much the entire world is open to Rama. But there's another pull onto Naui, and Craze Clan actually are going to have to play some offense in an area where the walls have not been broken open as much. Meow is going to start working on the left side though, and we'll probably see Squeak pushed back a significant amount too. Kevin on the right side is looking to do some serious stuff versus Naui. There's a good roll in from Naui, and Gugu has no super to follow it up, so he won't be able to get the pull this time.
Yeah, the treat from Meow's supply and drop is going to be lost on the top left of the map. No way for anyone from Craze to go pick that back up. Rama was a nice snipe, able to extend the lead and roll in from Naui. Doesn't result in any kills. Meow gets pulled, but has sandbags to react. Kevin able to survive as well, and this is messy, but so far it's going to be Craze that just barely take this game with 2 stars, and I believe no final opportunity for FAC to turn things around. Yeah, game for Craze.
Well, good stuff for Craze. I liked the way that Naui was able to turn things around towards the end of the game. It did seem like earlier on he was giving a lot of supers to Gene. Not that all the supers were sourced from him, but still, a lot of pulls were being hit on him, a lot of stars going to the enemy side, but didn't even matter. As long as he was rushing in repeatedly, that enabled Meow to start working on some supers, opening up the map, and then from there, Rama was able to profit. It does seem that Rama will be taken down quite early, though. Kevin's hanging on to that blue star, and everyone is forced to back up a significant amount as FA Siege get to push significantly further up and deny this wall break that would usually be happening at mid. Meow does find a little bit of space on the left side, especially as Naui rolls in. That is 6 stars to the side of FA Siege so far, but they're playing the long game. Big pull too, and down goes Meow. FA Siege is looking to be really, really strong right now.
All right, 4-star lead in their favor. And right now, Craze Clan, they don't want to give away a match point to FA Siege. Rolling from Naui, gets knocked back. Is still alive for the time being, but surely Kevin can confirm that kill, and he will do just that. 6 stars now in favor of FA Siege, and this is a dominant statement. The slow one to Meow.
Oh man,
1 sandbag to catch every single bit of the explosion of that Squeak super, but it's still going to be 5 stars in favor of FA Siege after all those interactions.
Good super out by Rama too. He narrowly avoids a brush with death. Meow also on the left side, hanging on to any super he can get. Also staying at range from Brisano. And there's a whole lot of zoning coming in from the Squeak player as well. We'll see actually Gugu get another pull. It just seems to fly out as soon as he gets it. I swear, he's tapping on his super button, getting some auto aim in there, and the super auto aims as soon as he charges it up. We'll see if Craze Clan are able to push everything in far enough. Doesn't look like it. The tanks were remarkable, and FA Siege will be taking this game.
All right, that means match point for FA Siege. Not really a place we expected to get to in this match, but I mean, always gonna be a nice surprise for the least, as this is Craze Clan's final chance to go to that 5th set and tie things up. For FA Siege, they want to end things right now. This is their chance, and making just a terrific entrance rather into this challenge season. This is a bit of an underdog story, and I said it earlier, they have a lot to prove, and they've been proving it to us so far today.
2 great kills, one by Naui, the other by Meow, both from super tricky angles, and they'll afford themselves a little bit of defense now. If you're Rama, though, you want to stay in this mid area. Problem is that he doesn't have too much visibility on the enemy, and Gugu is keeping him at perfect range. He has a super ready to go as well, and he has a Leon right by his side, ready to finish off any kill that might be tugged over his way. So Craze Clan can continue to influence the position of their enemy however they desire. There's the residue as well to further lock things in. It looks like Squeak is going to be kind of chipping people down, getting a little bit of damage, trying not to let anyone heal, and then we'll see a good pull from Gugu. There's the pull, but Meow throws down the sandbags, and not even one of them gets hit. Actually, there's also a roll in from Naui, and he's gonna have to pay the ultimate price, especially by giving over some stars to FA Siege, and it's just the blue star that keeps Craze Clan afloat right now.
Yeah, and not only is that some stars going to FA Siege, it's also a super now available again for Gugu on that Gene. We've seen what he can do with those pulls, but he needs to connect it this time around as we're towards the last 10 seconds of this game. They are closing in on them. No more sandbags available either. Now we trying to push forward, gets pulled, is taken out. 2 seconds left. Surely FA Siege are taking this one, and they'll make it a game. They'll make it a set. They'll make it a match as they take down Craze Clan 3-1. What an impressive, not only scoreline, but just result here from FA Siege as they win a match that, I mean, I said it earlier, I hope I don't jinx it, seems like I just did.
Right, I mean, FA Siege, they're the underdogs here, and they managed to take the win in the end. That's the second underdog win, but the only underdog win that isn't halfway related to a lobster and halfway related to an actual underdog. Nonetheless, congratulations to FA Siege on a very, very good win over Craze Clan, a terrifying roster to be faced against, and a huge one to clutch a win over. I gotta say, I don't think we got to see Craze Clan in their usual form today. I think they didn't really get to do their background research on FA Siege since they are kind of a dark horse in this competition, and I can name a couple of dark horses here. It's gotta be FA Siege and Dogster Lobster that we haven't seen as many monthly finals or otherwise appearances from, and as a result, you can't really do much in terms of studying for a matchup versus them, and I think they've leveraged that to their advantage, plus some good old-fashioned good mechanics and great drafts.
Certainly so. I mean, today already showed how, you know, volatile everything we think we know really is, as, you know, the favorites in half of our matches today, maybe even more if you know, are amongst those that would say that SK is superior to Totem. All that just went completely crazy, and there's only one reason we're here to see all of that today. It's because of Snapdragon Elite Gaming that have sponsored this event and made sure that we can all assemble around, first of all, the most exceptional level of Brawl Stars, but also, you know, other titles and regions. But just here from today's day one in the Europe plus MENA region, I have to admit, Reddy, that this is already just starting things off wonderfully well with some great underdog stories and some great stories overall.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. I looked at the matchups today and I said, these are some great teams, but none of these matches necessarily stand out to me that are gonna be like in the history books, right? But I can say, after watching all of the matches today, if these ones aren't standing out as the greatest in the competition, then I mean, there's only more that this competition can bring over the coming days. It's only going to ramp up and get all that much more exciting because so many expectations actually, I think, were undermined and overturned today. And it almost leaves you feeling a little bit bittersweet. You want to see your favorite teams win, but you also want to see them lose because you want to see them develop and get that much better. And it wouldn't be possible, of course, without the Snapdragon series. So big thanks to everyone making that happen, especially the folks behind the scene as well. But that is going to do it for our fourth match of the day, Teddy. And what a way to end it off.
Definitely so. I mean, I'm still somewhat in shock of some of the results we have today, you know. Dogster taking a win over Tribe, things like right in this last and final match, you know, having that big victory here for FA Siege. But overall, I mean, this is unexpected, you know, having Tribe, SK, Craze, Baguette on a loss so far, sitting on the amongst the bottom four teams of the squad, whereas Dogster Lobsters, Reply Totem, FA Siege, and Team Kisso all off the back of some victories here, gonna be taking over the leaderboard. Wow, what an interesting day of Brawl Stars. Is honestly I can tell you no one has predicted, you know, those 4 matches to end this way.
I mean, the only thing that I could have predicted maybe is saying SK Gaming at 7th place, but they do get to rest comfortably at 6th place, and I'm sure they're definitely pleased about that one. But I gotta say that the biggest surprise of all, I gotta agree with you here, Dogster Lobsters at number 1. Reply Totem, though, I think is about where we expected them to be too, getting a whole lot of points today and getting a nice victory. Still, though, it was not an easy one, and it's not going to get any easier because all of these rosters are absolutely stacked, and it's going to be a wild ride as these teams try to hang on to their current standings or advance up to a higher position.
Yeah, so far, I mean, you know, everything we knew about competitive Brawl Stars has already been just shaken up on its own head. As honestly, you expect an upset, you know, maybe every day or every 2 days. Right now, we had like 2 or arguably 3 just within day 1, and I think that says a lot about how closely matched all of those teams are and how competitive the region is at the moment. So, man, I'm just so excited to watch some more in the upcoming days. Really looking forward to it.
Same here. I mean, look, the series is not over. This is just one of 7 match days through the round robin portion of the challenge phase, but it is going to conclude our first match day of this series, and it's been an amazing ride. We saw some ups, we saw some downs, but I think in the end, right, even the upsets leave us with a nice warm fuzzy feeling inside, even if it is a little bit mixed because we're scratching our heads, we're confused. Wow, did that really just happen? Well, you got to get a little bit of time to process it. Our next stream is going to be in a couple days, and we hope to see you there for the second match challenge day. But for now, this has been SPS. It's been amazing having you here, and I hope you have an excellent day, and see you guys for the next one. Good night.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.